Ahead of us. It's perfect conditions out there. We're sitting up here. I'm sitting here with Catherine Maxwell, President of Glebe Rowing Club. So we have a slight Glebe bias this morning. I'm Mark Teachin, also from Glebe Rowing Club, and we'll do our best to give you a bit of a commentary for the morning. What do you have to say, Catherine?
Look, the weather's looking terrific. It's not too hot so far. Let's just hope, keep our fingers crossed that the wind stays down for the rest of the day. Certainly, I've got a race late this afternoon. I'd hope rather like there not to be too much wind. We can see everyone marshalling down at the start line. What are we starting out with?
So first up we have the men's under 16 single scull heats. There are two heats. So the first three will progress through to the final, and then it will be the next three fastest scullers. So when we come through to the final, which will be a bit later in the day, there will be full 9 lanes of scullers. In heat 1, just lining up at the 1,000 metre mark, being an under 16s. From Glebe, we have Benjamin Byrne, coached by Will Gregory and Ollie Klotz. In lane 2, from Marist College, we have Cooper Clark, coached by Alex Elwood and Harvey Elwood. Lane 3, from Leichhardt, Luca Wilson, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Lane 4, from Northern Beaches Secondary, Harrison Peaty, coached by Josh Hewitt and Kieran Kabelki. Lane 5, from Northern Beaches Secondary, Jack Krause, coached by Josh Hewitt and Kieran Kabelki. Lane 6, from Newcastle Grammar, Daniel Veazey. Lane 7, from St Augustine's, Oscar Porteous, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark. And lane 8, from Northern Beaches Secondary, Daniel Greuter, coached by Josh Hewitt and Kieran Kabelki. And in lane 9, from Newcastle Grammar, Aston Myers. Yes, full house. We can see them just tapping up to the start line at the moment.
Oh, they said turn your microphone on. There we go. I can hear myself echoing. So yeah, full field for this this first race. And how are they going, Mark? Are they nearly in place?
Well, yes, we can see them tapping up to the start line. They've got a minute till the official start time. Under 16, so it might be some of these boys' first races and first time out here at Cirque. The starter, we can now see the from the starter's hut, the camera just showing the starter trying to now get a straight line. For those of you watching on the screen, the starter will generally try and get as straight as possible. He won't, just given the vagaries of wind, different skills at tapping and a whole range of things, it will be as close to a line as possible.
I must admit, when you're actually doing it yourself, you don't realise how much is involved in getting a straight line. But this is a great perspective.
So it does look like he's nearly got a line there now.
And nice conditions this morning, no wind really.
Yeah, there's no wind certainly down this end of the course. As you look down the course though,
yes,
Catherine, you can see
ripple.
a little bit of breeze on the water. So a little bit of
just about lined up.
Gusting there, but nothing to talk about.
Particularly after yesterday's gale force, it's nice that conditions have calmed down a bit.
There we go, the just one recalcitrant over there in lane 3, tapping up. Looks like the starter has a good line, and they're off.
Excellent.
So this is the first heat of the men's under 16 scull. It'll be the first 3 through to the final, and then the next fastest 3 from both heats will go through to the final as well. So there's a real incentive for everybody to give it their best right through these heats.
Nice angle there that we can see people working hard. And
So the
and we're at the 250 already.
I think the red and white stripe that looks like Mossman is the Northern Beaches Secondary, who row out of the Mossman Club. We just see one of them there. I think you might have caught a buoy.
Well,
Just a little bit of a slip.
easy enough to do.
So I think we are missing one sculler there.
Are we?
Yeah, there's a there's an empty lane in lane 6. Oh, sorry, 7. So it's Oscar Porteous, isn't there? From St. Augustine's. So they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. We'll get a better, clearer picture as they come through. But looking out the window here, it does look to me to be Luca Wilson from Leichhardt has a slight lead over Jack Krause from Northern Beaches Secondary. So that's lanes 3 and 5, although lane 6 is pushing ahead as well. That's
Yes.
Daniel Veazey from Newcastle Grammar,
We can
possibly coached by Brad Smith.
It could well be, actually. So we've got, 2 from Newcastle Grammar in this race, Mark?
Pardon?
There's 2 from Newcastle.
2 from Newcastle Grammar, yes.
And then
Daniel
2 from-
Veazey and Aston Myers. So that's lanes 6 and 9.
And then 3 from Northern Beaches Secondary. So good showing in this first
So
race.
they've just come through the 500 metre mark, and we can see Luca Wilson from Leichhardt indeed does have a lead over the rest of the field. He's followed through by Cooper Clark in lane 2 from Marist College.
And then Daniel Vasey in lane 3. So let's see how that pans out as we go towards the 750.
Yeah, there's fairly healthy margins as they came through the 500 metres of a couple of seconds between each of the first 5 boats.
You can see
So
this.
we can see across the other side there, Luca Wilson in lane 3 has a cutting the glass water as he comes down, spearheading the group, and then he's followed on this side. I think it's by Daniel Veazey in lane 6.
Yes, looks like that. I think you're right, Mark.
And look over the far side there, Catherine, with Cooper Clark from Marist College as well. He's into the last 250 metres, pouring on the power.
Yep, we can see really pushing through to the end.
And don't discount Aston Myers over here in lane 9 either from Newcastle Grammar,
No,
although
absolutely.
he's quite some way back. But Luca Wilson from Leichhardt looking very comfortable, but I think Cooper Clark from Marist College has decided to take the lead on this one. They both know they're through to the final, so neither of them really pushing too hard by the look of it.
But beautiful, beautiful calm water.
And then Daniel Veazey from Newcastle Grammar, who looks a little bit smaller than the other guys as well.
But coming through to third.
Yeah, he's looking very good in third place.
So looks like Cooper Clark first.
Yeah,
Luca Wilson and Daniel Veazey. First,
and
second,
then
and
very
third.
tight there, but I think Aston Myers has just managed to pip, I think it's Harrison Peaty from Northern Beaches Secondary. So the winning time in that race, 4 minutes 02.96 with a margin of 0.89 and a further margin of 4.23.
And we're just coming through lane 8, coming through to the finish. And that's Daniel Greuter from Northern Beaches Secondary.
So down on the
Well
start
done.
line, just started as the second heat of the men's under-16 single scull over in lane 2 from Marist College, James Pantano. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Theodore Spack. Lane 3 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Cassius Young. Lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Connor Scott. Lane 5 from St. Augustine's, Oliver Kennedy. Lane 6 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Logan Johnson. Lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Thomas Graham. And in lane 8 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Zachary Lusher. So we're getting some great video footage there thanks to our friend John, who does a fantastic job of keeping us up with all the latest modern conveniences as far as video and sound, and the cameras on the Marshall's boats give us fantastic views of what's going on.
Yeah, you've got a great view of the action, see what's happening. So we're beginning to hit the stride in the season, aren't we, Mark? It's almost back-to-back regattas, Masters and Juniors for the next couple of months.
Excellent, absolutely, and that's what we like to see.
Great view there, as we can see from the camera on the Marshall's boat.
So that does look to be like...
is that lane 3 or lane 2?
Yeah, I think that was the lanes 2 and 3. So they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. We'll get a clearer picture once they start to come through there. But the action does look to be in lane 2 and in lane 7. So that's Theodore Spack from Newcastle Grammar and Thomas Graham from Hunter Valley Grammar. And just coming out of the light, way over in the far side there is James Pantano from Marist College in lane 1.
Ah, yes, you can see on the far side, absolutely.
And you see also in lane 5, we have Oliver Kennedy from St. Augustine's is in the mix as well. So there are 4 out in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, we can see 1 and 2, and then 5 and 7.
Yeah, so that's James Pantano over in lane 1, Theodore Spack in lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar. In the middle there in lane 5, it seems to be Oliver Kennedy from St. Augustine's, and in lane 7,
Thomas Graham from
Hunter Valley Grammar.
Let's see how this pans out.
And they're being pretty hotly pursued also by...
just had a slight wobble in lane 6. But
lane 6,
no,
yes.
back on course.
So that's Logan Johnson by Northern Beaches Secondary. He was hot on their tail, but he just had caught a little bit of a crab there, which slowed him down. He dropped back a bit.
But he's back on course, so let's see what he can do in this last part of the race.
So, Catherine, going to be very hard to call. We might also have a photo finish here, but we can just see James Pantano from Marist College over there in lane 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Has just upped his rating. Now he's into the last 250 metres, and he is going for it. It doesn't matter that he needs to save himself for the final. I think he can see Theodore Spack right beside him pushing, and so he's decided he's going to take it. Then right over close to us as well from Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 8, we have Zachary Lusher, who's pushing hard to make sure he stays ahead of Logan Johnson in lane 6.
So I think it's going.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. This is Thomas Graham and Oliver Kennedy.
Yeah, lane 7.
So, but look over the far side there. What a great finish from James Pantano. He's got himself in the lead. He's dropped it back a bit now.
Just a fraction, but he's going to be comfortably
going to cruise across the line, a length ahead of Theodore Spack. And then the third position will be over this side. Thomas Graham from Hunter Valley Grammar. And then
Oliver Kennedy from St. Augustine's.
Yeah, Oliver Kennedy from St. Augustine's. So you can see they gave it their all. It may just be a bit of a show, but a bit of lie down in the boat while they gather their breath. And similar time to the first heat of 4:09.96. So this will make for a very exciting final later in the day.
And then, given that this is usually my position in the field, we're just going to, for our last rower in lane 3, so that's Cassius Young. And our second last rower, Cassius Young, from Northern Beaches Secondary. And then we've also got...
Catherine, we have races roaring down the course.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, the women's under-16 single scull of again, which are 2 heats, is well underway, and the second heat is just about to start on the start line. They've just come through the 500 metre mark. Over in lane 3 from MLC School is Adelaide Abernathy. In lane 4 from Sydney, Ruby Mullins. Lane 5 from Glebe, Eloise Moore. Lane 6 from Nepean, Maya Edwards. Lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Ella Cousins. And in lane 8 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Kate Lonigan. Now these heats again, 1,000 metre races. There are 2 heats. It'll be the first 3 through to the final, and we can see those girls. They're
Working
just coming
very
up
hard.
to the last 250 metres, and it's pretty much a straight line with the first 5 scullers in this first heat. So we're in for a very exciting finish, but the action does seem to be, I think the lead
Here in the
could
middle.
be the 2 Hunter Valley Grammar girls in this side, over this side in lanes Ella Cousins and Kate Lonergan. But out there in the middle also, Adelaide Abernathy in lane 2 and Ruby Mullins lane 3 from Sydney are really battling it out. And
Slightly
in the middle, Maya Edwards.
Absolutely.
So it could be any of them, but I can think it's the Sydney's Ruby Mullins is now just pouring on the power as she comes into the well into the last 250 metres.
Pulling away.
Maya Edwards looks to have a slight edge over Ella Cousins and Kate Lonergan at this side, at the grandstand side of the course. And over on the far side there, Adelaide Abernathy too is really wants to make sure she's comfortably through to the final.
And in the mix as well, absolutely.
Yeah, but Ruby Mullins from Sydney has really extended her lead there, just in this last 300 metres of the race. Second and third place is going to be pretty tight, but I would say it's going to be Adelaide Abernathy over on the far side.
Yep, and we've got a real,
and we might have a photo for the coveted third position to get through. I would call it as lane 8, Kate Lonergan, and then Maya Edwards from the Nepean.
That was pretty tight, Mark.
So that's fantastic racing, and that was the first heat of the women's under-16 single scull. The second heat is roaring down the course, so just come through the 500-metre mark.
And just a bit of a shout-out for our glebe rower here finishing up on the course in lane 5,
yes,
Eloise
something must have happened, because that's most unlike Eloise to be so far back in the field. But roaring down the course over on the far side from Glebe, we have Lucy Meek in lane 2, in lane 3 from Askham, Ingsy Dive, who also rose out of Glebe. In lane 4 from Glebe, Anna Ward. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Myla Leal Henville. Lane 6 from Manning Valley Anglican, Nia Simmons. Lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgia Foster. And in lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Elliot Munro. And how are they going? Well, it does look to be, to me, Ingsy, as we would expect.
Out there in lane 2.
Our Glebe girl rowing under her school banner of Askham today has a fairly healthy lead, and then it does look to be Elliot Munro over this side. What do you reckon, Catherine?
I'm thinking you might be right. Now, is this Lucy Meek's first race from Glebe?
I'm not sure if it's her first, but Lucy's doing fairly well, but I don't think she's going to get through to the final.
But
just over
certainly
in lane 1 there, looking very nice,
comfortable.
Though.
So how are we going on this side of the field, Mark?
So, well, it does seem to be, I think Elliot Munro from Newcastle Grammar is right up there. She's actually battling it out with Georgia Foster for Hunter Valley Grammar. And then out there in the middle in the Glebe Zooty, we have Anna Ward really powering it on. She's well through to those girls are all now into the last 500 metres. There's about 5 or 6 lengths, even more.
Inksy's looking very comfortable.
Ingsy Dive has a very comfortable lead. She's sealed her position in the final.
But have we got a Glebe girl there running up for 2?
Well, I think we do. We might have Glebe's Anna Ward, I think, is probably going to take the second spot. It's a real battle. Look at the way Lucy Meek over the far side has come back. She might well take the third spot. Come on, Lucy. Oh, it's going to be very close, but I think she's just been pipped by...
at 2 and 7, it was very close, Mark.
By Georgia Foster from Hunter Valley Grammar. So we'll wait for the official
we can't be partisan, but it's
there.
Very nice to see
we can be a little bit partisan.
Well, it's nice to see our Glebe young women trying so hard and working so hard.
So the unofficial results were...
Ingsy Dive first place.
Well, we're just waiting for it to come up on our screens.
Followed by...
So, yeah, sorry, Catherine and I got so excited by seeing our Glebe girls race across the line. That,
We missed the places.
We didn't miss the places, but but Ingsy had a very clear lead there, looking fantastic.
Very powerful.
And what a great comeback by Lucy Meek as well.
Absolutely. But I've seen her, she's been working very hard this season, sort of out consistently, working really hard.
So fantastic racing this morning so far.
I know. I must admit, it's my first time in the commentary box, but what a great view you have. It's very special.
Oh, we have the best view in the house, of course.
So a bit of a delay, I think, because
we need to be able to see what's going on.
I think, so we're just getting ready for our first 2K race.
Yeah, so we just wait for the starter to go down.
Find their way back down to the end.
To the 2,000 metre mark, and we can see the Marshall boats also heading way down to the 2,000 metre mark.
And so we've got 3 heats of the men's under 17 single scull. So what do we have? First,
so with the 3 heats, those that progress through the final, you see it's the first two through to the final, and then which will be race 35, and then there'll be the 3 next fastest. So again, there'll be a full house. And I did notice in the program there are some where there's even more heats. And I think I saw that it was just the first, once we get to the men's under 19s.
So first one through.
It's only going to be the first through to the final, and then the 4 next fastest.
Right, so it's much...
So the focus has changed a little bit from where we used to just be the first of each heat would go through to the final, to now where they've wound that back slightly and doing it on time, so that it means that everybody's going to, if you weren't in the first 3, for example, everybody's got to really keep pushing if they want to get that opportunity to go through. So the only difference is if the wind comes up between heats, but it's a bit unlikely, can happen.
But yeah, so we've got our people, our volunteers, we can see our boat holders. That's a tough job being a boat holder, because you're on your stomach all day. But it's a highly valuable job, because I know when you're sitting at the start line feeling nervous, a boat holder can really make the difference to how you feel.
Oh, it's a hugely important job. It's you know, we encourage everybody to volunteer. These regattas don't run without volunteers. We're all volunteers here today, and particularly timekeepers. So if you're ever out here, you know, watching your children row, you've got a couple of hours to spare, please put your hand up, contact Rowing New South Wales. We can never have enough volunteers.
And it's a great way to feel involved, and to understand more about what's going on, but no.
So even today, although everything's running incredibly smoothly, thanks to the amazing staff at Rowing New South Wales, we are still short of volunteers. So some of you fabulous volunteers working today are doing very long shifts, simply because we don't have the numbers to keep everything moving.
Now, I think our boat holders today are from Penrith, is that right?
I'm not sure.
Yep, I think, and I'll double check that, but I think our boat holders are from Penrith Rowing Club. So a bit of a shout out to Penrith Rowing Club. Thank you very much for making yourselves available to help us out. We're just getting people lined up. How many in this? We've got a full field again, Mark? Nine.
Well, it says full field, but there's a lane missing. So they're underway. We won't actually... so lane 6 is missing. So that's the Mossman Sculler, Lorenz Gandor. But we won't really have much idea, and not a lot to say, Catherine, until they probably get to the 1,000-metre mark. Where we'll get some time splits as well. There's I think that's Hunter Valley.
Yes, that looks, I think you're right.
Not sure. I don't think their stripes are quite so prominent. It's a bit hard to tell.
It's an unusual view from here.
Looking very good, that Sculler.
That's high praise from you, Mark Tejan. I know that you are a man with very high standards.
Oh. Limited.
Good view of one of our boat holders, I think there. Is that right? Yes. not realising they're on camera. Must admit, I think I've only ever done one 2K race. It's such a long way.
Oh, you don't want to do 2K races, not at our age, Catherine.
Absolutely not. Way too old. Nonetheless, it's great to see it. So, who have we got here?
We're just coming up to the first 500 metres, so within 2K race they'll be well into their rhythm by now, you would expect, and as we can see there, not quite sure who.
Can you see any bow numbers? I can't see them from here.
The bow numbers from behind. Not very easy. I don't think that boat has a bow number on it somehow.
No, I have noticed a few bow numbers missing, but that tends to happen.
You see also he is, so whether it's a slight cross breeze or whether it's just his navigating, but he is quite close to his
Stroke side, yes.
Stroke side poise. He's now getting himself back into the centre, almost as if he's listening to us, getting himself back into the centre of the lane.
Which is a much more comfortable place to be. Your mic's off. Ah, Mark's done it now. Mark's had his mic off.
So I was busy chatting away, giving you very vital updates with my microphone off. But as
we're beginning to get a bit of a view now.
Yeah, we're probably about 600-700 metres into the race now. We can see they'll be coming up to the 1,000 metre mark soon. So this is the first 2,000 metre race of the day, and we can see those three scullers are all pretty close together. So
sort of in a line, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, fairly. So we can see possibly a very exciting finish here.
Provided they can hold on, but I mean they're young people. They've got lots of energy. They've been training hard.
Oh yes, under 17 energy to burn.
750, absolutely, Mark. You're quite right. Who's that there? That's lane 3. We've got Rocco Griffiths from Northern.
No, oh yeah, Rocco Griffiths
from Northern Beaches Secondary, in shot and camera right there now.
He's very nice drive. He's getting there.
Nice push. Yes, you can see it.
Little masterclass there from Rocco, and we're just seeing the Thomas Maitef.
In lane 7.
Who looks to have a lead over the rest of the field, but they're just coming through the 1,000 metre mark now. So, yes, it's Thomas Maitef in lane 7 in the lead.
And then
very close between Rocco Griffiths, Henry O'Hare and Jesse Allwood.
We've got about 3 or 4 rowers on the
and
far
then a
side.
margin of nearly 4 seconds back to William Spewy. And quite some distance back to Ben Ward and then Hugo Cole. So Thomas Maitef, a very nice lead there. He's come through the 1,000 metre marks in 3:58, and he has nearly 6 seconds lead over Rocco Griffiths. And when there was a very tight margin between
the rest of
Rocco
them
Griffiths, Henry O'Hare and Jesse Elwood. So those were the 3 that we were watching earlier in from the camera on the Marshall boat that's following them.
So we're coming up to about, 12:50 by about now?
Oh, yeah. A little bit hard to tell. So yeah, they'll be coming up to the 1,500 metre mark before too long, where we have some fabulous volunteers from Glebe in the timing hut.
We do indeed. And look, really nice conditions on the whole this morning.
Oh, the conditions are absolutely fantastic. We couldn't get it better. No bright sun in our eyes.
No, I'm not complaining about that.
Bit hard to talk about temperature because we're sitting here in air-conditioned comfort.
It isn't a bad place to be on a typical Penrith summer day. I haven't looked at the forecast for the rest of the day.
The 1,500 metre mark here. This is heat 1 of the men's under 17 single scull. It's only the first 2 through to the final, and then all the rest will be on time. And then it'll be the next 3 fastest out of the 3 heats. but a very comfortable lead now by Thomas Maitef
Yeah, he seems to have
from
held that.
Newcastle Grammar. He's extended his lead by about 3 or 4 boat lengths, and very close there. They were all neck and neck. That was Henry O'Hare from St Augustine's, Jesse Elwood from Marist, and
William
I think
Spewey.
William Spewey from Leichhardt.
So they seem to be in a bit of a pack
And
there.
Rocco Griffiths was also in the mix there.
Yeah, he seems to have been.
So very tight for the 3rd spot, but those boys will all be racing for time. Oh, well, Jesse Elwood is, so there's barely 2 seconds between the 2nd and 5th place positions.
It's very
as they
tight
come
there.
through the 1500 metre, and we can now see them from up here in our fabulous view way up here in the commentary box, and we can clearly see Thomas Maitef in his lead, but it is William Spewey over here from Leichhardt
Who's pulling up.
He certainly is, and out there in the middle also, I think it's Henry O'Hare from, Jesse Elwood.
And is Rocco Griffiths in the mix there as well?
Just a little bit behind, I think.
Yes,
so we can see
Thomas Maitef has really held on to it the entire way.
He is, but look at William Spewey from Leichhardt in lane 9 here,
who's
pushing
really
through. They've got about 150 metres to go.
And he is coming. He's coming for him, isn't he, Mark? I can see that.
He certainly is. Well, it's only the first 2 through to the final, and we can see over there from Marist College, Jesse Elwood really pushing as well. Rocco Griffiths from Northern Beaches Secondary.
Yes, we've got.
No, it's Jesse Elwood. So the blue for the Marist College.
So is lane 9 going to take it out? It's pretty close to the finish.
Well, William Spewey, I think, is going to take the 2nd spot. Thomas Maitef
794,
held on to his lead.
Unofficially.
Followed through by William Spewey, and then over on the far side, Jesse Elwood, who put on a fantastic push there to get through. But he's not automatically through to the final. It was only the first 2 through. The unofficial time was 8 minutes 14.95. Margin of 0.83 back to William Spewey, and then 2 seconds back to Jesse Elwood.
And then we've got our scullers in lanes 2, Hugo Cole and also Ben Ward. And we've got the 2nd heat is on the course as well.
2nd heat's on the water, coming down to the first
So we've got in
1,000 metre mark.
Lane 2, we've got Kieran Newman from Redlands. Lane 3, Fraser Smith from Marist College. Jay Dwight from Glebe. James Baker from Nepean in lane 5. In lane 6, Blake Auger from Marist College. In lane 7, we have Leighton Showman from Mossman. In lane 8, Massimo Fitzsimon from Leichhardt. And then in lane 9, we have Hamish Searle from Kinross Walleroy. How's it looking, Mark?
Well, we're just waiting for them to, they're about to hit the, come through the 1,000 metres. So we'll get a better picture of what's happening then. And we can see the following race has just started too, I think. Could see the starter's light flashing.
No rest for the wicked.
So they're being racked and stacked today. It can keep us on our toes.
And then we move, so after these 2 men's under 17 heats, we move into the women's under 17. And we'll have 2 heats of that. So now, what have we got? We've got, I think...
Yeah, so as they came through the 1,000 metre mark, Leighton Showman
from Mossman. No, yeah, so it looked like Leighton Showman from Mossman, and then Hamish Searle.
Yeah, not quite as far, so this race is quite a bit slower than that first heat. So some of those boys that were really pushing, I think, through to the, that very close finish we saw, I think the time was 8:14, but as they came through the 1,000 metres, it was sort of just over 4 minutes, whereas this is now 5:52. Oh, that's at the 1,500 metres, no?
So
take
that back.
They've snuck up on us a little bit faster than we thought. And we can see the action here is Kinross Wallaroy's Hamish Searle in lane 9 does look to be, they may have a slight lead over Leighton Showman from Mossman, so the positions have
7.
changed slightly, but those two are really battling it out. They know it's first two through to the final. They've certainly comfortably have it over the rest of the field.
And then we've got 4 more or less in a line there
Yes.
behind them. So yes, but these boys are really battling it
just
out.
coming into the last 250 metres of the race. And Kinross Wallaroy's Hamish Searle has certainly pushed himself through and is holding, looks like about half a boat length over
Leighton Sherman.
Yeah, who is now pushing hard as well. So they're battling it out. They don't really, oh, well, it is on time, but these first two are automatically through to the final, and it'll be the next 3 fastest across all 3 heats on time that get through.
So it's going to be very close, but I think Kinross Wallaroy from lane 9 might have it.
Yeah, and he knows he has it. He's just dropped his rating back to just put on a little bit of a cruise as he crosses the finish line.
So
He knows he's comfortably through.
unofficially, that's Hamish Searle from Kinross Wallaroy, followed by...
Leighton Showman from Mossman.
And then over there in lane 2, we have Kieran Newman from Redland.
I think lane, oh no, yeah, you're right. Lane 2, Kieran, very close though. No,
Oh,
just pipped, I reckon.
By Leichhardt in lane 8, Massimo Fitzsimon, James Baker.
That's Marist Colours just crossing.
And lane 6, Blake Auger. Did our glebe rower not start? I've just noticed.
Oh yeah, no, here he comes.
Oh, here he comes. Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, no, Dylan's there.
That's Jay Dwight.
Oh, Jay, sorry. Dylan's in the next race,
Yeah.
which is roaring down the course. So this is the 3rd heat of the men's under 17 single scull. Again, the first 2 through to the final, and it'll be the next 3 fastest on time.
So in lane 2, we have Lachlan Schofield from St Augustine's. Lane 3, Banjo Kirkham from Northern Beaches Secondary. Dylan Watson from Glebe in lane 4. Oliver Tucker from Mossman in lane 5. Bailey Marr from Marist in lane 6. Ewan Humphreys from Mossman in lane 7. Mitchell Waddy from Marist College also in lane 8. And Bailey Crop from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 9. So pretty full fields in these races, Mark.
Yeah, that's how we like it.
And I think some of these boys, it might be their first 2K race. Would that be right?
I have absolutely no idea.
I think some of these boys, it might be their first 2K race. They've just kind of clocked over the next year, so they've gone from 1 to 2Ks. And that's a big step up.
Yeah, so we can see as they come down the course now, there's a clear lead by, it is
lane
Ewan
7.
Humphreys from Mossman in lane 7.
It seems to be lucky lane 7, Mark, this morning.
Oh, well, yeah, I think it's on ability though. I don't think it's the luck of the lane draw. And over in lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Banjo Kirkham. So those two do look to be out in lead. Lane 8 also, Mitchell Waddy from
From Marist.
College. But we'll know as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. We'll have been through the 1,000 metre.
No, they've snuck up on us.
We can look in the screen there. They're coming up to the 1,500. So
Ewan Humphreys.
Humphreys from Mossman had the lead as they came through the 1,000 metres, followed by Lachlan Schofield, then Mitchell Waddy. Fairly spread out field, this one.
Got a lot of Marist rowers in this event as well. I think we've had 6 Marist rowers across the 3 heats.
So we can see there the Mossman sculler Ewan Humphreys has just come through the 1,500 metre mark with a very healthy lead over the rest of the field. We're waiting for the rest of them to catch up. Over there in lane 2 from St Augustine's. Oh, very close. So lane 2 and lane 8, I think it was.
Also from Marist. Mitchell Waddy.
Yeah, so that's Lachlan and Lachlan, Schofield, Mitch and Waddy, really opposite sides of the course, which makes it very difficult. But
But battling it out.
Yeah, whether they've seen each other is the other thing. So when you're on opposite sides of the course, you don't necessarily know there's somebody there right with you. But as they came through on the camera, they were neck and neck.
And as your coach would normally say, keep your head in the boat.
Absolutely.
Don't look at what's happening out there. But certainly we've got Ewan Humphreys pretty comfortably out in the lead.
Ewan Humphreys very comfortably out in the lead, coming up to the last 250 metres. And we can see the over on the far side, Lachlan Schofield from St Augustine's has just upped his rating, I reckon, to make sure he's going to try and get through to the final. It's the first two through automatically, then the next on
it's
time.
on time.
I think Lachlan Schofield over the far side from St Augustine's is probably very hard to tell. Mitchell Waddy is taken on the challenge. He's here in lane 8.
Yeah, he's certainly giving him a run for his money.
So the real battle for the coveted second position to automatically go through to the final. But very comfortable lead there by Ewan Humphreys from Mothman, showing the rest of the field how it's done.
In lane 7.
And I think the challenge, Mitchell Waddy has managed to take it back to Lachlan Schofield over the far side and is just going to pip him across the line by about 3/4 of a boat length.
So yes, third we've got...
Fantastic position there. Yeah, that was Lachlan Schofield from St Augustine's over in the far side.
And then we've got the rest of the field coming through.
So we've just been asked to remind all coaches and cycle riders, you must wear helmets, please. If you're getting on that bike, make sure that you have your helmet with you.
Now, we're being terribly disloyal here, Mark. Here's our Dylan Watson finishing the field. So
Dylan
well done.
Looking very nice as he crosses the line there. Possibly could do with a little bit more ratio in his strokes. Let the boat run between strokes, but a fantastic effort. I think
Lane 9, Bailey Crop from Hunter Valley Grammar finishing up, and then we've got our last sculler coming through. Is that Oliver Tucker, I think?
Yeah, so...
our last two scullers coming through, Oliver Tucker and Lachlan Schofield.
The unofficial time there was Ewan Humphreys in 7 minutes 51.28, which is a pretty fast for an under-17 race. Followed through by a margin of 10.63 to Mitchell Waddy. So those two would be first through to the final. Then it was Lachlan Schofield. They're followed across by Bailey Marr from Marist College. Dylan Watson from Glebe, fantastic effort. Bailey Crop from Hunter Valley Grammar and Oliver Tucker from Mossman.
And then we've got our young women on the course already. So do you want to call the field, Mark?
Yes.
First heat of the women's under-17 scull.
We have the women's under-17 single scull. There are 2 heats. So with these races, it'll be the first 3 through to the finals and then the next 3 fastest on time. So in lane 2 from Mossman, Isabel Armstrong. In lane 3 from Mossman, Emily Kemper-Massey. Lane 4 from Nepean, Ali Taylor. Lane 5 from Mossman, Amelia Reid. Lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Heidi McKenzie. Lane 7 from Kinross Walleroy, Rani Jarrett. And lane 8 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgia O'Brien.
So where are we at? We've still got some footage, I think at the moment, we've still got just the footage from the officials' boat.
Yeah, we're waiting for them to come up to the 1,500 metres. They've come through the 1,000 metres, but where Emily Kemper-Massey was in the lead. She was followed by Amelia Reid and then Georgia O'Brien.
So we've got Mossman in the first 2 places at this stage, but it's still pretty early in the race.
Yes.
There's a long way to go.
Long way to go.
Yes, I know.
So as they're coming up to the 1500 metre mark, we will see them cross that line.
It seems to be lane 7 again, Mark.
Rani Jarek, I don't...
Or am I calling that wrong? Or is it Rainy? Oh,
we
There's no line.
don't have... We do have timing in the 1500 metre hut, I think, so we'll get them as they come through.
let's have a look. See.
Just now we're starting to see, yes, so it is lane 7, Kinross Walleroy Rani Jarek. Looking very comfortable there. She has a very healthy lead over the rest of the field. She's been followed across by, a bit hard to see, I don't think there is a bow number there, but it's Heidi McKenzie.
Is it in lane?
Then Ellie Taylor. And
Heidi
then over on the far side there, Isabel Armstrong, and she'll be followed across by, I'd say that's lane 4.
Is that lane 4? That would be Ellie Taylor from Nepean?
But we'll just look out the window and see what we can see, and down there we can see it is lane 7, so that's Kinross Walleroy's
Rani Jarek.
Rani Jarek, and then it's a battle for the second position.
It looks like lane 5, Amelia Reid, and
I think Heidi McKenzie, and in lane 6, and Ellie Taylor from Nepean. And then over to the other side of Ellie Taylor, we have Isabel Armstrong in lane 2.
From Mossman.
So very comfortable lead there by Rani Jarek from Kinross Walleroy. This is the first heat of the women's under 17 single scull. There are 2 heats. They're just coming into the last 250 metres. It's first 3 through to the final, the rest on time.
Now that's a nice view, Mark, that you can see on the screen there, that low down on the water's view.
Ah, yes. Sorry, I was looking out the window to see the race. So they've got about 150 metres to go. Rani Jarek from Kinross Walleroy looking very comfortable. She's just dropped her rating down because she knows she doesn't have to work hard. She's going to save it all for the final. The battle there, well, it's not really a battle, so second and third positions are very comfortable as well.
Is that
we
Amelia
can see
Reid?
Heidi McKenzie also has dropped her rating right down to conserve her energy.
Heidi McKenzie.
Over there from Nepean, Ellie Taylor, just maintaining good solid stroke rate, and on the far side it's Isabel Armstrong from Mossman is probably working, I'm not quite sure, yes, she's working hard to stay in the mix. The first 3 know they're through to the final.
That's Heidi McKenzie and Ellie Taylor.
Yeah, so that was Rani Jarek from Kinross Walleroy in a unofficial time of 9 minutes 2 seconds.
And then the Mossman.
Then Heidi McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar. Ellie Taylor, so those first 3 will go through the final. They were followed across by Isabel Armstrong, Emily Kemper-Massey and Amelia Reid.
So all our Mossman rowers.
And there's still one to come, and it is Georgina O'Brien from Hunter Valley Grammar.
And we've got our second heat on the water. Is this a slightly smaller field?
Roaring down the course, we have race 9, which is heat 2 of the women's under 17 single scull. Over in lane 2 from Redlands, we have Isabella Solgard. Lane 3 from Mossman, Heidi Heap. Lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgie Jones. Lane 5 from Mossman, Amelia Darcy. Lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Kensington Steele. Lane 7 from Leichhardt, Mia Simkovich. And in lane 8 from Redlands, Isabel Campbell. And as we can see, I think it's
lane 2? Is it lane 2
Heidi
out
Heap
there?
from lane 2, lane 2 from Mossman, and Amelia Darcy from Mossman seem to have a lead. And then over here in lane 8, Isabel Campbell.
From Redlands.
Yeah, Kensington Steele also, who we've seen perform strongly at previous regattas, out there in lane 6 is also doing fairly well. So again, it's first 3 through to the final. So they're battling for the coveted third position. I think we can see Heidi Heap has
In lane
a very
three.
comfortable lead over the rest of the field, but whether she can hold that, so they're just coming through the 1500 metres now,
So
or
what's
they've come through, and Heidi Heap, yes, comfortably in the lead, way ahead of the rest of the field, 18 seconds in fact. Then Isabel Campbell and Amelia Darcy, followed closely by Kensington Steele.
From Newcastle Grammar. I assume also coached by Brad Smith.
I don't think... I'm not sure that Brad's actually doing much hands-on coaching anymore.
Not so much?
He's the head of coaching, or he's the head of sports.
But
so
I know he's been very encouraging.
He's climbed very, very quickly up the ladder there at Newcastle Grammar, but we love to see the benefits of all the work that he's doing out here on the course today.
And I know he was putting a big focus on their young women's program, so it's great to see.
So Heidi Heap there from Mossman, coming into the last 250 metres of the race. She's just got a little bit of a wobble there as the bit of wash from the Marshall boats hit her. But she's got it well under control as she commands her lead over the rest of the field. Being followed through, so it's the first three through to the final. Isabel Campbell from Redlands, I think.
In lane 8?
Yeah, has the second position.
And then
it's a real battle for third, the coveted third, to make sure you're through to the final is out there in the middle of the field. It is between Kensington Steele from Newcastle Grammar and Amelia Darcy from Mossman. And they are both really pushing. They might even catch Isabel Campbell, who's taken up the challenge. She can see them coming. She's here closest to the grandstand, but look at Kensington Steele from Newcastle Grammar has really wound it up, and will she be able to, I think she's managed to get about half a length in front of Amelia Darcy from Mossman, so she wants to make sure she's through to that final.
So our leader's finished, that's Heidi
Heap from Mossman, it's crossed the line very comfortably through to the final. Then it's going to be Isabel Campbell from Redlands.
Who's
and
held
what
on.
A fantastic comeback from Kensington Steele from Newcastle Grammar. She really pushed through at about 400 metres out and has just managed to get herself half a boat length in front of Amelia Darcy from Mossman.
And then we have our other two scullers finishing up.
Yeah, the three actually, Catherine.
Three more. There's one, one
yeah.
behind the pillar, which I couldn't quite see.
So over on the far side there, that does look like another Redlands girl from the colours. It's Isabel Solgaard, but she's going to be pipped just on the line by Hunter Valley Grammar's Georgie Jones, and then it is Mia Simkovic from Leichhardt. And roaring down the course now, we have the first heat of the men's under-19 double scull, and there are two heats in this.
So that's the first three through to the final?
First three through to the final, next three fastest on time. So over in lane 1 from Mossman, we have Floris Elias. Floris and Tobias Elias. In lane 2 from St Augustine's, Rory Parker and Hamish Wise. In lane 3 from Manning Valley Anglican, Oliver Sampson and Rian Watkins. Lane 4 from Marist College, Oscar Sparrett and Riley Elliott. Lane 5 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Liam Lidgard and Finn Stanley. Lane 6 from Marist College, Roland Carter and Riley Dale. Lane 7 from Redlands, Connor Morrison, Toby Anderson. Lane 8 from Hunter Valley Grammar, William Hunt and Hayden Melmoth. And in lane 9 from Harry Dimmock from Sydney Rowing Club and Luke Purdy from Newcastle Uni. And the Harry Dimmock and Luke Purdy have a comfortable lead over the rest of the field. They're closest to the grandstand there in lane 9,
in lane
and
9.
the cross in lane 2. It does look like the Elias brothers, I presume they're brothers. But
now
out here in the middle of the field as well, we have Roland Carter and Riley Dale. It's only the first three through to the final. They look to have a slight lead over lane
2?
No, lane 6, Roland Carter and Riley Dale. Lane 2 over the far side, that's Floris and Tobias Elias.
They're not Kitty Elias's sons, are
No, I've checked with our Kitty Elias, who's no relation.
they? Oh, okay.
Out there in the middle, it is a bit hard to tell, but they're coming into the last 250 metres, and the battle is on to, it's going to be the first 3 through the final. It's been very comfortably in the lead. The composite of Harry Dimmock from Sydney Rowing Club and Luke Purdy over this side, they know they're comfortably through. They're just cruising at the moment. Look at the Tobias brothers over on the far side,
They
really
are
going for it.
Yeah.
Then out here in the middle, it is the Marist College, Roland Carter and Riley Dale battling it out with their compatriots, Oscar Sparrett and Riley Elliott, over in lane 4.
So it's, lane 9. It looks like they're comfortably through the composite.
So the university boys, Harry Dimmock and Luke Purdy, have very comfortably taken
Looking
first
very
position.
nice. Followed by the Elias brothers.
Yep, over in the far side, and then we have Roland Carter and Riley Dale in third position. So
From
those
Marist.
first 3 will be through to the final. Then it is Oscar Sparrett and Riley Elliott. They'll be followed across by Connor Morrison and Toby Anderson.
Followed by
Then,
Redlands.
Oliver Sampson and Rian Watkins. And the other boys coming down the course, they know they haven't made it, so...
We've got Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 8.
Yeah,
We've got
just
William Hunt
cruising
and
down
Hayden
to
Milmuth.
the finish. So, pretty exciting race there. The unofficial time, 7 minutes and 7 seconds. That's not too bad for, even though we consider the Harry Dimmock and Luke Purdy were relatively cruising at the end there. So roaring down the course, we now have the second heat of the men's under-19 double scull over in lane 1 from Redlands, Henry Dobson and Oscar Pearce. Lane 2 from Sydney, Frederick Way and Oscar Way. I presume they're brothers. Lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Mitchell Chung and William Bird. Lane 4 from Marist College, Garvin Hayes and Harrison Braithwaite. Lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Harrison Scully Osmond and Zachary Jones. Lane 6 from Leichhardt, Carter Clifton and Remy Wilson. Lane 7 from Leichhardt, Dylan Lee and Peter Simkovich. And in lane 8 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Lachlan Davies and Vaughan Henderson.
Nice to see someone called Frederick. It was my father's name. It's an old-fashioned name, but it's a good one.
Not that old-fashioned, it's my second name.
Oh, I didn't. I've known you for years and never knew that, Mark Tejan. So now what can we see? I think it looks to me like lane 4, is it?
So, yeah, a little bit hard to tell. They've come through the 1,000-metre mark. So when they, so it was the Garvin Hayes and Harrison Braithwaite had a lead over Frederick, over the Way brothers.
So that was lane 4.
And then it was Carter Clifton and Remy Wilson in third position, but
In
very
lane 6.
hotly pursued by Henry Dobson, Oscar Pearce, Harrison Scully Osmond and
Zach Jones.
Matt Jones and Dylan Lee and Peter Simkovich, and actually very tight right across the rest of the field.
Yeah, there's not much
so
in it,
it
is
could
there?
be anyone in the third spot. So this is going to make for a very exciting finish because it's the first 3 through to the finals and then the next on time. So they're all doing their very best to make sure they can see if they can get through.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot of inexperienced drivers out there. So it irritates me because it's not fair.
No, it's awful.
And we're just, as they get coming into the last 500 metres of this race, it does look to be lane 5 to me, which is the Hunter Valley Grammar's Harrison Scully Osmond and, Harrison and Zachary Jones. They're coming up to they've come through the 1,500 metre mark there. It was, so Garvin Hayes and Harrison Braithwaite, then followed by the Oscar and Frederick Way.
But lane 4 seems...
Then Dylan Lee and Peter Simkovich. I'm just sort of confusing myself by reading off the screens. It's easier to look out the window and see
I
what's
think
happening, where we can really see what's going as they're coming into the last 500
Let's go old
metres
school. So
of this race, and they're roaring down the course there. Out in lane 4, it is Garvin Hayes and Harrison Braithwaite from Marist College have a fairly comfortable lead over the rest of the field. The rest of the field spread out slightly.
But there's
very
a
hard to tell. It is lane 7, Dylan Lee and Peter Simkovich from Leichhardt. And in lane 6, right beside them, Carter Clifton and Remy Wilson. And way over the far side there in lane 1, Henry Dobson and Oscar Pearce
from
are working pretty hard to, they've managed to pull ahead of the other contenders in this race, but and they've just had a mishap. So whether and they've managed to keep their placing, I think. They've got it back together.
That was pretty quick, but we've got a battle here between the Leichhardt crews.
Very comfortable lead here by Garvin Hayes and Harrison Braithwaite. The real battle here is in for second and third positions.
With the
It's
Leichhardt
the two
crews.
Leichhardt crews. It's Dylan Lee and Peter Simkovich closer to us.
And Carter Clifton and Remy Wilson.
Pipped by Carter Clifton and Remy Wilson. What a fantastic finish there. And so those will be the first 3 through. Over on the far side, although
Lane
they had
1,
that mishap, they've just managed to Henry Dobson and Oscar Pearce pip the
Hunter Valley Grammar crew.
Harrison Scully Osman and Zachary Jones.
And then we've got another Hunter Valley Grammar crew finishing up.
So very exciting finish there. It was Garvin Hayes and Harrison Braithwaite in a time of 7:11.45. They were followed through by Carter Clifton and Remy Wilson. Then Dylan Lee and Peter Simkovich, both those crews from Leichhardt. Followed by Henry Dobson and Oscar Pearce from Redlands, Harrison Scully Osman, Zachary Jones from Hunter Valley Grammar, Mitchell Chung and William Bird from Newcastle Grammar, and Lachlan Davies and Vaughan Henderson from Hunter Valley Grammar, and the final crew from Sydney, Oscar and Frederick Way. Something must have happened to them because those two were in contention earlier in the race.
Now, whilst we're talking, we've got our glebe ladies on the course mark. So in lane 2, we've got Patricia Boland and Lucy Yabsley, coached by the inimitable Milan Parker. Lane 3, Mossman, Elise Coates and Eloise Stevens. Lane 4, Newcastle Grammar, Roxanna Brown and Sadie Smart. MLC, Eliza Kershaw McDonald and Sophie Winnell. Lane 6 is Scratch. Lane 7 from UTS, Charlotte Olivier and Isabella Henderson. Lane 8, MLC, Ashley Denton and Rebecca Beaton. And then in lane 9 from Redlands, we have Catherine Budden and Jemima Hugman. So where are we at, Mark?
Well, this is heat 1 of the women's under-19 double scull. Again, it's first 3 through to the final. And as they're coming into view, I would call it as, it does look to be Elise Coates and Eloise Stevens battling it out over on the far side with Patricia Boland and Lucy Yabsley. Then a closer to us from Charlotte Olivier and Isabel Henderson.
In lane 7.
In lane 7. So those 3 look to be the crews that will go through the final. There's a bit of a challenge over this side closest to us from Catherine Budden and Jemima Hugman. And but as we'd expect, we can see Lucy Yabsley and Paddy Boland holding a very good position over in the far side in lane 1. Right next to them, Elise Coates and Eloise Stevens. And then out in the UTS crew is giving them a very good hurry up. That's Charlotte Olivier and Isabella Henderson.
But strong crew in lane 3 as well from Mossman, Elise and Eloise.
Oh yes, the girls will know that that provided they're in the first 3, they don't need to really push themselves. So there's a lot of tactics in these longer races as well, the 2,000 metre races, and when it's a heat, if you don't need to push hard and you can comfortably get through to the final, there's no point in...
you want something
in the tank. You want to save your energy.
For later in the day to get when you get to the pointier end. So
So
we're
they-
looking at lane 6. Does that look like third to you, Mark?
Oh yes, so that's actually lane 7.
Oh, lane 7?
So that's Charlotte Olivier and Isabella Henderson. So they are currently holding third position. Out in the front is Elise Coates and Eloise Stevens from Mossman, and they have right on their shoulder Paddy Boland and Lucy Yabsley from Glebe. So those 3 crews will all be through to the final unless there's some serious mishap as they come into the last 250 metres of the race. There's quite a gap back to the rest of the field. It would all look pretty close.
Is it lane
would
9
be
in fourth?
between Catherine Budden and Jemima Hugman from Redlands in lane 9 closest to us, and then in lanes 4 and 5 out there in the middle, which is Roxana Brown from Newcastle Grammar, and Sadie Smart, and Liza Kershaw, McDonald, and Sophie Winnell from MLC School.
We've just got the Mossman crew, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates.
So we can see the
pulling
Mossman
ahead.
crew has got a slightly higher rating than Lucy and Paddy from Glebe. Lucy and Paddy are just being tactical, I think, and we can see they're not working too hard. They're just
Pushing
cruising
nicely.
very nicely to the through to the finish.
And then we've got the UTS crew over here, Charlotte Olivier and
Yes,
Isabella
so-
Henderson, and it looks like they'll comfortably take third.
Well, they'll comfortably take third position, but there's actually a big
time
gap
as well.
back to them. So the winning time there, unofficial, is 7 minutes 38.49 with a margin of 4.4 seconds. But we can see Lucy and Paddy and the Mossman girls are all just rowing off. You do that also to give the impression to the rest of the fields that this was absolutely no effort whatsoever. It's all in the tactics.
Absolutely.
So
I think
Charlotte Olivier and Isabel Henderson have just crossed the line. They were at 21 seconds back, and then the rest of the field is just coming through.
we've got Jemima Hugman and Catherine Budden.
Yeah, in lane 9 from Redlands, and then
Roxana
over
Brown.
in lane 4, Roxana Brown, Sadie Smart, just beating Eliza Kershaw, McDonald, Sophie Winnell.
And then in lane 8, we've got Ashley Denton and Rebecca Beaton. And we've got our second heat is on the water by now,
So
Mark.
I might just take a little breather here, Catherine,
It's
because
still
it'll be
too
a while
exciting.
before they get through.
So I think we've got the second heat of race 13, the women's under 19 double scull. They've started by the looks of things. Yes, we've got our camera footage.
Well underway. They'll probably come through the first 500 metres.
So in lane 2, we have from MLC School Isabella Ng and Eve Parker. In lane 3, Sarah Morfitt and Zoe McLeod. In lane 4, Frida Kirkham and Lottie Ravistan. In lane 5, Alana Winder and Annabelle Huang. In lane 6, Nicola Keast and Jemima Blake. And then in lane 7 from MLC, Clementine Hendricks and Phoebe Zine. So it's a long way down to the other end of the course, but it looks like to me perhaps lane 4 might be out in front. That's Frida Kirkham and Lottie Ravistein from Mossman. Am I seeing that right?
You possibly are, yes. We'll just get a clearer picture as they come through the 1,000-metre mark.
So first 3 through to the final in this race, and only 2 heats. So
So it's going to make for a very exciting final, I think.
yes.
See,
What time's that final? It's about 11 something? Race 30 something.
no, but it'll be race number 38.
8.
We're currently on race 13.
So it'd be mid-morning, I would have thought. Yeah, it looks to me like
So as they've come through the final, turn my mic. So once again, I'm busy giving you a fantastic commentary, but without
It's-
my microphone turned on. But here we go.
it's great that we've got someone keeping
Called
an eye.
Seniors Moments.
But look, I think has lane 3 come up on that, or is that still lane 4 in front, Mark?
We can see as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, it was the
Mossman
Mossman crew
crew,
of
so
Frida
lane
Kirkman
4.
and Lottie Ravistein ahead of the Redlands crew of
Alana Winder
Alana Winder and
Annabelle
Huang, and then Isabel Ng and Eve Parker from MLC School. Then it was Nicola Keast and Jemima Blake. They were followed through by Clementine Hendricks and Phoebe Zine and Sarah Morfitt and Zoe McLeod. So they're coming up to the 1500 metre mark, which is where we start to be able to see what's happening from up here in
get a much clearer view.
Our ivory tower of the commentary hut, where we sit in air-conditioned comfort with a fantastic view down the course. Conditions are still absolutely perfect.
Straight in front. Yeah. Oh.
So we're just as they come down,
I think it's still lane 4.
Frida Kirkman and Lottie Raverstein, coached by Rowena Meredith and Chom Schramko, have a very comfortable lead over the rest of the field. I think the
next crew is that Alana Winder and Annabelle Huang, coached by Kate Tidbury in lane 5. Is that
from Redlands? That's,
I think, the next crew, and then it's a bit of a way back to the rest of the field. It looks to me like that lane 6 might be in 3rd place at the moment.
Don't miss out on lane 1 there, Catherine, or
lane
2, sorry, but
lane 2.
Over on the far side of the course. They sort of tend to sit in the shadows a little bit from our view.
They do.
And then they suddenly pop out, and there they are.
But
so
yes,
the battle is really going to be on for the coveted third position
to get through to the
final. And it does look to me to be Isabella Ng and Eve Parker over the far side from the MLC school. They have a fairly, looks like they're a length or 2. A bit hard to tell from this angle.
Yeah, it's quite a bit difficult.
From Nicola Keast and Jemima Blake from the MLC school. But what a very nice row here from Mossman's Frida Kirkham and Lottie Raverstein, who just come into the last 250 metres. They're not pushing too hard, they're just holding their position. They know they're comfortably through. They're being followed through by Alana Winder and Annabelle Huang from Redlands, who rating slightly higher, but again, looking pretty comfortable. Huge distance back to the 3rd position. I would
You're
give it
calling
at this
lane 2,
stage
but I'm not so sure, Mark, from
Isabel Ng and Eve Parker for over there in lane 2. They've been it's Nicola Keast and Jemima Blake are pushing hard to take that 3rd spot from them if they can, but I don't think they're going to make it.
So we've got the Mossman crew, Frida Kirkman, Lottie Raverstein finishing in unofficial 1st place, followed by Redlands, Alana Winder and Annabelle Huang in lane 5, and then 3rd place. Is it lane 2?
Yes, easily lane 2 over on the far side there.
That's Isabel Ng and Eve Parker, coached by Ashley Brooking.
So from MLC school, few MLC girls out today in this race.
It's fantastic to see junior women's rowing. It was not a thing when I was growing up. Girls didn't row. There was no high school girl rowing. So it's just amazing. It wasn't an option when I was a young woman. So it's amazing to see.
So compared to the first 2 positions, we can see those MLC schools not looking quite as polished as they came across the line there, but they're very pleased with their 3rd position that they're through to the finals. That is...
and then we've got 2 MLC crews finishing up, Nicola Keast and Jemima Blake, and Clementine Hendricks and Phoebe Zine.
So we have a bit of a break now, so we'll go off the air just until the men's under-21 single sculls. Be some very exciting racing there.
Oh, we're on camera, Mark.
It happens. I prefer that it didn't. But just a reminder, please, to all coaches and supporters, if you're on your bikes, you need to have a helmet upon your head.
And
so please wear helmets.
And if you've got a bit of spare time, by all means come up to the tower and let us know and we can find you something to do because we are a bit short of volunteers.
Yes, volunteers, big call out for more volunteers. Not only this regatta but all regattas, and of course the other very important reminder, once you've finished your race, please return your bow numbers.
Absolutely.
So we are now ready for the race 14, which is the first heat of the men's under 21 single scull. We can see them lining up on the blocks down there at the 2,000 metre mark over in lane. We expect to see some very exciting racing here. There are 2 heats in the men's under 21 single scull. The first 3 will be through to the final, and then it'll be the next 3 fastest on time. Over in lane 1 from Canberra, we have Ben Haywood. In lane 2 from Newcastle Uni, Trefon Samboli. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Alexander Tetley. Lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, James Harlow. Lane 5 from Sydney University, William Fuller. Lane 6 from UTS, Jack Power. Lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Tom Chanter. Lane 8 from Canberra, Campbell Milne. And in lane 9 from Sydney University, Will Rogers. So it does seem that we are running on time. The scheduled start time is 8:45, and I can see the 2-minute light flashing from the starters box down at the far end of the course. So we do have a scratching. It is James Harlow from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4 has scratched. So this is the men's under 21 single scull. We're looking at perfect conditions there. So there's not a breath of wind on any of the flags that I can see at the moment. And I've just been sent a photograph of some very happy glebe volunteers in, I think, the 1,000-metre timing hut. So again, we put a big call out to volunteers. These regattas don't happen by themselves. We need all hands on deck, and it is crucial to all the rowers and competitors to have those vital splits so we can reflect back and we know what's happening. Gives us commentators a chance to be able to know who's in the lead as they come through. But this race is now underway. So this is the men's singles, under 21 single scull. I think we'll see some pretty fast times in these conditions. Going to be some very exciting racing. So we're just following there with the coach boat, that's a UTS, that'll be Jack Power, looking very nice, some fantastic video here.
And then who's that there beside him?
That is Sydney Rowing Club's Tom
Chanter. And certainly, you know, the under 20 young 20, they're strong category.
To say the least.
Absolutely. If you're not strong as an under 21, you're never going to be, I don't think.
So there we have now in view William Fuller from Sydney University in view.
In lane 5.
So he looks to be rating slightly lower than Jack Power from UTS, who it looks to be extending his lead, but a bit hard to see. We don't know what's happening from the rest of the field. That is, I think, Tom Chanter from Sydney Rowing Club we just saw there.
Yeah.
They're coming up to the
about the 500?
The 1750
1750.
mark.
250, yeah.
So that would look like Will Rogers actually has a lead over the rest of the field, close to us in lane 9 as they came through.
And we're a bit confused by the transit lane down the front. They look reasonable. Will Gregory. Just conferring here on the sidelines.
We're just having a little chat amongst ourselves. Bear with us as we do that. But we can see they're roaring down the course there. It does look like William Rogers from Sydney University in lane 9, so that'll be closest to the grandstand as they come into view, has a lead over the rest of the field. It's going to be first 3 through to the final. And yes, from that angle now we can see out on the far side there from the angle, well, the view that we had briefly. Just getting a bit of reflection on the water, so a bit hard to see what's happening, but that is the UTS rower Jack Power. Also seems to be have a bit of a lead, but we'll get a clearer picture. It's very hard to call it from the angles. So once they come up to the 1,000 metre mark, we'll be able to see.
Oh.
Commentary can't see boat number 3 video, so that's fair enough. Yeah, don't worry.
Now,
Are you the John for today?
What's been happening there? I think we've got William Rogers from Sydney Uni in lane 9 came through at the 1,000 metre mark, followed by Jack Power from UTS in lane 6.
And it was quite a margin back to Ben Haywood.
From Canberra in lane 1.
So William Rogers from Sydney University, very comfortable lead over the rest of the field, but he's been hotly pursued by Jack Power from UTS, so it could be either of those that are in the lead, but there was a big margin back to the rest of the field after Jack Power.
And we're well into the second half of the race, so we'll start to see. We
certainly are well into the second half of the race. So coming up to the 1,500 metre mark.
Now, is there a bit of a battle going on there in the middle in lane, is it lane 6?
A bit hard to say, Catherine. I think
or is it the angle?
Battle is really on between William Rogers and Tom Chanter. Oh, sorry, Jack Power from Sydney, from UTS.
Yes, in lane 6.
Yeah, sorry. And then it's across in lane...
Is that lane 3?
Yeah, lane 3, Alexander Tetley and...
James Harlow from Sydney, by the looks of things.
Yeah. A little bit hard to tell, but certainly very
Jack Power
clear lead
from
by
UTS and...
by William Rogers and Jack Power. They are well out in front of the rest of the field, so they're comfortably through to the final. It's first three through to the final. The battle is going to be on for the coveted third position to get through automatically to the final, and then it's going to be the next three fastest across the two heats.
But Jack Power's certainly in the lead at the moment from William
and
Rogers.
We can see now they're coming into clearer view as they come under the last 500 metres of this race. Over on the far side there, Ben Hayward from Canberra looks to be sneaking his bow ahead of Trefon Stamboli and Alexander Tetley, who's a little bit further back. Then across on this side, Tom Chanter from Sydney University. But not discounting also William Fuller from Sydney University. But I think now we certainly have, so UTS's Jack Power has taken a comfortable lead over William Rogers, who was holding the lead earlier on, but I think William Rogers has decided he's through to the final. There's no need to work too hard, but I hope he can see out of his eye across to the far side of the field there. We have Ben Hayward from Canberra really piling on the power there to make sure he's through. He's now put himself comfortably in third position.
But
he's been followed through by,
Trefon Stamboli's giving it a run for his, money.
Behind him, but it's the first three through. Very nice finish here. Interesting to see how Jack Power has certainly put himself way out in front, whereas earlier on in the race it was William Rogers. William is just cruising. He's saving all his energy for the final, which will be race 45 later in the day. That'll be a very exciting race to see.
So we have Jack Power
covered third position. Now we're seeing the Trefon Stamboli and Alexander Tetley really pouring it on to see if they can take the coveted third position from Ben Hayward.
William Rogers
on the far side.
Second.
Ben looking perhaps just a little bit too relaxed. Oh, he nearly got pipped at the post there. You have to be very careful.
So that was
lanes
lanes 1, 3 and 5, I think.
So that's Jack Power, very comfortable, 7 minutes 33, 12 seconds back to William Rogers. Then Ben Hayward in the third position. It was only half a second to Trefon Stamboli. Ben Hayward was just being a little bit too comfortable there, nearly lost that spot. Fifth was Alexander Tetley and then William Fuller and Tom Chanter and Campbell Milne.
And is the second on the water, or is there a slight delay? Oh no, they haven't started yet.
Yeah.
I can see them in the starting area.
Yeah, so the second heat of the men's under 21 single scull is in the starting blocks. The 2-minute light is flashing. So again, first three through to the final, and then the next three fastest on time. Over in lane 1 from Newcastle Grammar, Ronan Brown. Lane 2 from ANU, Max McAlpine. Lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Thomas Patrick. Lane 4 from Sydney University, Sebastian Atherton. Lane 5 from Sydney University, Remy Cameron. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Finlay Mitchell. Lane 7 from Canberra, Angus Scott. Lane 8 from Mossman, Tobias Elias. And in lane 9 from UTS, Kaylin Routley. So Tobias was in double
just a second ago.
A little bit earlier.
Absolutely.
Race back, got in a single and whipped down to the start for another race. So
we've got 3 Sydney University crews in this race in the centre in lanes 4, 5 and 6. So let's see what happens. They're just about to start. So everyone's at it.
Yeah, so probably not a lot to say until we get them up probably, through to the early in the 2,000 metre race. They're really jockeying for a little bit of position, but there's all sorts of different tactics at play. Main thing they're all aiming for is to be in those first three through to the final, and then to keep working it if you're not, to make sure you're one of the 3 fastest to get through.
Now, are you racing today, Mark Tejan?
Am I racing? Yes, of course I am.
So, what time are you racing? You on this afternoon?
Oh, I have a pair at about 11:30ish, I think.
Oh,
and then
okay, so we'll
a
have to-
single a bit later. It's just going to kill me, and then I'll round the day out with a doubles race.
I'll have to make sure I'm on the sidelines, seeing what you can do.
Oh yes, chair squad, very welcome.
Okay, so what's happening out there on the field? Is that lane 1 out there?
Yeah, but you can't really tell the positions at this stage, Catherine, from the camera angles. It's a little bit tricky. The light, unfortunately,
it's
is
quite
making
dark.
it a little bit difficult to see. The trick is to wait until they come past one of the line cameras, which is at the
Which will give us a good sense.
500,000 metre and 1,500 marks. So as you can see, we're now seeing it is
So
actually lane 9, the UTS sculler. Kaylin Routley has a slight lead over Tobias Elias. Was it? No, Tobias is in lane...
Tobias is in lane 8.
Mitchell, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't think we have timers on the 500 metres
No, I didn't see
today.
it.
So it was only what we saw as they flashed past. So that's a is it
UTS, I think it is, Mark.
No,
no, it's a Sydney
Uni.
University.
So
Yes,
there's
that's right.
3 Sydney Uni.
In lanes 4, 5 and 6.
So we're not quite sure which one it is, the one with the very nice bucket hat.
The bucket hat is looking to be a good option, I think.
Doesn't keep the sun off your nose, though. Or keep the glare off your glasses.
Right, and we've
so
got here another angle on the big screen.
Yes, so you can be fooled by, unfortunately, looking at the screens when the different angles can throw you out a little bit. And at the moment, we just have an unusual light where the resolution of the cameras is not quite sufficient to be able to have a very clear picture.
It is. It's quite a sort of.
But at this stage, I'm calling Kaylin Routley from UTS in lane 9. That might be him we just saw there in a bit of a flash. So closest to us.
Did we have timers on the 500?
We have timers at the 1,000
At the 1,000
mark.
metres.
Yeah, so they're coming up to as if you look down now, Catherine, you can see
see
the flagpoles on the far side. That's 1,000 metres.
Yep.
You can see the boats just starting to come through, and now the camera angle we're starting to.
And you can clearly
get them.
see that.
So
yes.
we'll see them as the camera pulls back, and we see, as I said, Kaylin Routley
in lane
has
9.
a fairly comfortable lead by about a length over.
And in fact, it's Kaylin Routley from UTS.
Yeah, from Finley Mitchell. Then Sebastian
6.
Anderton, and he's followed across by Thomas Patrick. So the field is a bit spread out, but as we saw in the last race, it can change where there is quite a move from one to the other.
So we've got Kaylin Routley coming through. So we're about to have a change of commentator. Mark's going to go off and prepare himself for his race, and I'm going to be joined by Clement and her daughter Paloma, a family. We need heaps of volunteers, and I think it's Nepean who's volunteering down at the end there. So we are at the...
So we're coming up to the 1,500 metre mark in the second heat of the men's under 21 single scull. We're just having a little chat here in the commentary box.
Sorting out our commentators.
So I think looking down the field now, out the window is the clearest way to see it. And Kaylin Routley from UTS in lane 9 seems to be holding his position, and then across in lane 7, it is, well, we're missing, this is what's thrown us. Tobias Elias didn't quite make it after his doubles race, I think.
It was pretty tight.
So we're missing lane 8, and then it is Finley Mitchell
from Sydney Uni in lane 6.
Sydney University, and then a couple across to Sebastian Atherton. So those three do look to be in the lead, but Sebastian has been pushed very hard by Thomas Patrick on the other side there from Sydney Rowing Club.
In lane 3, so yeah.
So, and not discounting Angus Scott from Canberra in lane 7 as
yes.
well. So they're just coming up, they're probably about 300 or 400 metres out at the moment. Caelan Routley from UTS is holding his lead here in lane 9. He's been pushed by Sydney University's Finley Mitchell.
In lane 6.
But the other Sydney University boys are all giving it a good push as well. It's Remy Martin in lane 5 and Sebastian Atherton in lane 4.
And then we've got a bit of pushing going on. Is that lane 3 and 4 there? Is that Thomas Patrick and Sebastian?
They'll be pushing only for time, Catherine, because it's the
first
the
three.
battle is really on here for the coveted third position to guarantee your position in the final. So we can see all the real battle going on over there between Sebastian Atherton in lane 2 and Thomas Patrick from Sydney Rowing Club in the pale blue there in lane 3. So at the moment, Sebastian is managing to hold off Thomas Patrick, but Thomas is giving it everything he's got to try and hold off the other two. We can see Caelan Routley sitting here, taking a look across, watching these guys battling it out.
And he's going to maintain
Finley
that.
Mitchell is comfortably in second position, and the battle is on. And it does look like Thomas Patrick is reeling in Sebastian Atherton, but I think Sebastian may just hold him off. No, Thomas is really pushing it through. It's going to be almost a photo finish, but I think Thomas Patrick, Sebastian Atherton from Sydney University just managed to hold off Thomas Patrick from Sydney Rowing Club.
Very exciting finish.
Very exciting. So that was a unofficial time of 7 minutes 41.5 to Caelan Routley. Then Finley Mitchell, those two are guaranteed their place in the final. It is actually officially a photo finish between Sebastian Atherton and Thomas Patrick for the coveted third position. And fifth place was Angus Scott. Sixth, Max McAlpine and Remy Cameron were also another photo finish.
And we're going to transfer commentary to the Ng family. We've got Clement and Paloma. So
Okay, so we're about to start the first heat of the women's under 21 single scull. There are 2 heats, so it'll be first 3 through to the final, and then the next 3 fastest on time. So, and they are off and racing. In lane 2 from Sydney, we have Neve Tierney. Lane 3 from Sydney, Georgia Allen. So that's Sydney Rowing Club compared to Sydney University, which is in lane 4, Georgina Stevenson. From UTS, lane 5, Leela Gaston. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien. And in lane 7 from Sydney University, Addison Rolls. So So I've been joined in the commentary box by the Tsang family, we have Rowena sitting with me at the moment, looking... Oh, Paloma, sorry, got confused here. Paloma sitting with me, looking a bit nervous now. She's got the microphone to her face, so I'm going to switch her on. Hello, Paloma.
Hello.
And tell us about yourself a little bit.
I'm starting year 10 this year at Loreto Kirribilli, and I am a rower there as well as North Shore Rowing Club. And this year will be my 3rd year of rowing.
Fantastic, and it looks like you're probably going to be a great commentator as well. We wait and see.
Yeah, let's hope so.
We have Dad's guidance up here as well as sitting in the background. So we can see out on the field here at the moment. It's a little bit hard in these 2,000 metre races to know what's happening until they come up to where the cameras are, which is on the 500 metre, the 1,000 metre and the 1,500 metre huts. But as we can see, they're just coming through the first 500 metres, sorting themselves out. It does look to be Georgie Allen and, well, a little bit hard to tell. The camera angle changed while I looked down to my running sheet to see who they were. So
I think it was Georgia Allen and Addison Rolls competing for the #1 spot.
Excellent. So the real competition usually in these races will be so it's the first 3 through to the final.
Yes.
So often what we see is 1 or 2 of them will have a clear lead over the rest of the field, and the real racing is actually for that 3rd spot to see who gets automatically through. And then the way they're doing it these days is it's all the next 3 fastest. So to make sure if you're in 4th position and know you're in 4th position, you're still going to try hard to hopefully get through to the final on time, based on time. Whereas previously we used to see where there was, say, 2 heats, it would be just the first 4 through to the final. And they would have run a final with 8 lanes. Whereas today I think we can see all the finals 9 lanes.
And how do you feel about that, Mike?
I think it's great, yeah, because it means that everybody's really should be giving it their ultimate, their best to get through. But then again, we see the tactics as well. So those that are in the lead, comfortably in the lead, they can conserve their energy and cruise, whereas the rest of the field are battling it out. So exciting stuff. So we can see now by looking down the course, we can see they're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, which is where the flagpoles are on the other side. So then when we look at the screen, we can see them coming up to the 1,000 metres, and we'll know who's out in the lead. And it does look to be,
Georgia Allen coming in first.
Yeah. And then Addison Rolls hot on her tail. Then she was followed across by Georgina Stevenson, then Leela Gaston and Alexandra O'Brien. And when we look at those margins, it still could be anyone's. So Georgia Allen is probably going to work hard, and we wait to see if she can extend her lead over the 1.6 seconds lead she has over Addison Rolls. But there was about nearly 4 seconds back to Georgina Stevenson. So we probably have 2 comfortable leaders, and then the battle again, we can see the margins between 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th were very slim. So the battle's going to be on for that 3rd position. But they can still change as they come further down the course. What do you think of the conditions here, Paloma?
I think it's a quite nice day, not too hot, and the water is quite flat.
The water's fantastic. I think it's actually perfect conditions, because we don't like to bake out there in the sun. And if you look at the flagpoles, the flags are not even moving, so there's absolutely no wind, which is fantastic. So great day's racing. We hope these conditions hold for the rest of the day. It was forecast to be sunny, I think, so I was expecting to get fried out there on the course when I go for my own races. So now they're coming up to the 1,500 metre mark, And from up here, we can actually see what's happening now. So it does look to me to be, is it Addison Rolls on this side?
Yes.
Is out there, but I think Georgia, you can see, so the second one in from the far side, that's Georgia Allen, is it, from Sydney Rowing Club?
Yes.
And as they're getting closer, you can start to see their colours as well, so you can see the pale blue of Sydney Rowing Club. And she's been very closely pursued by Georgina Allen, I think, from Sydney University. And then in the middle there, also Leela Gaston from UTS. So what do you reckon, Paloma?
I reckon it's going to be a tough one. Georgia Allen and Addison Rolls seem to be fighting for first place. However, Georgina, Leela and Alexandra will still have to fight out for third place.
Yeah, that's where the battle's going to be, I think.
Yeah.
So we can see now also, you can see they're coming into the last 250 metres of the race. And look at Sydney University's Georgia Allen, Sydney Rowing Club, Georgia Allen. She's just upped her rating and she's really pushing it now to make sure that she's getting herself through to the final. Then if you look over this side, Addison Rolls from Sydney University looks to be, well, she's rating lower, but I dare say she's working hard. She's seen the challenge over to her side. What do you reckon?
Definitely. I think there's room for one last push before the finish, so that will decide who our top three will be.
Yeah, they're only about 100 metres out now. They're coming up to the red buoys. So very nice finish there by Georgia Allen from Sydney Rowing Club. She gave it that big burst and now she's just dropped it back a bit. She knows she's got herself comfortably in lead. The second and third positions are going to be very close. They could be a photo between Leela Gaston and Addison Rolls. So that's second and third. So that's Addison Rolls, just pipping Leela Gaston from UTS, and then a bit further back to Georgina Stevenson. And she'll then be followed across by Alexandra O'Brien from Sydney University, and over on the far side there from Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney. So the unofficial time there, 8 minutes 16.09.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So we just have a little bit of IT work going on here in the commentary tower, but while that's happening, we are just running. The heat 2 of the women's under 21 single scull is about to start. Down on the start line from Mossman, we have Elise Coates, who just came down the course earlier in a double scull. In lane 2 from Nepean, Olivia Harris. In lane 3 from Glebe, Paddy Boland. Lane 4 from Sydney University, Alice McCready. Lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Victoria Binns. And in lane 6 from Glebe Rowing Club, Lucy Yabsley. So we're expecting to see some great racing here from our Glebe girls, who have only just come off the water and by sealing their position in the final for the women's under 21 double scull. I think it was under 21, might have been under 19. But very quick turnaround for a couple of 2,000 metre races, where the fitness counts. And we saw earlier on a quick flash of Lucy Yabsley getting off to a very good start. She's closest to the grandstand in lane 7. And our IT whiz has now done something which is no doubt going to make it much easier for us, Paloma. What do you reckon?
Hopefully so. Oh. Now I can hear myself, which is good.
So we can see these girls are sorting themselves out now. We can see Lucy Yabsley in lane 7 there on the far side. I have a little bit of a bias towards Glebe Rowing Club, unfortunately, and we have 2 of our stars in this race. So very exciting. We have Lucy Yabsley and Paddy Boland, both coached by Milan Parker. We expect them to both go through to the final. So this is the, it'll be the first 3 through to the final, then the next 3 fastest. So there we can see Lucy has a lead over, that's lane 5, Alice McCready from Sydney Uni. And then I missed the rest as I looked down to see who was who, but that's through the first 500, so they're still in the process of sorting themselves out. Have you raced 2,000 metre races, Paloma?
I have. This is my first season rowing 2-kilometre races. So I've mostly been doing 8s, but also some 4s and quads. I've yet to do a 2K in a single because I've injured my back recently.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome to the commentary tower while you get your injury healed.
Thank you.
It's a totally different view up here, isn't it?
Yeah.
And when you're racing your 8th race of 2,000 metres, what are the tactics?
Well, my coxswain has a great tactic that I think works really well. She might sound a bit silly. She breathes with us into her cox box, and it helps to control our breathing so that we can focus on our technique through the 2K.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Wow. So you get these heavy breathing coming through the sound system, do you?
Sounds a bit funny when you're not in the boat, but it really works.
Oh, it would. I can imagine. Yeah. And so you after the first 500 metres, and then you try and get into a really nice rhythm.
Yes.
Yeah. And then when do you give your pushes? Do you?
I think there's a few pushes every 500 for a few strokes, and then we try and lengthen out a lot of the time. And most of the races I've done so far have been capped by our coaches, so we haven't been able to go full race pace, but it's still been good.
Wow, okay, so as they've come through the 1,000 metre mark, we had Elise Coates in the lead doing a blistering time of 4 minutes 04, and followed closely by Lucy Yabsley, then Alice McCready, a little bit further back to Olivia Harris, then Victoria Binns, and some distance back to the rest of the field. I'm not quite sure what's happened to our Paddy Boland. We'd expect to have seen her further up in the
I think she may have been scratched.
She might have been scratched, I think, yes. I don't think she's in the race. Yeah, I can only see, looking out the window here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scullers, and there should be 6. So I think, yes, and lane 4 does look to be missing. So Paddy Boland is conserving her energy, I dare say, for the upcoming doubles final, where they got through. But Lucy putting all her effort in here, very fast turnarounds. So as they come up to the 1,500 metres, we'll get a much better picture of what's happening. And looking out the window now, we can see it. So that's Lucy Yabsley closest to us in lane 7, I think she is, yes. and then across to Alice McCready in lane 5, and over on the far side, Elise Coates from Mossman, who did hold the lead as they came through the 1,000 metre mark, but only slightly over Lucy. So very exciting day for Lucy. It looks like she's going to be through for the final in the doubles, and I can't remember which underage. It must have been under, I'm not sure if it was under 19 or under 17. I should know this, but my brain is a bit old and worn out, a bit full. As I've come through the 1,500 metre mark, fortunately we do have enough volunteers, so we have timers there. It was Elise Coates with only about a 1.5 seconds lead over Lucy Yabsley, then Alice McCready quite a way further back, and those three are comfortably through to the final, because it was then a 7.5 second margin back to Olivia Harris, then further back to Victoria Binns. And we can see them coming up to the last 250 metres. So over on the far side, it is Elise Coates from Mossman, perfect conditions, and Lucy Yabsley closer to us in lane 7. A little bit further back now, we can clearly see Sydney University's Alice McCready. And then across on the other side there, Olivia Harris and Victoria Binns rounding out the field. So they're in the last 150 metres now. Elise Coates over the far side, still working hard. Lucy putting on, just taking up her rating to put on a good show. Maybe she's going for the choice lane in the final. Just burning off, I wouldn't think there's excess energy. Looking very close to the boys here, and she just hit one, yes. So a little bit of a steering issue there. So hasn't quite made up the margin on Elise Coates there. That boy would have just thrown her slightly, but very nice finish there from Elise Coates and Mossman, in time of 8 minutes 16.77, a margin of 0.82 back to Lucy Yabsley, and then further back to Alice McCready from Sydney University. So those three will be guaranteed their places in the final. Then further back to Olivia Harris from Nepean, and rounded out by Sydney Rowing Club's Victoria Binns. So roaring down the course now, we have the race 18, which is the first of 2 heats for the men's under 17 double scull. So this again will be the first 3 through to the final, and then the next 3 fastest. So we have 7 crews in this race. Over in lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Rocco Phillips and Banjo Kirkman. In lane 3 from St Augustine's, Lachlan Schofield and Jessie Bray. Lane 4 from Mossman, Ewan Humphreys and Leighton Skoman. Lane 5 from Glebe, Dylan Watson and Jade White. Lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Thomas Graham and Bailey Crop. Lane 7 from Marist College, Fraser Smith and Bailey Marr. And then lane 8 from Marist College, Ben Ward and Blake Auger. And how are they going, Paloma?
Well, they've had a good start. They're nearing, they're passed
through the
the
1,000 metre mark. Yep.
And so Mossman has a comfortable lead, but they're being chased by St Augustine's, who are battling for first place. Third place was Marist College, who have a bit of a lead in front of the second Marist College crew, followed by Glebe and Hunter Valley.
So that's what we've seen on the times as they came through the 1,000 metre mark, and now if we look out the window we can see them rapidly approaching the second, the 1500 metre. They've come through the 1500 metres, and what can you see out there, Paloma?
Well, Mossman's still holding their lead with St. Augustine's just behind them. It will be a tough race to see who will come in first. I think Mossman might have the win.
I don't know that it's going to be tough, actually. I reckon Mossman have extended their lead. They're in the last 500 metres, and they've extended their lead over St. Augustine's, who look like they've just, do you think they've just taken it up a bit?
Yeah.
I reckon St. Augustine's have decided they're not going to let Mossman get away with it quite so easily.
They look like they're in a comfortable lead now, about a boat length or two in front.
They are, and St. Augustine's just been hit by the wash of the umpire boat who did a bit of a turn in front of them there. So they're in the last 250. Look at that margin though, Paloma, how they're way out in front of the rest of the field.
It will be a battle for third place.
You reckon it'll be a battle? I reckon
Possibly.
third place from up here looks fairly comfortably.
To Marist College.
Well, it's two Marist College crews, but the Fraser Smith and Bailey Marr in lane 7.
Yes.
So now Glebe boys looking pretty good out there. They hopefully they might make it on time. So just crossing the line now is Ewan Humphreys and Leighton Skoman from Mossman. They'll be followed about 4 or 5 boat lengths back to Lachlan Schofield and Jesse Bray from St. Augustine. So those two are definitely through to the final. Then we're going to have Marist College's Fraser Smith and Bailey Marr.
We have a comfortable lead over Marist College, Ben Ward, Blake Auger, Hunter Valley's Thomas Graham, Bailey Crop, and Glebe's Dylan Watson and Jay Dwight.
I think Dylan and Jay are ahead of Hunter Valley Grammar, but that's okay. Dylan and Jay looking very nice as they come across the line. And rounded out by Hunter Valley Grammar's Thomas Graham and Bailey Crop. And what's coming down the course now, Paloma?
It is the Heat 2 of the men's under 17 double scull. In lane 2 we have Leichhardt's William Swidge, Luca Wilson, and then lane 3, Marist College with James Pantano and Hugo Cole. Lane 4, Northern Beaches Secondary, Jake Kraus, Harrison Peaty. Lane 5, Northern Beaches Secondary with Daniel Gruter, Logan Johnson. Lane 6, Marist College with Cooper Clark and Jesse Elwood. And lane 7, Mossman, Oliver Tucker and Lawrence Gandor.
So they're through the 1,000 metres now, and how's the positioning looking?
It's hard to tell from here, but I think...
Well, we can see the Leichhardt crew of Spury and Wilson are ahead, and then it dropped off the screen, but if we look over here, we can see...
Marist College with Cooper Clark and Jesse Elwood are coming in second, followed by the other Marist College crew, James Pantano and Hugo Cole.
And Northern Beaches Secondary are hot on their heels, Jake Kraus and Harrison Peaty. So, but they're rapidly approaching the 500 metre mark now. So we'll be able to pretty much see what's happening as they get closer to us. Who do you reckon's in the lead at the moment? Just looking out the window there, Paloma.
It's hard to tell, but I think it might be Leichhardt as of right now. But a lot can happen in the last.
Yeah, I'd say the Leichhardt crew over on the far side, a little bit hard to see the angles though, isn't it? But you can see they're in front, and then over this side, the Marist College crew of Cooper Clark and Jesse Elwood, I would say. But you can see there's going to be a real battle for that third spot to as to who goes through to the final. Out there in the middle, it looks to me like it's going to be Northern Beaches Secondary, Jake Krause and Harrison Peaty, but they're being pushed very hard by James Pantano and Hugo Cole from Marist College. A bit further back to the rest of the field. So who gets third spot is going to be the clincher. But yes, as they came through the 1,500 metres, we can see the positions there. It's some reasonable margins, so they should hold the positions that they have until they hit the finish line, barring any major mishap.
Yeah. We don't want any crashing into boys this time.
Well, not only crashing into the boys, we've seen, they can perhaps look across to see where the others are and catch a crab as they do it.
Have there been any capsizes this morning?
Not yet. Well, we just have the finish coming through of the second heat of the men's under-17 double scull, and I would say William Spuey and Luca Wilson have comfortably got it, and they know they have. We can see they've dropped their rating right down and just cruising. It's only a heat. They know they're through to the final, so they're over on the far side there. Closer to us, we have Marist College, Cooper Clark and Jesse Elwood. They're going to take second position. They've just put on a little bit of a display for the crowds in the grandstand. Even though it's only a heat, there's not really any need, but you know, boys will be boys. And then out in the middle there, the Northern Beaches Secondary, Jake Krause and Harrison Peaty, comfortably in third position. So those three crews will be through to the final. Then the rest on time, it might possibly be the other Marist College crew of James Pantano and Hugo Cole. We have Mossman's Oliver Tucker and Lorenz Gandor. And out there in the field, there's a couple of Mossman rowers there actually Northern Beaches Secondary in Mossman colours. Daniel Greuter and Logan Johnson having a really good shot at this. Haven't quite got their body movements together, but look at that. Give them a great hand. They're giving it everything as they come up to the finish. I think it might be their first 2,000 metre race. It looks like they've just discovered how long this race is. And as they cross the finish line, what a great effort. This is what it's all about. And I'll leave you now to let the Tang family take over. And Catherine James from North Shore Rowing Club. I think we've moved from Glebe Rowing Club to North Shore Rowing Club, so I dare say you'll get some quality, but not quite what you've had.
We are now up to our men's under-19 single scull, race 20. And in lane 1, we have Nepean Aidan Hall, lane 2, Leichhardt Carter Clifton, lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar's William Hunt, lane 4 from Redlands, Connor Morrison, lane 5, Marist College, Mitchell Wadey, lane 6, Redlands, Toby Anderson, lane 7, Manning Valley Anglicans, Rian Watkins, lane 8, Northern Beaches Secondary, Liam Lidgard, and lane 9's Newcastle Grammar, Mitchell Chung.
Thanks for that, Paloma. Catherine here up in the commentary box. This men's under-19 single scull this year boasts a really exciting field of athletes, a large cohort of non-metro competitors. And that really just shows the growing strength of regional schools and clubs against Sydney superpowers. Now, these are not my words. They're Grace who put this little commentary together and posted it on Junior Rowing News. So this is the men's under 19 single scull. This is heat 1 in progress, and it's heat 2, race 21.
Oh, is it? We have
Yeah, we're almost 1 minute into this race. I've got Clem up here with the binoculars to help us out, giving us some insights into what it looks like in the middle of the field now. And we're coming through the 500. We'll get those splits in a moment. So I do believe this is race 21, and it looks like Hunter Valley Grammar's Harrison Skeely Osmond is out in front at this stage. Over in lane 1, that would be the Redlands Thomas Hopper. Lane 2, Redlands 1's Angus McGuinness. In lane 3, Glebe's Maxwell Scales. In lane 4, Kinross Wallaroy's Harry Dimmick. In lane 5, Hunter Valley's Harrison Skeely Osmond. St Augustine's in lane 6, in the middle of the field's Rory Parker. In lane 7, Northern Beaches Secondary, Finn Stanley. Sydney's in lane 8, Tommy Poulton. And in lane 9, Marist College 3. Folks, it looks like there is a bit of confusion in the commentary here, but it looks like lane 4's Redlands 6, Connor Morrison, is just crossing the finish line, followed by Leichhardt's 3, Carter Clifton in lane 2. And in lane 6, it's Redlands' Toby Anderson crossing in 3rd place for this race. Powering through in a pink hat in lane 9 is Newcastle Grammar's Mitchell Chung. In lane 7, Northern Beaches Manning Valley Anglican, Rian Watkins. I'm sorry that there was so much confusion in the commentary box on that race. It is showing race 21, but we do believe this is race 20, and that is lane 3 finishings, William Hunt of Hunter Valley Grammar crossing the finish line, followed by Nepean's Aidan Hall on the far side of the course in lane 1. And finally coming in, and in lane 8, and Northern Beaches Secondary's Liam Lidgard crossing the line in lane 8. Well done, well rowed.
Apologies, we are now on race 21 with lane 1 Redlands Thomas Hooper, lane 2 Redlands Angus McInnes, lane 3 Glebes Maxwell Scales, lane 4 Kinross Wallaroy's Harry Dimmick, lane 5's Hunter Valley Grammar Harrison Skelly Osmond, lane 6 St Augustine's Rory Parker, lane 7 Northern Beaches Secondary Finn Stanley, lane 8 Sydney's Tommy Poulton, and lane 9's Marist College Riley Elliott.
And of course, with Kinross Walleroy, never short of supply of skilled junior athletes. Harry Dimmick is no exception. This junior sculler entered the season off the back of a silver medal campaign in the schoolboy quad at last year's national championships, and in the all-school championships recently, a silver medal in the schoolboy single. So right in the middle of the field in lane 4, Kinross Walleroy's Harry Dimmick. He's another athlete in a growing line of impressive junior athletes developed in Orange, and I think he'll be really wanting to come in at least cross that finish line first, Paloma, to improve those silver placings that he's recently had.
Yes. Well, it appears at the 1500 mark, we've got Harry Dimmick in first, leading with Angus McInnes in second and Rory Parker in third. They seem to all have their comfortable positions, so it doesn't seem that it will change very much towards the end of the race.
Yeah, sometimes when there are a couple of boats up in those top 3 placements, they push against each other, matching stroke for stroke if they can. It's this part of the race here where the timing and the synchronisation is going to push that boat forward to nudge over the finish line first, or keeping the blade depth consistent and rowing a nice long smooth stroke, just like you do, Paloma. So it looks like it is lane 3 in race 21. That's Glebe's Maxwell Scales, who, lane 4 is Kinross Walleroy. Harry Dimmick's likely going to take this race, followed closely by the Redlands 1, Angus McGuinness. So it is it's nice and tight coming up here as Angus makes a final push toward the finish line, but I think it is going to be Kinross Walleroy's Harry Dimmick in first place, followed by Angus McGuinness, and in third place will be St Augustine's Rory Parker.
Fourth place will go to Marist College Riley Elliott. Fifth place will go to the Hunter Valley Grammar Harrison Skelly Osmond. Sixth place will go to lane 1 Redlands Thomas Hooper.
So there are 5 heats, Paloma, in this men's under-19 single scull. We just saw then heat 2, finishing just now. You heard the beep go off for the Redlands rower Thomas Hooper. So with 5 heats in this, the first place for each heat will automatically go into the final, which is race 65. So you can mark that on your programs, that these heats will progress to the final in race 65. So the first place in each heat will go through to the final, and the next 4 fastest rowers on their times over all 5 heats. So it would be possible that one heat all goes through to the final if that had the next 4 fastest times. So we now move to race 22, heat 3 of this men's under-19 single scull. And who have we got racing on the field now?
Well, it seems that in lane 1 we have St Augustine's Jason Cowell, lane 2 Mossman's William Robertson, lane 3 Redlands James Foley, lane 4 Marist College Roland Carter, lane 5 Leichhardt's Remy Wilson, lane 6 Redlands Oscar Pierce, lane 7 Newcastle Grammar's William Bird, and lane 8 Hunter Valley Grammar's Hayden Melmoth.
Yes, Hunter Valley Grammar, another really strong regional competitor with plenty of potential. Harry Dimmick, who we saw in the race before, he'll be racing against his teammate Purdy in these heats. And they're really putting forward some back-to-back national championship winners from Hunter Valley Grammar. And as they're coming down the course now, it looks like first place is in lane 2. That's Mossman 3's William Robinson, followed by Marist College 5's Roland Carter. He's coached by Tom Hayes and Cormac Hayes. And we're getting some better vision now as they're coming down the course, but it looks fairly spread out. We're going to have some good margins and good water between the rowers as they come into the last 300 metres of this race. But it still looks like Mossman 3's William Robinson is out in front, probably by half a canvas, followed by Marist College 5's Roland Carter. It looks like Roland Carter might be moving up to be bow to bow with Mossman 3, with some big clear water between them and the next. We've just got the binoculars on and we're about to give you some lineups on 3rd, 4th and 5th place. But I would say if Mossman 3 and Marist can hold their positions, we're going to get first across the finish line in this race to be Will Robinson, the Mossman boat.
Probably followed by Roland Carter and Jason Cow, with good margins between most of them. Roland and William, I think, will be battling for the first place.
There looks to be just a second between them at this stage, Paloma. They'll probably look to now start lifting their rating, trying to get some good run on the boat by pushing hard against the footplate when they're up at the catch. So it'll be all the way forward, catch, place the oar, and give a strong, solid drive. And I can see the Mossman rower, William Robinson, is making his move now. He's come all this way out to Penrith. He's not going to want to go home empty-handed. He's going to want to get into the final, race 65. And if Roland Carter can pull a good time in this race, he will also be in one of those top 4 times. But definitely I think Mossman 3 has now made their move. They're going to go across the finish line ahead of Marist's Roland Carter.
Roland's picking up the rate, and it's a tough, might be a photo finish for this race.
Wow, he really cruised it into the last bit there. You should be very happy with that race. Roland Carter took Mossman 3's William Robinson just in the last 2 strokes perhaps, followed now coming in by St Augustine's Jason Cower, followed by Newcastle Grammar's William Bird. In lane 5, that's Leichhardt 2's Remy Wilson. It looks like lane 8.
Lane 6.
It looks like lane 6 will have it next.
Oh,
well done to Hunter Valley's Hayden Melmoth, who just in the last 5 strokes pushed his rating really high and got a half canvas ahead of lane 6, Redlands 3, Oscar Pearce. Crossing the finish line now is Redland 7 boat of James Foley. There are indeed some very good last-minute sprints coming in here. Paloma and I think we've got it at 20 strokes to go, and then we get an acceleration from a rower, pushed on by the thought of being able to cross that line ahead of their lane mate, and we've seen some really good acceleration in the last 4 or 5 strokes of these races.
just a reminder, it is against the law to not wear helmets while you're biking, and it will be a $300 fine if a police officer catches you not wearing your helmet. So please stay safe while bike riding.
Now, Paloma, have you done much racing yourself in a single?
Well, I've started my rowing, campaign doing mostly singles, but recently I have injured my back, and so I've been unable to race in singles.
That's very tough with an injury.
Yes.
And it looks like perhaps in this race, which we're moving to now, race 23.
Heat 4 of the men's under 19 single sculls.
That's it, and I think we've got a couple of scratches in this race.
Yes.
We're going to read out the lineup. Paloma will do that now.
Lane 1, we have Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy. Lane 2, Leichhardt, Dylan Lee. Is this correct?
I feel like Dylan may have been scratched, but we're just waiting for a bit of information up here in the commentary box.
And then Lane 3, Morris College, Riley Dale. Lane 4, Morris College, Harrison Braithwaite. Lane 5, Manning Valley Anglican, Oliver Sampson. Lane 6, Redlands, Jack Meek. Lane 7, Mossman, Floris Elias. And Lane 8, Nepean, Ezekiel Pratt.
And it's great that Morris College in Canberra have made the trip up the Hume Highway to compete this weekend. The national champion and the reigning under-17 men's single scull national champion, Harrison Braithwaite, in lane 4 from Morris College. He's has really looks like he's out in front at this stage at the early part of this race. But Morris College really have fielded a very impressive group of rowers from a relatively young program to compete at lots of regattas in last season, and Braithwaite is certainly in contention to follow in the footsteps of his older peers when he returns to Penrith for the first time this season in this race. He'll be a great addition to watch in the lineup of familiar athletes from Marist College in Canberra. So let's have a look at how this is playing out in race 23, the men's under-19 single scull heat 4, which is in progress.
Well, they're just seeming to cross the 1500 mark now. We're hoping to get a better view of their placements, but it seems that Harrison Braithwaite in lane 4 is out in front. Lane 6, Jack Meek seems to be closing in as well as I think.
I would say that Floris Elias is also, he's right in the middle of his lane. He looks to have a nice steady pace, and those rowers from Hunter Valley Grammar, from Marist College, so it's Luke Purdy, Harrison Braithwaite and Floris Elias would seem to be in the top 3 placements from the commentary tower from what we can see, with some distance between Oliver Sampson, Jack Meek and Riley Dale.
Lane 1 and lane 4, lane 4. Lane 1 and lane 4 seem to be closing in, nearing the finish line. That's Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 1 and Harrison Braithwaite in lane 4 from Marist College. It seems that Luke Purdy has a comfortable margin between him and Harrison, but we will see.
Yes, he's really got a clear lead. He's very much in control of this race. You know, we've all seen one mistake in this last few metres can lead to a different outcome, but I think that he's very comfortably slowed his stroke rate right down, can save his energy for the final, because that will be Hunter Valley Grammar's Luke Purdy going through to the final. Harrison Braithwaite has pushed his pedal to the metal because he may indeed qualify with a time to make that race 65 final, and pushing now hard, Ezekiel Pratt comes in lane 8 for Nepean 1 to take third position.
And it seems that Marist College's Riley Dale will be coming in 4th, along with Redlands' Jack Meek coming in 5th. And lane 5's Manning Valley Anglican Oliver Sampson will be finishing off the race, as well as Floris Elias from Mossman in lane 7.
Florius Elias coming across now. He may have hit a bit of an issue at the early part of the race, so we'll check in with him when he gets off the water as he crosses the finish line for Heat 4, race 23. As we cross straight to race 24, and definitely we've got a lead in Marist College 2's Garvin Hayes. This is the men's under 19 Heat 5, which is in progress. So over in lane 1 is Oscar Spurrett. Lane 2, Hunter Valley Grammar's Zachary Jones. In lane 3, with looks like a good clear lead at this stage, is Garvin Hayes. In lane 4's Hamish Wise. It looks like Ronan Brown from Newcastle Grammar is giving Garvin Hayes a bit of a run for his money up there in the middle of the course. In lane 4 is is lane 4 scratched? So in lane 6 is Henry Dobson from Redlands 4, and in lane 7, Leichhardt's 4, Peter Simnovic. Whether or not Tobias Elias is rowing in this race is yet to be determined, I'm afraid. Let's come to the last 200 metres of this race, and definitely we have lane 3, Marist College 2's Garvin Hayes, coached by Tom Hayes and Cormac Hayes, who's going to have a very comfortable win, although not too comfortable. He's just decided to pick up his stroke rate in case lanes 5 Newcastle Grammar's Ronan Brown decides to pick up his, which he has. So that was a smart move there from Garvin Hayes, who will take out Heat 5, followed by Newcastle Grammar's Ronan Brown, and then it's a battle for lane 2's Hunter Valley Zachary Jones, but he's going to be pushed out by Hamish Wise from St Augustine's. Yes, and Hamish Wise has that by a boat length over Hunter Valley Grammar's Zachary Jones. And now in lane 1, Oscar Spurrett is going to come in behind, in this case, Redlands' Henry Dobson, who made a grand push by a boat length and a half to cross the finish line just ahead of Oscar Spurrett. And finishing up in lane 7 is Leichhardt's Peter Simnovic. We can see that distinctive red, blue and white Zudi from Leichhardt as Peter Simnovic, coached by Isaac Shepherd, crosses the finish line. That's Heat 5. So we should have our lineups now for race 65. That's the first rower to cross the line in each heat, and the next 4 fastest times will make up the field from those qualifying heats.
Now in progress is our race 25 women's under 19 single scull Heat 1, with lane 1 Redlands Lily Weinberg, lane 2 MLC Schools Eve Parker, lane 3, Glebe, Stella Lagin. Lane 4, MLC Schools, Sophie Winnell. Lane 5, Nepean's Zoe McLeod. Lane 6, Askham's Kitty Elias. Lane 7, Newcastle Grammar's Sadie Smart. Lane 8, Mossman Erica Nutt. And lane 9, Redlands Annabelle Huang.
And definitely it looks like the MLC School's Sophie Winnell, coached by Rob Glendenning, has an early lead in this race.
It appears that Erica Nutt is in first place, followed closely by Sophie Winnell with half a second.
You're right, there was nothing in that. I'll forgive myself. Erica Nutt does look to have crossed the 1,000 metre in 4:31.47 with a 0.44, followed by Sophie Winnell and Annabelle Wang just 1 second behind her. There's a bit of water then between her and Stella Langen. And in 5th place at the moment, Kitty Elias, followed by Sadie Smart, Eve Parker, Zoe McLeod and Lily Wainberg. But let's see if Erica can hold on to that lead from Mossman, coached by Ben White-Wolf and Joshua Hewitt. We should get a bit of better vision as it comes into view. We've got a camera up there, but the parallax error from the commentary tower can make it difficult to call in these close races. But the water's good, and I'll be really looking forward to seeing how this field spreads out or stays together as they get into our vision. So the women's under-19 single scull does feature an exciting lineup of athletes recently graduated from the under-17 age category. You know, rowing's coming back after the pandemic still with school programs. It's you know, those years where rowing in the junior classes was difficult has meant that, you know, that the schools have had to really work hard to rebuild their programs. We're going to see these athletes' names more commonly in regattas coming up, and as Grace on the Junior Rowing News predicts, you know, they're really going to lay down their intentions in these small boats regattas to see who their competition is, who they need to beat, the times they need to beat before the state championships. So as we're coming in, it looks like Sophie Winnell has nosed ahead by at least 3 seconds from her second place competitor, Erica Nutt. But it's going to be a battle in this one potentially for second and third, as Annabelle Wang, who represents Redlands in lane 9, closest to the grandstand, might really try to put some pressure onto her lane 8 competitor, Erica Nutt, from Mossman.
It seems that first, second and third have a clear margin between the rest of the crews, and so it will be a battle to see who comes next.
And Sophie, you know, she's going to be really trying to keep her head in the boat, keeping her focus on just gliding through the water with the least resistance possible. And the key to that is the blade depth, which she is controlling with her hand heights, the timing of each oar at the catch, and really making sure that every stroke she takes, you can see her rate is fairly steady and slow, and she might be looking to wind that up now as lanes 8 and 9. You can see from the grandstand, someone's going to have to make a move here if they want to get through to race 66, which is the final, because it's the winner of each race and the 5 next fastest. So you might see in lane 4, Sophie Winnell, she's picking up slightly here, but she can see the other competitors in lane 8 and 9. So she's not going to let them pass her, but at this finish line for the Heat 1, it's Sophie Winnell who will cross the finish line for the MLC school. And congratulations to Erica Nutt, who brought her boat 1 boat length ahead of Annabelle Huang from Redlands, both of whom are going to clock good times in this race at 9:09 for the winner, followed by Erica Nutt 4.85 seconds later, and Annabelle Wang just 1 second behind her, as Ascombe School's Kitty Elias crosses the finish line now ahead of MLC School's Eve Parker in lane 2. In lane 3, Glebe's Stella Langan, and in lane 7, well done to Sadie Smart. You took some good time off your race just then as you cross the finish line ahead of lane 5's Nepean 3, Zoe McLeod, and Lily Wainberg in lane 1 crosses the finish line comfortably. She looks like she enjoyed her race, at least. This is very good as the Heat 1 race 25 concludes. That was a good one. I enjoyed that, Paloma. I'm glad I wasn't doing it.
It seems that now race 26, the women's under 19 single scull Heat 2 is underway, with lane 1 Redlands Catherine Budden, lane 2 Sydney Xenia Palmer, lane 3 Mossman Tanya Hornby, lane 4 Redlands Jemima Hugman, lane 5 Leichhardt Grace Conry, lane 6 Glebe Chloe Hitchens, lane 7 UTS Charlotte Olivier, lane 8 Nepean Vitti Young, and lane 9, scratched, Charlotte Penny. As we approach the 1K mark and pass it, it seems that lane 5, Leichhardt Grace Conry, is in the lead.
So this women's under 19 single scull is comprised of 4 heats. Remembering all, these are 2,000 metre races. So the athletes are starting right at the end of this Olympic course. And a 2,000 metre race, let me tell you, is twice as hard as a 1,000 metre race. And there are 4 heats in this, this series. The first to cross the finish line in each heat will go through to the final, which is in race 66. And the next 5 fastest rowers will go through to that final as well. So as we're here in race 26, they are 5 minutes 30 into the race, and it's a lane 2. That's Sydney's Xenia Palmer, coached by Patrick Graham, is out in front, followed by lane 3's Mossman's Tanya Hornby, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schranko. So lane 2 and 3 are head-to-head in this race, and they'll be pacing off each other, staying consistent, trying to just find that sweet spot in their race where every stroke is just a bit longer and just a bit stronger, and every catch is just a bit cleaner than the one before. They really need to sustain that in this part of the race, because this is where it really starts to dig in and hurt. Looks like Charlotte Oliver, coached by Sam Fennessy, may be in the top 3 of this race.
It seems that she has taken the lead now, about a boat length ahead of...
Look at you, Paloma. See, that's what young eyes do. I've got 54-year-old eyes. Yours are what? Under 17? What are you rowing? Yeah, understand. Well, then I think that's all good. I can see over there in lane 2, Zena Palmer still looks like she's pushing hard to bring her rate up and bring that distance up from Tanya Hornby. But I would agree with you. Charlotte Oliver, from where I'm sitting, does look to be out in front.
I think first, second, third, Charlotte Olivier, Xenia Palmer, and Tanya Hornby will have a close race, but the margin between them and 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th is quite big.
Yeah, it's not just about the speed now, although they will be wanting to pick up their stroke rate. It's about staying smooth. If those leaders start rushing or getting a bit sloppy with their technique because they can see the other boats behind them, the trailing crews will be looking for any weakness that they can exploit to bring their time up, remembering that it's the next 5 fastest qualifiers that will go into the final. But it does look like the distance is really opening up now, and those front crews are probably thinking about their rate strategy. They don't want to stroke too high and risk burning out before the finish. They also don't want to rate too low and forego some time and or placement to get into the final. But I would say comfortably, if lane 7, UTS Charlotte Oliver, can put a bit of grunt into this now, she is going to cross the finish line first against Xenia Palmer over in lane 2. We'll have to see how that plays out in the next 10 strokes or so, but I feel fairly confident. Yes, unless we keep our course, it is going to be Charlotte Oliver, coached by Sam Fennessy, crossing the finish line, and Xenia Palmer second, followed by Mossman 5's Tanya Hornby, and they really were the front runners for most of that race. Lane 4's Jemima Hugman is in a little battle royale with Vitti Young from Nepean 2. Vitti's looking over to see if she can get that last few metres of length, and I think she has got it, I would say from here. Well done, Vitti. I could see your acceleration there, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold, has just pipped Jemima Hugman's position in lane 4, now followed by Leichhardt's Grace Conroy. Comfortably crossing the finish line, her coach is Isaac Shepherd. And over in lane 1, congratulations to Catherine Budden, coached by Kate Tidbury and Cameron Butler. That was heat 2 of the women's under-19 single scull, and it will be Charlotte Oliver who goes into the final. That's race 66.
Heat 3 of the women's under-19 single scull is now underway with lane 1 Nepean Jessica Harris, lane 2 MLC School Rebecca Beaton, lane 3 Newcastle Grammar Roxana Brown, lane 4 Mossman's Lotte Ravestein, lane 5 Mossman Eloise Stevens, lane 6 Redlands Alana Winder, lane 7 Redlands Georgina Hurley, and lane 8 the Armidale Schools Isabella Henderson.
Yeah, and it's really exciting, this race, Paloma, because Mossman Rowing Club has another prodigy in the works, according to Grace on the Junior Rowing News, and that is Eloise Stevens. So she'll be a really close challenger, is the prediction, if we could be so bold, for the win this weekend. She came in just 5 seconds behind Coates at the Reindeer Regatta. That was back in December, and you can expect that she'll have been training really hard to close that gap over the summer. As we're in the middle of the race now, it is lane 8, the Armidale School's Isabella Henderson, who looks to be in first place, so that's closest to the grandstand. That's going to get some good cheers from the Armidale School. I want to hear parents in the grandstand and the Armidale School cheering Isabella Henderson in lane 8. and that is being pushed up by Eloise Stevens, just 1 second behind her. There's a large gap then of 13 seconds between third place Lottie Raverstein and Alana Winder, who'll be vying for that third position, followed by Rebecca Beaton, Jessica Harris and Roxana Brown. But it's going to be exciting to see what happens here, Paloma, for Isabella Henderson and Eloise Stevens fighting it out in Heat 3. One of them will definitely want the grunt to get through to the final. And I think the grandstand's going to have the best view of this right now. I think Isabella Henderson is looking pretty motivated to keep her line straight. She's going to be using the boys on each side of her lane to stay as close to centre as possible. You don't want any distractions or obstacles to touch your oar at this point, because that would disrupt the balance in the boat, and you're trying to get the smoothest line possible. So let's have a look here. Why don't you call this one, Paloma?
Okay, so as we're nearing the finish line, it seems that it might be the Armidale School's Isabella Henderson and lane 5, Eloise Stevens from Mossman, just battling it out. It seems that as lane 5 has seemed to take the win with a final push just towards the finish line. Yes, first place is going to Eloise Stevens, lane 5 from Mossman, and second place, the Armidale School, Isabella Henderson.
She'll be really excited about that. You know, with her, Stevens really experienced some success last season as the bow seat of Mossman's National Championship winning double, and she'll really be wanting to up that in the small boats regatta here today. As lane 4's Lottie Ravenstein comes in, followed by lane 6, Alana Winder. Over in lane 1, crossing the finish line now, is Jessica Harris, just 3/4 of a boat ahead of Roxana Brown from Newcastle Grammar. And let's congratulate lane 3. I thought she had a Santa hat on there. That is Newcastle Grammar's Roxana Brown, sorry, just finished ahead, my apologies, of Rebecca Beaton. So I'll just recap that because I missed that line. Nepean 1's Jessica Harris came in just ahead by half a boat length from MLC School's Rebecca Beaton, and then it was Roxana Brown from Newcastle Grammar. And as we look at Georgina Hurley now from Redlands, coached by Kate Tidbury and Cameron Butler, is crossing the finish line now in lane 7, and that was the Heat 3. So remembering the winner of each heat goes through to the final, and the next 5 fastest.
Yes, now in progress is Heat 4 of the Women's Under-19 Single Scull, with in lane 2, Newcastle Grammar's Annabelle Mackenzie, lane 3, Sydney Asher Stewart, lane 4, MLC School's Eliza Kershaw McDonald, lane 5, Mossman's Elise Coates, lane 6, Ascom's Sabrina Coxar, lane 7, Mossman's Frida Kirkham, and lane 8, Glebe's Emily Barrett.
And this is race 28, Heat 4. It looks like Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar is leading at this early part of the race. Oh, it's actually not the early part, it's a 2,000 metre race. But it's going to be interesting to see what Mossman's Elise Coates in lane 5 gets up to. Elise comes into the season as an undeniable favourite after claiming 3 gold medals at last year's National Championships. So she's entered the 2025 season, posting some pretty impressive times throughout winter. She has been in the New South Wales High Performance Pathway. She's been doing time trials. She took out the under-17 women's single, double, quad, scull last year. So this is kind of moving up now into the under-19s competition. So let's see what Elise Coates, without putting too much pressure on you, of course, darling, but you are the only, oh no, you've got your Frida Kirkman is your teammate in this. And race 28 at the 1500 at 6 minutes 28 seconds, it is Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar in lane 2 with an 8-second lead over Frida Kirkman from Mossman. Emily Barrett in third place is right on her tail. Emily from Glebe over in lane 8, closest to the grandstand. But the battle does seem to be between Annabelle Mackenzie over in lane 2, because we've got a scratch in lane 1. So lane 2, the boat that you can see on the far side of the course is Annabelle Mackenzie, and she is looking to be nose to nose, bow ball to bow ball with the girls in 7 and 8, which is Mossman's Frida Kirkman and Glebe's Emily Barrett. So it's going to be a race for first, second and third, and fourth, fifth and sixth, remembering the first goes through and the next 5 fastest times. So who knows, this could be a really fast heat, which means that the fourth and fifth qualifiers do get through to the final. It's hard to say until they obviously cross the finish line and we've got a finish time, but this race looks pretty convincing from Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar, who will go into the final. Race 66, and the fight on here, Paloma, is between lanes 7 and 8. So we've got Frida Kirkman. She is pushing hard, but we've got some nice smooth water for Emily Barrett. See, you can actually see the boat lifting at the bow. She has really done a beautiful job of that. Emily Barrett, coached by Milan Parker. Congratulations, Emily. You made that boat run so beautifully in the last 10 strokes. You really deserved that second place, and I hope your time of 8 minutes and 46 seconds gets you into that final. If you can row like that, it'll be a very exciting final. As the Ascombe School, Sabrina Coxar crosses the finish line for Ascombe, well done, followed by Sydney Rowing Club's Asher Stewart, coached by Patrick Graham. And let's put our hands together now for lane 4, the MLC School's Eliza Kershaw McDonald, as she crosses the finish line, coached by Rob Glendenning. And you'll hear Rob's dulcet tones this afternoon on the commentary. I'll enjoy that on my way home in the car, Paloma.
Now, race 29, the Para Single Scull is underway. Lane 2 is Glebe Micah Kelly. Lane 3, ANU's Rebecca Jones. Lane 4, Community Bronte Marshall. Lane 5, Drummoyne Stephanie Walker. And Lane 7, University of New South Wales, Georgina Browning.
So this is a 2,000 metre race, race 29, and we so proud that Pararowing was introduced as an Olympic sport at the 2008 Beijing Paralympics, where all athletes can enjoy competing at the very highest levels of their sport. The basic techniques of Pararowing are identical. Some elements of the stroke, the drive, the recovery, the catch angle and the oar handling do need to be modified for Pararowing to suit what the athlete needs to perform at their highest level. All of the elements of rowing, the aerobic fitness, the anaerobic fitness, the weights training, everything is designed to make that boat move faster. And with full integration of Pararowing into the main rowing programs of many school and masters competitions, Pararowing really has taken on a very competitive angle at these small boats and all regattas, in fact, and some very names that we know and love. So in lane 2, Glebe's Mika Kelly, coached by Mark Tajan, the one and only. Oh, hello, Clem. Clem is here with me now, which is lovely.
Yep, we're doing our rotation, a bit of a rest break. Hello, everybody.
Good to be here with you, my fellow rowing compatriot from North Shore Rowing Club, Mr. Clement Zhang.
That's right. We like to do things together.
Clem puts a lot of effort into the volunteer programs at North Shore, and we would be so lost without your wonderful use of technology to improve how we boat load and unload.
Yeah, I love to use a bit, like most rowers, I'm a bit of a tech geek, and I like to try new things with all the types of hardware that's available out there.
Do you think if we have a little lull in the commentary, you might share with our live stream friends and people here what some of your favourite tech-savvy, time-saving rowing tips are?
Yeah, definitely. Not sure that it'll save you that much time, but always willing to help. I mean, we have so much technology. We've got WhatsApp groups. We use iCrew, obviously, to toggle in and out. Yeah, it's almost like there's too much technology nowadays. And here we can see coming up, looks like lane 2's Glebe's Micah Kelly has had a strong lead the whole race, and it seems to be maintaining it. And then you have UNSW's Georgina Browning also pacing well together.
I think it's definitely going to be in this last 100 metres or so that Micah's going to assert her dominance over this race, as she does in so many races that she's in. But every rower can have, you know, a difficult day where things don't go their way. But I think in today's race, it is going to be Micah Kelly, coached by Mark Tajan, who is going to take this race over Georgina Browning of the University of New South Wales, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. She's a lovely rower, Micah Kelly. I really enjoy seeing how she dominates these races. I like talking to her near the food, you know, near the kiosk. She's usually up there after her race. As lane 7, Georgina Browning looks behind her. She's absolutely exhausted. She's lying down. I hope she's okay. We might check in with Georgina Browning after this race as Bronte Marshall, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan, crosses the finish line from Community Rowing Club. Bronte's in the PR3, they're all PR3 categories, so there are different categories for para rowing. And if you see any of these rowers, you can ask them about it and understand better how they qualify in the different categories and what it means, as lane 5's Stephanie Walker, coached by Ashley Brooking from Drummoyne, crosses the finish line. And I love the safety boat is going out to Georgina Browning in lane 7, just to check in that she's okay. She might have had some difficulties that we don't know about. It could be a technical difficulty that she might have rowed that took more out of her than she might have anticipated. But it's a 2,000 metre race, so I mean, I think it's fair to be absolutely smashed at the end of that, right? And lane 2's ANU, Rebecca Jones, is coming across the finish line shortly. She's followed by, oh, sorry, I apologise. To all those on the live stream and in the commentary, I'm so sorry. There was some mishap, probably operator error. But Mika Kelly is just crossing the finish line now in Glebe, followed by the BRO boat. So I don't know if Mika had some difficulty as well. She looks pretty exhausted, long race. But it was actually Rebecca Jones who crossed the finish line from ANU in first position. I'll get the official results for that. Here, I'll give it to you now. It's ANU's Rebecca Jones in race 29, who will be in the final. And that was a time of 9 minutes 35.77, followed by Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales, followed by Communities Bronte Marshall, Drummoyne's Stephanie Walker, in 5th place, Glebe's Micah Kelly, and we may have two. And what we're seeing on the course now is race 30, the para singles scull in lane 4, Communities Jennifer Emerson, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. And also from Communities, Amber Bradley. Same coaches, Anne Craig, Liam James, Barbara Ramjam. They're on the course now. You can see 2 rowers with the BRO boat between them. I'm sorry about the race before. That doesn't feel right to me that I miscalled that, because all credit to Rebecca Jones, coached by Edwin Bian, who did an excellent time of 9:35.77 from ANU, who took out race 29, the para single scull.
Race 30 with the para single scull is underway, with Communities Jennifer Emerson in lane 4 and Communities Amber Bradley in lane 5. As we approach the finish line, it seems that lane 4, Jennifer Emerson, has a nice lead on her clubmate, Amber Bradley. And coming to the finish line, it is Jennifer Emerson in lane 4 from Community with a strong lead. And she will be taking first place for this race. Finishing off race 30, the para single scull, well done to Amber Bradley, coming in second in lane 5 from Community. Race 31, the men's under 16 single scull final is now lining up. We have lane 1, St. Augustine's Oliver Kennedy, lane 2, Hunter Valley Grammar's Thomas Graham, lane 3, Newcastle Grammar Theodore Spack, lane 4, Morris College Cooper Clark, lane 5, Morris College James Pantano, lane 6, Leichhardt's Luca Wilson, lane 7, Newcastle Grammar, Daniel Vesey. Lane 8, Northern Beaches Secondary, Harrison Peaty. And lane 9, Northern Beaches Secondary, Jake Krause.
Now it's exciting, the next few races. If you're listening on the live stream while you're making breakfast for everyone in your house or cooking a cake for tomorrow's birthday, etc. It's an exciting time for the next few races because these are finals, firstly, that have come together from all of those heats that we've been calling this morning. So you'll remember that the first rowers go through and usually 4 or 5 of the next fastest times go through. So that's what we're seeing in these lineups, the combination from all of those heats now in the final. So this being race 31, the men's under 16 single scull. I like these races, Paloma, because these are the names that we're going to be hearing over the next kind of 3, 4, 5 years as they move up through the rankings. So, this time next year, we'll be, hopefully calling the under 17s, 18s, 19s. So St. Augustine's Oliver Kennedy, we've got Hunter Valley Grammar's Thomas Graham, and it is, in fact, we haven't got a call yet on these because I do think they're lining up at the start now. So they look like they've got a line and they're racing. So they're going to rate high for the first 5 strokes. That's called a racing start. And they're really trying to pull ahead in the first 5 strokes, get some good boat speed up. Then they're going to build that pressure over the next 15 strokes. So strokes 6 to 19, you could say they're building the pressure on the foot plate to get some acceleration through the water. And then at stroke 20, as part of their race plan, they would be then settling into their rhythm. So what that means, on the 20th stroke, they're going to sit back in the boat. They're going to control their speed up the slide, so they're not going to smash into the front chocks or the catch, as it's also called. They're going to want to have a nice controlled slide so that the boat stays smooth in the water. And then when they get to the catch, when they're all crouched up at the front of the boat, they're going to transfer their pressure onto their feet and onto the foot plate, and they're going to accelerate with their legs, which is called the drive. And it's on that drive that the oar catches the water, and that's what accelerates them through. So I've just there described rowing 101, and we're hopefully going to be getting a 500-metre time. But at this stage, it looks like in race 31, Leichhardt's Luca Wilson, coached by Isaac Shepherd, is out in front. And that'll be very exciting for Luca's family, who are hopefully listening to this live stream.
Yes, and this is a very quick race with Luca Wilson coming in first, Cooper Clark coming in second at the 1500, followed by Daniel Vesey in third, Harrison Peaty in 4th, James Pantano 5th, Theodore Spack 6th, Jake Krause 7th, Oliver Kennedy 8th, and Thomas Graham 9th. Now, this is only halfway through their 1 kilometre race, so anything could still happen and changes could be made to these scorings.
I think it's going to be a seriously tricky one for us to call. We'll do our best, but really there's a lot of aggression in this race in terms of the timing between these boats. They are very closely contesting. They might start to lift now, and we might start to get a leader, as I think we have in Luca Wilson of lane 6. They're going to be concentrating on making sure their oars are not buried too deep so they can keep the run on the boat. But there's a triangle that's forming on the course now with Luca Wilson, who seems to be out in front, ahead of James Pantano and Daniel Vesey on either side of him. So Cooper Clark it is. It looks like Luca Wilson. Second will be Cooper Clark. I think in third place, Daniel Vesey looks like he's pushing up, but there's some nice work there by Luca Wilson, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Leichhardt is striding out now. He's got beautiful run on the boat, nice, even, very measured and good technique as he crosses the finish line. In first place, that's Leichhardt's Luca Wilson, followed by lane 4's Cooper Clark from Marist. 2 boat lengths ahead of Newcastle Grammar's Daniel Vesey. And over in lane 1 is to watch Oliver Kennedy as he gets a strong push now from Glebes, from Northern Beaches, Harrison Peaty. And in lane 9, Jack Krause are fighting, but they got it. It looks like Harrison Peaty over Jack Krause, followed by Oliver Kennedy, followed by Marist College, James Pantano. In lane 3, Theodore Spack, just in front of Thomas Graham from Hunter Valley Grammar. That was a ripper.
It certainly was, and I think there will be a photo finish for some of them there.
That got a bit exciting, Paloma. I've been watching the tennis. I don't know if you've been watching the tennis, but I've been getting some commentary tips from those tennis commentators. I've really been enjoying it. So because the word stroke in tennis, that was a great ground stroke, all I have to say is that was a great stroke, and I can use some of their commentary.
That's brilliant. I should continue watching the tennis.
Got to say, listening to other commentators, once you've done this a few times, is really interesting, and you can learn a lot from any sport listening to the commentary.
Definitely. I think I definitely appreciate them more after having some experience myself.
I think you're a natural, I've got to say, Paloma. You've got a really easy easy way about you. You can think on your feet, which I think is helpful.
Thank you.
As we move now to race 32, and again, this is a final. So lane 4 at this stage, the Ascombe School Ingsy Dive, coached by Oliver Klotz and Philip O'Brien, look like that she has got a lead in this women's under-16 single scull final. It's a 1,000-metre race. In lane 1, Elliot Munro from Newcastle Grammar. Lane 2, Glebe's Lucy Meek. In lane 3, her compatriot from Glebe, Anna Ward. Ascombe is in lane 4's Ingsy Dive. Lane 5, Sydney's Ruby Mullins, coached by Patrick Graham. In lane 6, the MLC School is fielding Adelaide Abernethy, coached by Rafi Stanford Mears. And in lane 7 and lane 8, represented by Hunter Valley Grammar School, we have Kate Lonergan and Georgia Foster. And in the lane closest to the grandstand is Manning Valley Anglicans' Neem Simmons, coached by Murray Dowd. So it looks like Ingsy Dive has got 2.05.5 at the 500, and she has a clear, good, solid, steady lead from Anna Ward in lane 2, coming second, I apologise. So as they're coming down the field, it is opening up, and I think well, you can't call it too soon, because as you know, anything can happen.
Yes, but I think Ingzi Dive might have the win on this with an 11-second margin against her second contestant.
Yeah, but the pressure's always on in these races. You know, they're going to be wanting to place well, and it's not just about the place, it's about their time. So they'll be using their core, and their core stability is important to get it moving through the water faster. Of course, that being the aim of this sport, is who crosses the finish line first by moving their boat through the water the fastest. It's about finding that extra gear when the tank feels empty. And at this part of the race, it'll be exciting because they're getting closer to the finish line, but they're using up a lot of the fuel that they've got. Not so for Ingzi, however. She looks like she's got a really nice lead and is going to cross the finish line very comfortably for the Ascombe School in lane 4.
Second place will be a battle, but I think lane 5's Ruby Mullins from Sydney will have second place, followed by third place Glebe from Glebe Anna Ward, and fourth will be lane 7 Hunter Valley Grammar, Kate Longerman, and lane 9 and lane 2 battling it out with lane 9 got it with Nia Simmons. Just to recap, first place Ingzi Dive, second place was Ruby Mullins, third Anna Ward, fourth Kate Longerman, fifth was Nia Simmons, sixth Lucy Meek, seventh Georgia Foster, eighth Elliot Munro, and ninth Adelaide Abernathy.
And I'm getting a bit excited now, Paloma, because we have just entered race 33, and this is where my friends start racing. So this is the women's masters pair in lane 6, North Shore's Boland and Tonge, coached by Guy Morgan. They're going to be pretty determined off go to get this race in the bag for the women's masters pair. So let's have a look at this lineup. University of New South Wales, Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews. In lane 3, the Glebe composite of Nikki Lepresti and Heidi Lindahl. In lane 4, Lake Macquarie's Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. Lane 5 is the combination of Leichhardt's Daniela Bourget and Jennifer Zonga. In lane 6, currently in the lead for this race, is Catherine Boland and Olivia Tonge. In lane 7, Leichhardt's Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson. And in Glebe has Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchinson rowing in lane 8. But the North Shore crew of Boland and Tonge are going to need to keep control, keep focus, keep the pressure on, and keep the boat in the lane. They are looking strong to take out Division 1 of race 33 over the crews of Zargo, Matthews, Lepresti, Lindahl, Berry and McDonald, Bourget and Zonga. Boland and Tonge look comfortable to take this race by at least 2 boat lengths over lane 3, Lepresti and Lindahl, and they're going to be absolutely thrilled with that as Boland and Tonge come across the finish line in first place for race 33. It's a pressing finish for Bourget and Zonga, take it out over Lepresti and Lindahl, and it's a photo finish for lane 2. That's Zargo and Matthews, and lane 4, Berry and McDonald, as lane 8, Skilton and Hutchinson cross just ahead of the Brigham and Jane Hutchinson combination. I'm very excited. It's going to be a good night in my house tonight, Paloma. It's going to be party central at Kirribilli as the North Shore crew of Boland and Tonge do a very impressive race in the time of 4.02.86. They'll be very happy with that. Crossing 5 seconds after them is the Bourget Zonga. team with 0.6 Tulapresti and Lindale for first, second and third in Division 1. As we cross to race 34, Division 2, there are some big names in this race that you will well recognise. Most of them are North Shore Cruise, hey Paloma, so we're good with that.
Race 34, the Women's Master Pair Division 2 is now underway with an all North Shore race with lane 4, Jo Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach, lane 5, Wendy Zammit and Julie Wass, lane 6, Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards, and lane 7, Susan Walter and Susan Wannon. Currently, it seems that lane 7, North Shore's Susan Walter and Susan Wannon have a current lead. They are coached by Kim Rudder at North Shore Rowing Club.
And they look like they have a comfortable lead. And for those who aren't aware, the North Shore Rowing Club is made up of obviously volunteer coaches, and the two Sues make up part of that coaching staff. And I've been fortunate enough to have them also coach me over the last 4 years since I've been a member. And on many occasions, I do recall them telling me to stop slouching and sitting up straight. And here they are, pulling through with so much grace and power. The two Sues. And at the 500, you've got lane 6, the two Sues coming in at 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Sorry, lane 7.
Yes, in this pair race, it really is about the technique, Clem, and you can see that lane 7, Susan Walter and Susan Wannon surely do have it. With second place currently second, I apologize, is seems to be lane 6 with Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards, followed by Wendy Zammit and Julie Wass in lane 5, and Jo Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach in lane 4.
And they are all mostly coached by Kim Rudder, with Jo Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach also coached by Peter Kwok. And it looks like Susan Walter and Susan Wannon have a very comfortable lead currently in lane 7. Looking very calm, nice rating there. Looks like a casual row, really.
As we head to the finish line, it is a confident lead from Susan Walter and Susan Wannon, who will be taking first place in this Women's Masters Pair Division 2 Race 34.
And crossing the finish line, as predicted, in lane 7, Sue Walter and Sue Wannon from North Shore. It will be a close finish, though, to see who comes in its second, with the last 3 crews battling it out. But it does look like lane 6's Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards with a tidy boat length ahead of lane 4's Joe Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach. And that last minute push there in lane 4, Joe Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach just getting a canvas there ahead of Wendy Zammit and Julie Wass. Looking at the course, we're just lining up the next race, which will be starting at the 2K, so there will be a pause now for a period.
Just lining up at the 2K mark now is the race 35 men's under 17 single scull final. Lane 1 is Marist College Jesse Elwood. Lane 2 will be Mitchell Wadey from Marist College. Lane 3 Leichhardt's William Swede. Lane 4 Kinross Wallaroy's Hamish Searle. Lane 5 Mossman's Ewan Humphreys. Lane 6, Newcastle Grammar's Thomas Mitteff. Lane 7, Mossman's Leighton Showman. Lane 8, St. Augustine's Lachlan Schofield. And Lane 9, St. Augustine's Henry O'Hare.
Yeah, there might be a really slight crosswind starting to blow across the direction of travel now. Paloma, you can see the ripples on the water, and I just spoke to some Masters rowers who came off that pairs race, and they said that definitely they could feel a slight resistance and wind pushing them across the course a little bit. The winds here, obviously this course was purpose-built for the Olympics, so orientation, east-west direction, and winds and sun, all taken into account, obviously. I'm no landscape designer, but I know that they would have thought of those things. But wind can present a very unique challenge when rowing. You can overcome a lot of those external environmental factors with the right strategy for each race, depending on the conditions and the technique that you use. Sometimes you can even utilise a crosswind to help pick up some boat speed. But the most important thing probably is to recognise that a crosswind on a course like Penrith has the potential to push your boat off course. And you know, all boat classes can row in mild winds, and we'd all be very familiar with that training on the rivers and courses that we do. That it is, however, the small boats, which is this being a small boats regatta, the singles, the pairs and the doubles, you know, there are potential dangers associated with winds when they pick up, because those are lightweight boats, and you know, anything can happen with, you know, a slight wind, the oar goes a bit deep, you push slightly different timing, just minuscule at the catch from your pairs partner, and you've only got 2 oars in that boat, and so, you know, that's got the potential to capsize a small boat. So really in choppy water, which this is not today, but in choppy water you can adjust things like your oar height, and carry your blade a little bit higher than you need to usually. But for racing in a crosswind, it's really orienting your boat so that you can maximise as much of that wind speed as possible in the direction that you want to go. So the conditions out here today would be probably considered fairly ideal. You can see the flags on those poles at the grandstand are really hanging vertically, so there's not a lot of wind up here, but there are perhaps little gusts and little swirls that can catch a small boat. And the rowers certainly said that there is a slight breeze pushing across the course, and you can see that with the ripples on the surface. So that was my meteorological top tips and tricks for rowing.
Thank you so much. I will take that into account next time there's some chop on the water. And now...
Secretly, Paloma, I love a bit of chop on the water because it means when I get down to the clubhouse and I can see some white caps, it means I'm going for coffee. I'm not going to the bridge. So I personally don't mind it, but that's just me.
I don't know if I enjoy a bit of chop as much as you. Honestly, I think I'd prefer to stay inside an erg than be out on the water with lots of chop.
How many ergs are you getting done at the moment, Paloma? Have you got an off-water training program going?
This holidays, I have done an astounding 1 erg. And other than that, I've been pretty relaxed because I've been told not to.
Because you've got your injury going on. Gotcha. Yes, I'm proud to say that at least 2 rowers at North Shore have the world fastest time on a 1 hour erg. I mean, can you even imagine doing a 1 hour erg?
That is very impressive.
And they have the world's fastest time.
Yes.
So, and some of those rowers have just got first place in the last 2 races. So,
wow.
Yeah, I know they're impressive on the master. It's the masters. I will make sure that we underline that. And we really should do a shout out at this point in time with a bit of a lull in the program for all of the volunteers out here at Cirque. So I can see there are two safety boat, probably medical perhaps, down at the finish line at the moment, just having a little tea break on the water. But it's the BROs, they're boat race officials, who you can see in the Rowing New South Wales little speedboats. And they come out here, they're here at the crack of dawn until the close of day. I mean, they really do keep the safety of the athletes racing on the course front of mind. They're always there looking out, concentrating. Sometimes it's really, really hot. And so thanks to the BROs and to the volunteers handing out the mugs, to those from Rowing New South Wales who are here. And of course to the boat holders for the 2,000 metre races. Now I think we've got some action on the course. Paloma's going to start us off with race 35 on your program. They're 3 minutes into this race. God, I've just been gas bagging. There's a race on. Here you go, Paloma.
It's okay. So they are currently approaching the 1 kilometre mark. It seems to be that lane 6 and lane 5, which will be Newcastle Grammar's Thomas Mitteff and Ewan Humphrey from Mossman, will be taking the current lead. So Ewan Humphreys is currently in first position with a time of 3:54, followed closely with 2 seconds by Hamish Searle and Leighton Skoman.
As they come through the 1,000 metre mark, it's certainly going to be a very tight field. In the middle of the race, there is barely 10 seconds separating the first from the 9th position in this race. So you can imagine that, viewers watching here, but also listening on the live stream. We've got 9 rowers lined up in the men's under 17 single final. And with 9 rowers, there is 10 seconds between the first and the last rower. So they are all, I would call this a close race at the 1,000 Paloma, but of course it's what happens in the last 1,000 metres. That's about 120 strokes, and anything can really happen. They probably break the race down now into 3 thirds, so, you know, or even quarters. You know, let's get this 30 strokes done, then the next 30, then the third 30, and then the final 30. So probably, I mean, who can say what they're honestly going through? It's a 2,000 metre race. I would have tanked already by now, but they might start to widen the gap in the hardest part of the race, which is this second and third quarter. But it does look like lane 4, and that would be Kinross Wallaroy's Hamish Searle, and lane 5, Mossman's Ewan Humphreys. They look to be the 2 single scullers at this point in the race, coming into the last 600 metres, who are out in front. Nice clear water, potentially. There's now a bit of a lead between the first is out in front, but second and third head to head. Ewan Humphreys is at 5:55.54 at the 1500, followed 3 seconds later by Hamish Searle, Leighton Schumann. In fourth, currently Thomas Mitteff, followed by Mitchell Waddy, Lachlan Schofield, Henry O'Hare, William Spooge, and Thomas is in this race twice, everyone. He's coming 4th and 9th. So I'm going to have to come back to you on that. I think it might be Henry O'Hare. Jesse Elwood from Marist, who might have been missed out in that lineup. But definitely, if we're looking at this race, it's Hamish Searle, Ewan Humphreys, who are going to fight it out for the first spot. I can see that that lane 4 has pushed forward. That's Hamish Searle. He's still behind Ewan Humphreys at this point, but he has made a bit of a pass from Leighton Schumann. So let's have a look. The Mossman rowers are definitely going to take 2 of the top 3 spots in this final. But it is, at the moment, Mossman's Ewan Humphreys with a boat length ahead of Hamish Searle from Kinross Wallaroy in second place. And good on lane 6, Newcastle Grammar's Thomas Mitteff. 7, apologies, Mossman's Leighton Showman. I got a bit of a bum steer just there. But it's very clear that Mossman's Ewan Humphreys, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schranko, is going to take out this final in race 35, followed by lane 4's Kinross Wallaroy's Hamish Searle. But Leighton Schumann's giving it a really good crack to come in third in a time of 7:55.46. As St Augustine's Lachlan Schofield crosses the finish line for St Augustine's. His teammate Henry O'Hare is really going to try to take it off Leichhardt's William Spurge, and he did. So good on you, Henry O'Hare, pipping William Spurge for that place. Crossing the finish line's Newcastle Grammar's Thomas Mitteff, just a nose ahead of Marist College Jesse Elwood. Good race. I enjoyed that. Didn't call it very well, but I enjoyed it.
That's okay. And now race 36, women's under 17 single scull final is now underway. This is a 2 kilometre race, and they have just passed the 1 kilometre mark, I think. In lane 1, we have Isabel Armstrong from Mossman. Lane 2, Nepean's Ellie Taylor. Lane 3, Newcastle Grammar, Heidi McKenzie. Lane 4, Heidi Heap from Mossman. Lane 5, Kinross Wallaroy's Rani Jarek. Lane 6, Redlands Isabel Campbell. Lane 7, Newcastle Grammar's Kensington Steele. Lane 8, Mossman's Amelia Darcy. And Lane 9, Mossman's Amelie Kemper Massey. It appears that in lane 4, Mossman's Heidi Heap has a lead on the rest of the crews, along with lane 5, Kinross Wallaroy's Rani Jarek, possibly coming in second. Rani Jarek, currently in second place, was Novice of the Year last year, so it will be exciting to see how well she does this season.
Yeah, it's going to be it's a real test of stamina and technical skill. I love that about rowing. You need to have both, really, if you want to succeed or compete at the highest level. Personally, I've neither got stamina nor technical skill, but I do rowing for other reasons. But these young rowers who are showing so much potential, they just got to keep in their rhythm through every stroke in this part of the race as they come into the last 500. But it looks like a really nice, clear lead for Heidi Heap from Mossman, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko. Now, they've had quite a few winners there in these juniors, and Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko will be very, very happy with Heidi's performance in this race, the women's under-17 single scull final. She has a definitive, clear and unequivocal lead in this race 36. It is going to be Heidi Heap, and it looks to be followed by Kinross Wallaroy's Rani Jarek, coached by Emma Fessy. Also, the competition here, I think, might be between lane 2's Ellie Taylor from Nepean, this is for third place, and Amelia Darcy from Mossman 3. Emily looks like she's got a lot of ground to make up there in lane 9, but she's going to get across the finish line. But it's going to be Heidi Heap, Mossman's rower in the under-17 single scull, who's going to take out this race very comfortably in her lead from Rani Jarek. She's got another 4 strokes to go. She's got nice long strokes there. She leans back into the finish line to cross in a time of 10 seconds behind Heidi Heap, so 8.55.16. And it is lane 2's Nepean's Ellie Taylor crossing just a boat length ahead of Amelia Darcy from Mossman 3. And it's an exciting race here at the end in lane 6. Redlands' Isabel Campbell crosses just ahead of Newcastle Grammar's Kensington Steele, and the little bow number's fallen off there, but I think it might be Heidi Mackenzie in lane 3, finishing just ahead of lane 1's Mossman's Isabel Armstrong. And in the grandstand, would you please put your hands together now as Amelia Kemper-Massey takes some big pushes to finish this race. It is a 2,000 metre race, no small feat for any athlete. Well done to Emily, finishing race 36. As we cross now to race 37, which is underway. And race 37 is a it's a final of the men's under-19 double scull. We've got Redlands in lane 1. Leichhardt has scratched in lane 2. Lane 3 is Leichhardt. Lane 4, Marist College 1. Newcastle Grammar's and Sydney University Composite in lane 5. That's Dimmick and Purdy. And I think that they might be out in front, but I'll come back to you on that. I would expect it to be so with Dimmick and Purdy. Lane 6, St Augustine's Parker Wise. Then Marist field 2 crews in lanes 7 and 8 of Carter and Dale and Spurrett and Elliott combination. And Redlands in lane 9, that's Dobson and Pearce. But we're going to get a nice win here from lane 5. And lane 5 is the Dimmick Purdy of Newcastle Uni and Sydney combination to take out race 37, the men's under 19, and lane 4, in second place, who is it? Well, lane 4 is fantastic, but we want to know who it is. It looks like Marist. I'm sorry, I don't have their names on the chart in front of me. Lane 6, St. Augustine's, cross in third place. And lane 9 have had an excellent finish. That's the Redlands double combination. Well done, boys. Marist finish, lane 8. And we'll have some more precision on that for you in a moment. Followed by Leichhardt, St. Augustine's, and here come Redlands to round out the field in race 37. So some results that are unofficial for you in the men's under 19. Newcastle Uni Sydney Composite at 7:01.98. This is a 2,000 metre race, followed by Marist, St. Augustine's, Redlands, Marist, Leichhardt. And I'm very proud of Paloma and I. We did that without any lineups on our sheets. So I'm sorry if we missed some names in that race. We were flying a little bit blind up here.
Race 38, the women's under 19 double scull final is currently underway. However, in this commentating tower, we are yet to understand the boats which are racing.
Well done, boys, in that composite. We see you up here. Sydney Uni and Sydney, congratulations on the last race. You can get your beer mugs and go home. They're water mugs to put your cordial and milk in.
Coming in first is Glebe with a confident lead. Second currently is Mossman in lane 5. Third is the Mossman 2 crew. So first is currently Glebe, Patricia Boland and Lucy Yabsley. Second, Mossman, Elise Coates and Eloise Stevens currently. Third is Mossman 2, Frida Kirkham and Lotta Raverstein. Fourth is UTS, Charlotte Olivier and Isabella Henderson. And fifth will be Redlands currently with Alana Winder and Annabelle Huang. Sixth, Redlands, Lily Weinberg and Jemima Hugman. Seventh, Newcastle Grammar, Roxana Brown and Sadie Smart. And eighth, MLC School, Eliza Kershaw McDonald and Sophie Winnell.
And thanks to Grace from the Junior Rowing News. She has this prediction on this race, and I think it's going to happen. She says that several of the big hitters are missing from this weekend's roster. That's likely due to the summer training camps that have been around the state, with the scullers, you know, the Loretto Normanhurst Glebe rowing pairs, Boland, and Ascombe School Glebe rowing clubs, Yabsley. They've both been stalwarts of the junior women's circuit for a few years now. We can look here to say that these are, as expected, we've got the Glebe combination of Boland and Yabsley who are going to comfortably take out this women's under 19. Going to see those names a lot. Maybe one day they'll represent Australia, who knows, as we look to the Mossman group. Mossman girls, they really continue their training. They're going to provide some serious challenge for the Coates, that's Coates and Stevens. Hot on their heels, you could say. And we have another Mossman crew. just crossing the finish line. That's the Kirkman and Ravenstein crew from Mossman, and now in lane 7, UTS Charlotte Olivier and Isabella Henderson. Nice spread out field here. In the last 4 finishes, there's lots of water between them as Redlands Alana Winder and Annabelle Huang cross the finish line. Although there's a bit of competition for you as the Redlands crew of Weinberg and Hugman just by 0.88 pip Roxana Brown and Sadie Smart for the 6th position. And finishing now is Eliza Kershaw McDonald and Sophie Winnall from the MLC school in 8th place. As we put our hands together, please, in the women's under 19 doubles final as lane 2 crosses the finish line from MLC school, Isabel Neng and Eve Parker. So just to recap, Boland and Yabsley double combination have taken out the women's under 19 double scull in a time of 7 minutes 36 on the nose. That's a 2,000 metre race. That's a pretty good time.
That is an excellent time for the women's under 19 double scull.
As we cross now to race 39. I'm not sure if we're underway yet in this race. I apologise. Okay, we are back on track up here as the para single scull race 39 lines up. There are 4 athletes in this race, which means that 2 have been scratched, and that would be Micah Kelly in lane 2 has been scratched. Now that kind of makes sense, right? Because Micah did have some difficulty in her previous race where she was way behind the field in a position where we don't usually see her, and I suspect she might have perhaps an injury or some such thing, which means that she has scratched from this race. So everyone at Rowing New South Wales and in the commentary box and all the clubs, I'm sure, send best wishes to Micah Kelly, hoping that you are okay. As they're lining up now, we've got lane 2 in lane 5. What do you think about that? 2 have the bow numbers of 5, 5, 6 and 7. So let's take a punt, and we've got... I don't know what those zooties are. You're going to have to help me here. I don't know who's scratched other than Micah. So there looks like Parry might have also from Glebe, because I can't see a Glebe zooty there. Here we go. We've got Eleanor Taylor from Community in the furthest lane, lane 3. Lake Illawarra, that's Kevin Wall in lane 5. So that's in the middle of the course. Kevin's coached by Mark Partridge and Sean Quigley. ANU's Rebecca Jones, coached by Edwin Bian in lane 6, and in lane 7, Stephanie Walker, coached by Ashley Brooking from Drummoyne. So I'm sure things will make more sense to us as this race unfolds and as we get closer to camera angles that you might be able to see on your screen at home or on the large screen to the right of the grandstand, just behind the finish tower. That might be your best angle at the moment to see who may be the other rower in this group who has scratched. I think it might be Parry Mutaris from Glebe. It does look like the wind is picking up a little bit on the course, which might have an impact on the rowers in this race, because they've got to contend with the conditions, the wind, staying in their lane. They haven't got the usual kind of full field of competition, which might spur them on if they had a full race. That you can it's a bit more competitive, I guess, and that you're putting yourself against other rowers. But it looks like the rower from Community, Eleanor Taylor, Kevin Wall, my apologies, Lake Illawarra's lane 5, Kevin Wall, coached by Mark Partridge and Sean Quigley, is currently in the lead at the 500 at 2.0715, followed by ACT's ANU rower, Rebecca Jones. So in race 39, currently it's Kevin Wall, followed by Rebecca Jones with a 12-second gap. And 9 seconds after that is Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne 1 in third place. They are all in the PR3 category of for this para single scull. And they all have coaches with their own pedigree, I would say. You've got Mark Tajan as a coach, Barbara Ramjam, Kenneth Major, Sean Quigley, Edwin Bian and Ashley Brooking. So all of those rowers are accomplished in their own right, and they would work really hard one-on-one coaching to the specific requirements of each of the athletes' abilities and challenges. They would do a lot of off-water training, I would imagine, to really maximise the strategic advantage that each rower is going to employ in their race plan. And it's certainly working for Kevin Wall at this point in the race. He's got you can see there, a very comfortable lead with a steady rate. He's not rating too high. I'd like to guess what his rate might be, but there's a little app you can download, and if you're in the stands, just hold up your fingers and I'll get a rate on Kevin's race, but he's going to take out the para single scull very comfortably from Lake Illawarra. And congratulations, please, from putting your hands together to show Kevin Wall that we enjoyed watching him take that race with such a comfortable margin in the para single scull, followed by Rebecca Jones from ANU. Looks like she enjoyed that race with her red oars. And Stephanie Walker, coached by Ashley Brooking, takes her final stroke to cross the finish line in third place, only 16 seconds behind second. So the spread on this field in a time of 4.2434, Kevin Wall, 22.62 seconds after him, Rebecca Jones, and 16.96, Stephanie Walker. And now let's put our hands together to congratulate Eleanor Taylor from Community Rowing Club, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam.
Currently, race 40, the men's masters pair, it seems to be at the 500 mark. Mossman's John Hardy and Philip Titterton in lane 9 taking the lead, with a big margin between them, and second place currently Glebe, Mark McCune and Mark Chechen.
Yes, that's Marky Mark Paloma, the one who was up here commentating with you. Now he's actually doing what he came here for, which is racing.
Seems to be a good race at that, with third going to Mossman and St. George, fourth Lake Macquarie, fifth Glebe, sixth Sydney and seventh Nepean currently.
You better watch those Waddell brothers, though, from Nepean. They have a tendency to accelerate in the second third of a race. So I wouldn't count them out yet, but it's great to see Mark Tejan and Mark McEwen from Glebe, and John Hardy and Phil Titterton from Mossman in lanes 8 and 9. Phil was my first coach. He took me out for the very, very first time I ever sat in a boat. He is the most patient and kind coach. Phil might like to get a take on the steering there. He's being signalled by the BRO to stay in his lane, and he has over-corrected that course now. They need to row a little bit stronger on stroke side, because lanes 8 and 9, there we are, I can breathe again. It's going to be a race between lanes 8 and 9, I would say. So now that they're semi-back on course, it does look like Mark McEwen and Mark Tejan have taken that advantage from lanes 9 steering issues. But I told you, look out for those Waddell brothers over there. They are putting on the gas now. They are firing up the engine, and it looks like they're going to give the McEwen-Tejan combination a big run for their money. And they've looked over, they've seen what's happening, they've picked up the rate. Is it too late? I think Mark Tejan and Mark McEwen are going to cross the finish line in first place. That's lane 8 to Glebe. Congratulations, followed by lane 2, Waddell. Lane 6 and 3 had a tussle for third, and that Mossman came across in the end in fourth position. It's a photo finish between Lake Macquarie's Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith, and the Mossman-St George combination of Hardy and Titterton in lane 9. The BRO has lifted his white flag. I'm not sure what that means at this stage. They are coming over to lane 9 in that yellow, the Impaka for Hardy and Titterton. They're having a chat with them now. We'll give you some updates when we've got it. I first of all hope their health and safety is okay. It might have been due to that lane breach, but it was so minimal. I mean, I've done far worse than that, I can assure you. But that was a really exciting race in the men's masters pair. And I didn't call the Mossman composite crew of Alan Robertson from St George and Andrew Hurigan from Mossman, coached by Michael Rasmussen. So I'm going to give you the final and official results for race 40, the men's masters pair. It was first place to Glebe, the McEwen and Tejan. Second place to Nepean's Daniel and Waddell and Jason Waddell. It was a photo finish for Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith with Mossman St George composite of Robertson and Hurigan. So at this stage, it's either going to be Lake Macquarie taking out third or the Mossman St George. In fifth place was the Hardy Titterton crew in lane 9, followed by Sydney's Robert McNeil and David Raymond in 6th place, and in 7th place the Glebe crew of Dallimore Kim Macney. So we'll come to you with the official results of who took 3rd place in race 40 shortly, as we line up for race 41, the men's elite single scull. This is a 2,000 metre race. And they have just taken instructions from the starter in race 41. So they are 15 seconds into this race. We've got lane 1. Well, actually, Paloma, would you like to read the start list?
Sure. Lane 1, we have UTS Alexander Wood. Lane 2, UTS Sam Green. Lane 3, Sydney University, Hamish Danks. Lane 4, Communities, Christopher James. Lane 6, Sydney's Nicholas Miro. Lane 7, Sydney University's Tom Anderson. And lane 8 is UTS Mitchell Caponis. Please don't mind the graphics on the screen. If you're watching the live stream, it is currently race 41. There's just an error.
Here we go. So it's great to see Alex Wood out here from UTS in the men's elite single scull. Alex, I think he might have rode at Newington potentially in 2018. He might have been in year 12, or was it 2019? So it's great to see Alex has maintained his schoolboy rowing passion, and he is in the far lane on the further side of the course for UTS, coached by Tim McLaren. Sam Green, also from UTS, with coach Matthias Ungermatt. Sydney Uni is in lane 3, that's Hamish Danks, coached by Donald McLaughlin. These guys are going fast out there. They've certainly got the leg drive and muscle power to sustain this 2,000 metre race and probably accelerate as they get through it. In the middle of the course is Community Rowing Club's Christopher James, coached by Liam James. In lane 5, that's a scratch in that lane, so we wish Miles Harold all the best. Hope things are okay from where he is. But his compatriot from Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Miro, coached by Shane Melvani, Brooke Robertson and Franz Imfield, is in lane 6. And to round out the field in race 41 of the men's elite single scull is Tom Anderson from Sydney University, coached by Thomas Lorich, and another UTS rower, Mitchell Caponis, coached by Tim McLaren. I can only imagine, Paloma, what a 4 or a quad would look like with the likes of Alex Wood, Sam Green, Mitchell Caponis. I don't know who their lucky 4th would be, but UTS must field a pretty strong crew in those boat classes also.
Definitely. Can't wait to see them in action throughout the rest of this season.
Oh, well, that's an interesting point, Paloma. I think the listeners at home and here at the Regatta would be interested to know about Nick Miro. Do you know Nick Miro? Oh, he's not your coach, but he does coach schoolgirl rowing at Loretto Kirribilli. And I think that's just such a fantastic contribution that these rowers then make to the school programs when they give up their time and their expertise to coach the up-and-coming school groups. Like, it's a massive time commitment, not to mention setting your alarm at 4:15 in the morning to scrape yourself out of bed because you've got to get down to the shed. So to all those volunteers who coach the school programs who you're seeing rowing today, it's a fantastic contribution to the sport.
Yes, and at the 1,000 metre mark, we had coming in first so far was lane 3 Sydney University Hamish Danks, second lane 2 UTS Sam Green, third was Sydney Nick Miro, fourth lane 1 UTS Alexander Wood, fifth UTS Mitchell Caponis, sixth lane 7 Sydney University Tom Anderson, and seventh lane 4, which was Tom Anderson.
So each of the single scullers here will be starting to push the pace a little bit. They'll be looking to their left and to their right, just matching each other to make sure that someone doesn't put on the juice and get away from the position that they want to see themselves in this coming up to the 500 metre mark. Timing and synchronisation, of course, is going to be important, but so is matching the crew that, the individual that you're trying to get ahead of in this race. So let's have a look what the lineup is coming through here. It does look like Hamish Danks is still in front at 5.2787 at the 1500, but hot on his heels is Nick Miro and Alexander Wood. So there's going to be a very competitive finish here as they come into the last 60 strokes of this race in the men's elite single scull. They're going to want to take this one out for the glory. Let's see what they've got in the tank as they're coming up to the last 250 metres. Hamish Danks from Sydney University is still a nose in front of lane 1 Alexander Wood and lane 6 Nick Miro. They're lifting now. The rating is going up, obviously. The pressure would also be going up. They'd be taking in litres and litres of air into their lungs, but there's a nice definition here. We've got a bit of an upset there. He might take advantage of it. Over there, Alex Wood in lane 1 is going to take advantage, taking the lead here. It's going to be between Nick Miro from Sydney Uni and Alex Wood in lane 1. Here we go, he's coming through. It's going to be Nick Miro in lane 6 with a fantastically speedy, fast and impressive finish over Alex Wood in lane 1 as Sam Green nips it for the 3rd place in this race. What a shame there for Hamish Danks. That's rowing, folks, as we congratulate Mitchell Kaponis coming over the finish line for UTS. In 4th place, the BROs have got Hamish Danks. He's okay. He's not wet. He might be a bit disappointed. It looks like he caught a crab. In lane 7, Tom Anderson for Sydney University. Finishing the race comfortably, followed by lane 4 from Community, Christopher James. And Hamish is jumping into the BRO boat. Maybe it was a technical problem, you know, his rigger might have come off. That's not easy to fix when you're on the water. But certainly it looked like something happened with his bow side oar. That's the oar that he has in his left hand. It looked like he caught a crab, but it could have easily been a rigger issue. To stay in the boat, that was pretty impressive, I reckon.
Race 42 is now underway. The women's elite single scull coming in first is lane 5 Sydney University Aisling Hayes with a time of 5:59 at the 1,500 metre mark.
Thanks, Paloma. In this race, Community's Alexandra Bailey Coleman, coached by Liam James, is in the far lane. There are 3 Sydney University boats in the middle of the course. That's Kiara Beasley, coached by Thomas Lorich, Eiley Hayes, coached by Thomas Lorich, and Molly McCausland, coached by Thomas Lorich. And Lower Clarence is fielding a rower in the women's elite single scull. That is Candice Jago. But there's a nice triangulation in the in this race. It looks like Eileen Hayes leading the field, pointing out in front. It's an isosceles configuration. Hamish looks okay. He is a little bit wet, so I missed the flip there, which is a shame, having done it myself so many times. But this race is going to be one that Eiley Hayes takes out, followed by her teammate Kiara Beasley in second and Molly McCausland in third, with Candice and Alexandra. They'll be finishing later in the field. As we watch this beautiful lead, there's no doubting these three Sydney University rowers have got the stamina and technique to do an excellent time in the women's elite single scull. Race 42 on your program.
A beautiful finish coming in first from Eileen Hayes, and it will be followed by lane 4, which was, oh wait, I have it here. Lane 4, Kiara Beasley, and followed closely after that by lane 6's Sydney University, Molly McCausland.
You can't complain about that, even if you come first, second or third. If you're rowing with your teammates and you get the top 3 places, it's cause for much celebration. We might have a few lane orientation issues, which might, well, obviously that's going to slow down the boat speed. But Candice Jargo looks to have corrected her course. She's finishing this race showing good technique. I mean, in a single scull, any kind of cross breeze is going to, you know, 2 strokes and you're well off course. So it is a really twitchy little boat, and as you well know, and I do not, but it looks really nice when it's rowed well, right?
Well done to lane 3 Communities, Alexandra Bailey, Coleman, coming to the finish of the race 42 women's elite single scull. Currently, we are now underway with the race 43 men's elite pair. Lane 3 Sydney is Torin Olsen and Pasha Bevan. Lane 4 UTS Torben Ungemach and Miles McQuillan. Lane 5 Sydney Miles Harold and Harry Crouch. And lane 6 Sydney Composite Hamish Wynne Pope and Alex Nichol, which is a composite of Sydney and Melbourne University. As we pass the 1,000 metre mark, it seems that the Sydney Melbourne Uni composite crew is coming in first, followed closely by the UTS crew, with a 5-second margin between them and the Sydney crew of, I'm not too sure, and then 4th is also Sydney.
So it looks like in lane 6 for this men's elite pair that it's the Sydney Composite with Melbourne University combination of Hamish Wynne Pope from Melbourne University Boat Club and Alex Nicol from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Shane Mulvaney, Brooke Robertson and Franz Imfield, that have got the advantage in this race. It may be close. The Impaka that they're rowing looks to have about a half boat length ahead of Sydney University's Miles Harold and Harry Crouch, coached by Shane Mulvaney, Brooke Robertson and Franz Imfield. So at the 1500, that doesn't help us at all. We'll just wait for the huts to update the data so that we have got the correct calls to give you, but I would say it's the Sydney Composite crew of Wynne, Pope and Nicol that look to be out in front at this point, followed by lane 4, UTS's Torben Ungermack and Miles McQuillan, coached by Matthias Ungermack in second place, but they're going to be pushed quite hard from Torrin Olsen and Pasha Bevan over there in lane 3. So at this stage, it looks to be lane 6, the Sydney Composite crew out in front. It's going to be a tussle for second place between Sydney's Olsen and Bevan and UTS's Ungermack and McQuillan. I'd say at this stage the Sydney crew of Harold and Crouch are not in contention for a place. As they wind up now and put their feet to the plate, it is going to be the composite crew in bow seat of Alex Nicol and in stroke seat of Hamish Wynne Pope. They're sitting the other way around. It doesn't matter. They're still going to come in first. That's lane 6, Sydney Composite. Congratulations. In lane 4, UTS's Ungermack and McQuillan have taken it by a boat length over Olsen and Bevan in lane 3. And in lane 5, Miles Harold and Harry Crouch. If he took his hat off, I'd be able to tell you whether he was the bow or stroke. I think he must be the stroke. Crouch? Perfect. He is. Well done, Harry and Miles, for completing the men's elite pair in race 43.
Race 44 is now underway as they just passed the 750 mark. It is the men's under 21 single scull B final with lane 2 Canberra Campbell Milne, lane 3 Sydney University Remy Cameron, lane 4 Sydney University William Fuller, lane 5 Sydney University Alexander Tetley, lane 6 Sydney's Tom Chanter, lane 7 ANU Max McAlpine, and lane 8 Newcastle Grammar's Ronan Brown. As they pass the 1,000 metre mark, it seems that Tom Chanter is in the lead from Sydney Rowing Club, followed closely by Alexander Tetley from Sydney University, with in third place William Fuller from Sydney University, fourth Remy Cameron, fifth Campbell Milne, and sixth Ronan Brown.
So in the men's under 21 single scull, this is the B final. We've got a clear leader in Alexander Tetley, coached by Donald McLaughlin from Sydney University, followed by Tom Chanter. He's 4 seconds on his heels, but it's going to be Max McAlpine and William Fuller, nothing between them for 3rd and 4th. Let's have a look at how this race unfolds as they come into the last 500. There looks to have been a big change in the lineup in the last, from the last time check, and it is now Max McAlpine who is leading in race 44, this B final, and Max did. It's unofficial, but it's the first place nonetheless on our screens. That's Max McAlpine, looks to be out in front, but anything can happen in this final 400 metres of a race, as we've seen before. They'll all be wanting to come home like a steam train right now, I think, Paloma, as it starts to spread out. They're lifting their rating and power, and it's lane 5 that's currently out in front. That Sydney University's Alexander Tetley has taken the lead again from Max McAlpine from ANU. As the field starts to stretch out, it looks like Alexander Tetley, Tom Chater might take positions 1 and 2, but Max McAlpine is right there and not letting go, as is William Fuller from Sydney University. So it's anyone's race for 2nd and 3rd at this stage, but I think that Alexander Tetley, as he sits back into this race, is going to power over the finish line in 1st place, but between lanes 4, 5 and 7, it's anyone's game. 7 is pushing through now. That's Max McAlpine's going to put the heat on, followed by Tom Chater in 3rd place. Although, look at him go, Ronan Brown. He's got that pink hat on and he was not letting go. We'll have to get a finish on that. They haven't got a time on because he came out of nowhere, didn't he? As our last 2 rowers cross the finish line now in lanes 2. That's Remy Cameron, and lane 3, William Fuller, both from Sydney University. Let's have a look at how that wrapped up in race 44. I'm pretty sure it's Alexander Tetley who might have had that. There's something going on with the scoreboard. I can't give it to you right now. They're trying to figure it out on the 2nd floor of the finish tower. Who was in that pink hat? He had some Gatorade in a direct feed. He really powered through at the end there. That was Ronan Brown. Okay, here's the unofficial results in race 44. I'm not giving you that. That doesn't look right to me. Let's wait for a minute till it shakes down. We're not in any hurry, so Paloma's going to read out the lineup in the next race, race 45.
Race 45, the men's under 21 single scull A final. In lane 1, we have Canberra Angus Scott. Lane 2, Sydney University Sebastian Adderton. Lane 3, Sydney University William Rogers. Lane 4, UTS Kaylin Routley. Lane 5, UTS Jack Power. Lane 6, Sydney University Finlay Mitchell. Lane 7, Canberra 2, Ben Haywood. Lane 8, Sydney Thomas Patrick. And lane 9, Newcastle University Trevin Stamboli.
And I'm going to read now directly from a prediction from Chris McCarthy, the indomitable commentator who we know and love. Chris has been involved with the sport of rowing since 2012, and he loves it up here in the finish tower. So I've taken this from his prediction on the Junior Rowing News. And just a bit about Jack Power. So if you've been following the youth scene for the past few years, obviously Jack Power is a name that you will have heard. St Ignatius alumni. Really, he's been pretty unlucky to miss out on the New South Wales selection in the 2024 victorious men's youth 8. But from his performances this year, really strong showing in the selection events that have taken place so far this season. Saw some dominant wins for Jack at the Reindeer Regatta, the fastest under 21 time in the final time trial of the year. No doubt Jack is going to be looking to take this race by the I can't say that. He's going to buy a bow ball, I can say that. And Will Rogers is going to be his competition in this race from Sydney University Boat Club. He was the 2024 Australian Under-19 sculler, and this is his first time in the small boat since his 6th place result at St Catherine's last year. So let's have a look how they're faring in race 45 so far. This is the A final. Possibly lane 3 has a lead, that's Will Rogers, and Jack Power is, I'm not going to say it, powering up the middle of the course. But UTS are fielding both Jack Power and Kaylin Routley for this race. As they come past the 500, we're going to have a lineup for you to give you the order of racing. And it's going to be Jack Power, who's lifted his rating now. He's not going to let this one slip away easily. And it looks like lane 3's Will Rogers is giving him a run for his money. So the 2 boats that you can see out in front at this stage are Jack Power and Will Rogers, unsurprisingly, with a very clear water margin over their nearest competitor, which would be in lane 4, and that is UTS's Kaylin Routley. So it's probably as predicted. As they come in now to the last 20 strokes of this race, ladies and gentlemen, on the live stream. If you're not looking at the screen, come to your computer now, because you're about to see Will Rogers and Jack Power burn their last remaining. I think it's going to be taken by lane 4. Will Rogers, Will got it, and Jack Power in 5. They'll have a lemonade after this and compare their stories. But in lane 4, UTS's Kaylin Routley comes in for a decisive 3rd place. 4th place is going to be a match between Angus Scott and Sydney University's Finlay Mitchell, who takes it in the pink hat. As Angus Scott crosses the finish line, Thomas Patrick from Sydney Boat Club. And, oh, look at lane 9 powering through. Go Trifon Stamhole. And over in lane 2, Sebastian Atherton. And Ben Haywood from Canberra. We welcome Mark Tijan back to the commentary box. He's back in his civvies now, having peeled off his zoot suit. And that's race 45. Mark, you missed a fantastically exciting race there between Will Rogers and Jack Power. And Will's going to be pretty chuffed with himself, just pipping Jack by a finger width, literally. It wasn't a photo finish, and congratulations to Sydney University winning that A final for Will Rogers, coached by Don McLaughlin.
Yeah, I did see the end of that actually, Catherine. It was very close, very nice. It's what we like to see. So what are we up to now? The A final? No, that was the A final.
Well, Mark, I'm going to take this opportunity just to have one up on you for the first time ever in the commentary box. We are on race 46 now.
Ah, excellent. And it looks like it started. So race 46 is women's under 21 single scull B final. There's only 2 crews in this race. So in lane 4, across the other side, is from Sydney Rowing Club Victoria Binns, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. And in lane 5 from Nepean, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell and Hugh and Miles Harold.
What? Oh, what? No, this is correct. This is race 46. No, we're right. It's race 46, but there might be... You sure it's not race 47? Maybe they've scratched it. Team, our apologies. We're not sure exactly what's going on here, but there's a possibility they've either combined the races or not doing race 46. It looks like a full field, which would be race 47. But before we launch into that, we're just going to work out from the camera angles what's happening, and we'll come back to you.
So it does look to be a full field coming down the course. Clement has very cleverly got his binoculars out and had a look. Well done, Catherine. So we believe it's the women's under-21 single scull A final, which is going to be a very exciting race. Over in lane 1 from Sydney University, we have Alexandra O'Brien. In lane 2 from UTS, Leela Gaston. In lane 3, Glebe's very own Lucy Yabsley. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgia Allen. Lane 5 from Mossman, Elise Coates. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Addison Rolls. Lane 7 from Sydney University, Alice McCready. Lane 8 from Sydney University, Georgina Stevenson. And in lane 9, closest to us, Neve Tierney. So they're coming up to the 1,000-metre mark now. We'll get a good idea once they come across that line. But from what I can see, it looks to be, I would say, Lucy Yabsley out in front, battling it out with Elise Coates, as we saw in their heat. No, it's not. It's... yeah, that was actually lane 4. So it's Georgia Allen and Addison Rolls, I think. We'll just see as the timing comes up on the screen. So Georgia Allen, Addison Rolls, Alexander O'Brien, Leela Gaston, Georgina Stevenson and Lucy Yabsley, followed by Alice McCready and Olivia Harris. That's as they came through the 1,000-metre mark.
Yeah, and it was Glebe's Lucy Yabsley who made her Australian debut in the under-19s quad sculls. She teamed up with Patricia Boland to win the under-19 double at the recent Reindeer Regatta. So they both had a really good boost.
And at this regatta not long ago, about half an hour or so ago.
They
so that's probably why Lucy's not out in front at the moment.
Righto, Mark. They have definitely got a boost from their good results in the last few regattas. There hasn't been a lot to separate those two in the recent time trials. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. We've got UTS's Leila Gaston in this race. Of course, she won golds in the under-21, under-23 and the A singles and the women's A4 and quad and the mixed A8s. You know, that was at Taree. So Taree was just a moment ago in January.
So looking out the window now as they're coming up to the 1,500 metres, it does look to me to be Addison Rolls in front and Elise Coates. What can you see there, Catherine? So I would say lanes 4 and 6 with sandwiched between them. So 4 is Georgia Allen, 6 is Addison Rolls and Elise Coates sandwiched between them. Over on the far side in lane 1, Alexandra O'Brien's putting up a really good effort. And here in lane 8, Georgina Stevenson as well. So they're just coming through the 1,500 metre mark. We'll get a pretty good picture here, and that is very close together. Addison Rolls only 0.8 of a second ahead of Georgia Allen. About 3 seconds back to Alexandra O'Brien, very close behind her, Georgina Stevenson. Then Leela Gaston, Lucy Yabsley. So the battle is on as they come into this last about 400 metres.
Yeah, but for me, Mark, you know, I'm not going to call anything until the last 100 metres because it's really who can handle the rest of this 2,000 metres in the last 100. You know, can they handle the pain that they're feeling in their quads? Can they keep their form? It's really going to be the difference between who can maintain the drive phase of this race, not lose their technique, and get out in front in that window as the fatigue starts to set in. So they're all very athletic. They're all probably at the peak, I would say, of their training in this season and generally. So coming into the last 500 metres now. Let's call this, I'm going to let you call the end of this race. So take a deep breath, Mark.
Well, I can see Sydney Rowing Club's blue out there is battling it out here with the University of New South Wales. So that's Georgia Allen and Addison Rolls. They're the two in front. There's no real challenges for them at this time, so they seem to have held their position fairly well. Not far back to Georgina Stevenson in lane 8, but wedged in between them is Mossman's Elise Coates. Now over the far side there, look in lane 1, Alexandra O'Brien really pouring on the power, long and strong. Right behind her from UTS is Leela Gaston, but out in front here now it is Addison Rolls. He's about a half a boat length over Georgia Allen from Sydney Rowing Club. And a very nice finish there, and Mossman's Elise Coates has managed to hold her third place. Over on the far side in lane 1, Alexandra O'Brien crosses about half a length ahead of Leela Gaston from UTS, followed by Georgina Stevenson from Sydney University. Further out, Lucy Yabsley from Glebe. Obviously, not a lot of energy left after that last big doubles race and the back-to-back heats that they had. Then Alice McCready from Sydney University, and rounded out by Nepean, oh no, it's Sydney, Neve Tierney. Yes. Well, roaring down the course, we have another race, and I don't have a piece of paper with the details on it.
I like keeping you on your feet.
So race 48 we're after.
Okay, well I can help you out here, Mark, because this is race 48, the men's under 21 pair. I'm going to read this out, and then you can call your little heart out.
Oh,
then.
okay.
All right, I won't
interrupt
you.
Well, they're just about to come through the 1,500 metres, so...
Why don't you just give us a rundown there?
They've just disappeared from our screen.
So over on the far side of the course, on the live stream and in the grandstand, you've got Jackson Gursoy and Maxim Maloney. Sydney University next to them with Campbell Wickham and Gus Selaskoka. St Augustine's in lane 3, Jason Cow and William Pender. Sydney University has, or Sydney Rowing Club, apologies, has scratched in the middle lane, lane 4. Lane 5, Sydney, Matthias Maloney and Thomas Maloney. UTS in lane 6 of Edward Kelly and Lawson Banks. The UTS crew in lane 7 has scratched. So lane 8, Sydney, that's next to the grandstand, is Finn Woodward and Ambrose Hennessy.
And so just for clarity, this is the men's under 21 pair. And they were all very close together as they came through that 1,500 metre mark. I think we're up for a very exciting finish here. So they're about 300 or 400 metres out at the moment. It does look to be the crew on this side. What do you reckon, Catherine? So in lane 8, which is Finn Woodward and Ambrose Hennessy from Sydney Rowing Club.
And I'd say they're up against Matthias Maloney and Thomas Maloney in the middle of the course there.
Well, look at Jackson Gursoy and Maxim Maloney over on the far side from Sydney Rowing Club as well.
We better watch them. They tend to, I think lane 1's running fast today, because as they come into this last 500, when they start to put the pressure on and up the rating, they will fly in the finish, into the finish line.
Which they have just done. You can see it very clearly with the boys out in the middle there, the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Matthias and Thomas Maloney. There's a whole lot of Maloneys in this race, 3 of them.
There are also 3 yellow boats which are going to cross the finish line in 1st, 2nd and 3rd, but I think it's going to be Jackson Gursoy and Maxim Maloney over there in lane 1 that have got a half boat length ahead of their nearest in the middle of Maloney and Maloney from Sydney. And finally, we better watch here in lane 8, the Woodward-Hennessy combination from Sydney.
So yeah, Sydney Rowing Club, and I think the Sydney University is just taking out 3rd place, just ahead of the lane 8 crew for Woodward and Hennessy.
Yeah, I don't know where Wickham and Cassiola came from. We weren't paying close attention to them, but they did manage to come in there in 3rd. So congratulations go to Sydney Boat Club and Sydney University, who have taken the top 3 places in race 48. As we now see UTS, Kelly and Banks cross the finish line just ahead of the St Augustine's crew of Kao and Pender.
Okay, roaring down the course we have, it'll be race 49, I think, the women's under 21 pair. Over in lane 2 from Nepean, Jessica Harris and Vitti Young. In lane 3 from Sydney, Nicole Vance and Lara Val. In lane 4 from UTS, Zoe Fallon and Sienna Morgan. In lane 5 from UTS, Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins. And in lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Leah Dardis Green and Sarah Bebbington. We're now back on track. I have a piece of paper in front of me, so I have some idea what's going on, not completely though. But it does look to be the UTS crew of the Madeleines, Swain and Mannins, who have a lead over the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Nicole Vance and Lara Vale. I'm not sure if that's how it's pronounced, but apologies if we got it wrong. Sorry, we're just having an internal discussion here in the finished town. We're about 300 metres out. The women's under 21 pair. Looks like a very exciting race. I think UTS, the Madeline Swain and Mannins, coached by Sam Fennessy, have a pretty comfortable lead, but Sydney Rowing Club's Nicole Vance and Lara Vale are really pushing hard to see if they can catch them. They're into the last 100 metres now, or 150 I'd say. Further back to the second UTS crew of Zoe Fallon and Sienna Morgan. And way further back to the two Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney Rowing Club, Leah Dardis Green and Sarah Bebbington. Over on the far side from Nepean, Jessica Harris and Vitti Young. So the UTS crew there of Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins looking very comfortable as they come up to, it's actually a good clinic in pair rowing. Look at that, it just looks fantastic. As they come up to the finish line, they'll be followed across by Nicole Vance and Sarah Vale, also looking very nice. Further back to the second UTS crew of Zoe Fallon and Sienna Morgan. And it'll be rounded out over on the far side by, in the near side by Sydney Rowing Club's Leah Dardis Green and Sarah Bebbington, and over the far side, Nepean's Jessica Harris and Vitti Young. And now roaring down the course, we have race 50, which is the men's under 23 single scull. Over in lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Charlie Hine. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Flynn Wilkinson. Lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Nick Whalen. Lane 6 from Penrith, Liam Taylor. And lane 7 from UTS, Oscar Berigi. And from what I can see up here in the tower, looking down as they come up to the 1500 metre mark, it does look to be Nick Whalen who has a slight lead. Very hard to pick the second position. I would suggest it's between I think the near side, so Oscar Berigi, and then perhaps on the far side, Charlie Hine. We'll see as they come across the 1500 metre line, which they're just about to do. So yes, I think I called that correctly. A little bit hard with the different angles from up here. But yeah, it's Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club out there in the lead in lane 5. Then looking very strong as he probably is busy extending his lead in this last 500 metres. Then, yeah, Oscar Berigi from UTS, closer to us in lane 7. followed through by Liam Taylor, so I got that one wrong, and then Charlie Hine, and rounded out by Flynn Wilkinson.
I always find in these races you can't discount the crews from behind. If you're a trailing boat, you know where you are in the field, and sometimes if you're out in front, as we've seen, anything can happen, but you don't want to take off the sustained power, even though you're going to take advantage of any situation that you can to creep up from behind, let's call it, Mark. So
if you can.
I think anything can happen.
I
in
was
that
always
last
taught
100
get
metres.
in front, stay in front. But yeah, interesting. I mean, everyone has different tactics, and it depends on levels of fitness and what you've trained for as well. But we're just coming into the last couple of hundred metres here of this race, and out in the middle there is Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club is working very hard, as you say, Catherine, to see Oscar Beregi coming in from behind. Oscar's probably a slightly bigger bloke, has he? Got a lot more push power, perhaps. Yeah, Nick Whalen doing a final push there to come through to the finish line. It's got about 5-6 strokes to go. He'll be followed across by Oscar Beregi. He's got there's about a boat length, just over a boat length in it. And then over the far side, we have Charlie Hine from Sydney Rowing Club working hard to hold off, and I don't think he has. I think Penrith's Liam Taylor has just managed to pip him on the line by half a boat length. And that'll be rounded out by Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club.
It's exciting watching these singles races. It's just such a twitchy boat, and they're so skilled, and I really admire their tenacity and their stamina and the work that they put in off the water. I think every parent, grandparent, auntie, uncle sitting in the stands or listening at home would they'd probably bore the pants off the 19-year-olds at the Christmas table, asking them, whether they're doing their ergs and their runs. But the point is, what you're seeing out here today is not just, they don't just pull it out of their hat. They have to train, tirelessly, endlessly, with no time off, on the ergs, on their jumps, on their, speed, stamina, endurance, VO2 max, what they eat. They're not cramming down 20 Krispy Kremes on a Sunday. They're out there doing an erg, and I think for young people, it's so impressive, that they keep themselves nice so that we get to enjoy really competitive racing.
Yeah, we all try to keep ourselves nice.
Not you, Mark.
We fail occasionally.
Not from what I can see up here, baby.
But coming down the course now, we have the women's under-23 single scull. There's a scratching, so we only have four boats, but it looks like they are pretty close together as they are coming through. Over on the far side, Zoe Bond from Sydney University in lane 3. In lane 4 from Mercantile, we've got Mercantile, Zara Kafuri. And lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Alice Balding. And in lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Madison Joins. And it looks to me like the Mercantile rower, Zara Kafuri, from all the way from Melbourne, I think, isn't it, Mercantile? So has made her travel worth the effort, and it looks to me like she has about a good lead over Alice Spalding from Sydney Rowing Club. Still relying on the naked eyeball here. They're about to come through the 1,500 metre mark, so we'll have a better picture then.
I don't want to picture you naked anything, Mark. Eyeball,
did I say that?
You said naked eyeball.
Oh.
We've got some binoculars up here, so I'm going to stick them on Mark's
No,
naked eyeball.
I'm hopeless with binoculars. I just, but I can see, so Zara Kafuri does have a lead.
And, this is her first year of under-23s for Tasmanian Ella Spalding, and she's made the move up north to train with the Sydney Rowing Club just last year, initially joining them as part of their Wargrave Challenge Cup campaign in 2024. So Ella Spalding has been a sculler for some time now and building over the past few time trials to really put herself within striking distance of the leading few in this category. She's just done an extended camp in the Snowy Mountains, and could that altitude that she's had down there in the Snowy benefit her enough to cause an upset today? Now, these are not my words. These are Chris McCarthy's. I guess you could probably guess that because I haven't said something as intelligent as that all day.
She is coming third as they cross the 1,500 metre mark there. Zara Kafuri in the lead, followed by Zoe Bond, then Alice Spalding. So,
and Zoe Bond's an interesting one as well, according to Chris, coming from ANU originally. She has made her presence known on the New South Wales scene only over the past few years, featuring on 2 junior Australian teams and the under-21 team last year. So she's really been building toward this under-23 debut, and she notably finished narrowly behind the 2024 under-23 rep, Romy Cantwell, at the last time trial. So go Zoe Bond from Sydney University Boat Club. Mark, you're going to call the end of this race. I love how you do it with such aplomb and
don't get too carried away. But look at the lead that Zara Kafuri has extended over the rest of the field. She's come all the way from Melbourne to show us how it's done, which is unfortunate. We prefer to see our local girls taking the winnings here, but we're good sports people, so whatever happens, happens. But she's looking very nice as she comes into the last 100 metres here. So that's Zara Kafuri from Mercantile. Then she'll be followed across over the far side by Zoe Bond from Sydney University, who Catherine's just told you all about. And it provided no major mishaps occur. Alice Spalding, who Catherine's just told us all the way from Tasmania, but currently rowing out of Sydney Rowing Club, is in 3rd place. So very nice finish here by Zara Kafuri from Mercantile. She's just about to cross the line in a time of 8 minutes 15.89, probably half a dozen boat lengths back to Zoe Bond from Sydney University, then about 3 boat lengths back to Alice Spalding from Sydney Rowing Club, and rounded out by Madison Joins from Sydney Rowing Club.
And I'm happy to bring everyone's attention to race 52, which is currently underway, Mark, in the men's under-23 pair. So this will be an interesting race with a Sydney composite crew, that's Sydney Nepean's Hugh Harold and MacArthur Bucknell from Sydney Rowing Club, UTS Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson. The University of Queensland composite with Sydney, so that's Alec Hoskin from Sydney Rowing Club and Monty Martin from the University of Queensland Boat Club. The UTS composite of Oliver Scalzo from Mercantile and Mackenzie Thompson from UTS, and 2 more UTS crews in Nicholas Mather and Zinc Bosco. Shout out to his mum Jules, who'll be here watching or listening, and UTS's Will Clubb and Brandon Smith. So we've got 3 straight UTS crews here and a UTS composite crew, as well as 2 other composite crews in this race.
And it looks like the lead at the moment is the UTS crew of Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson over in lane 3.
Yeah, they won this event at December's Reindeer Regatta, the Lynch-Wilson combo, throwing in wins in the men's 8s and the men's AB4s for good measure. They've also been near the top of the last 2 time trials on the Nepean River. So they're going to be really hard to beat here, Mark.
Well, they've been pushed very hard in lane 4 by the Alec Hoskin from Sydney Rowing Club and Monty Martin from University.
Keep going. Yeah, and both those boys, Hoskin and Martin, both those boys raced for their states at last year's Australian Rowing Championships, with Hoskin's New South Wales getting bragging rights over Martin's Queensland. This is Chris McCarthy's words again. So continue.
Oh, well, and then right behind them is Oliver Scalzo and Mackenzie Thompson. One from Oliver's from Mercantile, Mackenzie from UTS.
Yeah, that's right. The same can be said for those two. They had a reasonable result together at the December time trial. So the question will really be how will they go under the race pressure
But
today?
they're now being really pushed by Hugh Harold and MacArthur Bucknell over on the far side.
Yeah, that's an intriguing combination, according to Chris. Harold combines his training with coaching the Nepean juniors and has recorded some really strong results there. So let's call it. You go, Mark.
So they're in the last 100 metres. The UTS crew of Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson is managing to hold their lead and are holding off the Alex Hoskin and Monty Martin, the Queenslanders. So that's nice to see. We don't want everyone from interstate beating our boys, but the real battle is on for third place. Over on the far side, Hugh Harold and MacArthur Bucknell and the UTS composite Oliver Scalzo and Mackenzie Thompson. We've just had the line crossed by Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson. They're followed across by Alex Hoskin and Monty Martin. And in lane 5, Oliver Scalzo and Mackenzie Thompson took out third spot. Just managed to hold off the Sydney composite Hugh Harold and MacArthur Bucknell over the far side. Nicholas Mather, Will Clubb and Brandon Smith have managed to cross just ahead of Nicholas Mather and Zinc Bosco. G'day, Julie.
And I do have to say Stuart John's ears might have been burning then as I was reading that information on those rowers, because it was in fact Stuart John that so helpfully gave us that little rundown, Mark, of the rowers in the men's under 23 pair. And you can find both the wrap-ups from Stuart John and Chris McCarthy, which is far more articulate than what that I'm putting out, on the Junior Rowing juniorrowingnews.com. So that's juniorrowingnews.com. You'll see all the commentary on the New South Wales Small Boats Regatta there, from Grace, from Stuart John, from Chris McCarthy. I really love the way they use language and words to describe boats moving on water with sticks to propel you. They do that very nicely.
Well, coming down the race, the course now, we have another really exciting race. It's the women's under 23 pair, and it's combined with the club women's pair. So there's only one club women's pair, and that's from the University of New South Wales. Closest to the grandstand, Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews. Over on the far side in lane 1 from Sydney Rowing Club is Remy Mackay and Laura Seifer. In lane 2 from UTS, April Draney and Georgina Tager from Adelaide. In lane 3, Talisa Knock Driver from Sydney Rowing Club and Stephanie Pella from Sydney University Boat Club. Lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Freya Neville and Lila Anderton. Lane 5 from Sydney University, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha. And in lane 6, from Sophie Barr from Adelaide University and Isabella Scammer from Sydney Rowing Club. So they're probably just looking, we have some pretty good video from the Marshall boat following at the moment. Just trying to work out who those crews are. That's certainly Sydney Rowing Club, so I'd say that's Freya Martin, Neville and Lila Anderton to the left on the screen, and to the right on the screen, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha.
If I could be so bold as to just read Stuart John's prediction for this race,
Oh,
Mark,
go for it.
Because I put a let's put a fiver on it, you and me.
Yeah. Stuart will have to. Is he running a little book? Is he?
So here's his prediction. So Stuart thinks that this is a genuinely tricky event to predict, given that most crews are untested in racing conditions. Despite this, he tips Sydney's Neville and Anderton to take gold ahead of Sydney University's Natty and Botha, with Zamprogno and Scammell third. So let's see how that goes. We're looking for a win from lane 4 if we're going to meet Stuart's prediction, followed by Natty and Botha, who you will find in lane
Well, as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, I think his predictions are way off, because it was Sophie Barr from Adelaide University and Isabella Scammell who came across the 1,000 metres first, and then it was the Talisa Knock driver and Stephanie Preller in the second spot.
I love that. I love an upset.
Stuart, we better you better put that book away. I think you'll lose all your money.
So it looks like Sophia Zamprogno did substitute with Sophie Barr, rowing with Isabella Scammell. And I'll be looking forward to seeing how that Sydney composite comes through in the lane on the stadium side, with Zargo and Matthews in lane 7.
Well, now they're coming into view, we can see it is Olivia Natty and Tiffany Borto look like they're in the lead. I could have called that wrong. It looks like lane 7 and lane 4. Is it 3 or 4? Sorry, lane 3. So Talisa Knock driver and Stephanie Preller are out there in lane 3, and then on this side, 4-5 lane 6. So that's, Sophie Barr and Isabella Scammell. So those two boats seem to have a pretty clear lead over the rest of them, and it looks like Barr and Scammell have a lead over Knock driver and Stephanie Preller. Then over on the far side in lane 1, Remy Mackay and Laura Seifer are hot on their heels, and Sedgwick between them in lane 4 is Freya Neville and Lila Anderton. But I think we have pretty clear leader at this stage as they're coming up to the last 250 metres. So they're about 300 out at the moment, and it is the lane 6. My apologies. I think...
I mean, that's all right, Mark, because I think that Natty and Botha have a good chance of coming up anyway in the last 300 of this race, because they both won this event just in December at the Reindeer Regatta. They've got a lot of experience rowing together in last year's time trials, and because they were so competitive in both of those time trials and they've got experience rowing together, it might just tip them over the edge to a medal for Sydney University in this race. Now they're coming into sight, let's go to call it.
Yeah, no, my confusion is I've got 7 on my list on a piece of paper, and there are 8 crews out there. So that always leads to a bit of confusion. So it's actually lane 6, which is, Sophie Barr and Isabella Scammell. In this last 100 metres, they have a pretty clear lead. Oh, sorry, I've got, she's waving at me, she's just giving me helpful hints. So it's Talisa Knock driver and Stephanie Preller have fairly comfortable second position, being pushed by Remy Martin and Laura Seifer over on the far side. Then it's quite some distance back to the rest of the field, but the leader in that is lane 4, which is Freya Neville and Lila Anderton. So it is quite some distance back. Then over on the far side we have Adelaide Georgina Tager and April Darney, and it's a pretty close call here for the next placing, but it is lane 8, which I don't have on my list, so I can't tell you who they are. The Sydney Rowing Club, and then the Sydney University, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Borta. Then,
and that was Georgia Montague and Isabel Farah. Just for their grandparents who are listening on the live stream. They did row in that race.
Yeah. Always helps to have them on my list. So coming down, so the finish time there was 7 minutes 32.18. That's pretty fast. Roaring down the course now, we have the men's elite and under 23 and under 21 lightweight single. So it's 3 races in one. We have 4 crews under 21 lightweights, 2 crews under 23 lightweights, and 2 crews of elites. And these are single scullers, so we expect to see some hot action out here. Over in lane 1 is from Hunter Valley Grammar's Luke Purdy. In lane 2 from Glebe is a scratching, I'm pretty sure. In lane 3 from Black Mountain, George Bowditch. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Fletcher Smith. So they're all under 21 lightweights. In lane 5 from Black Mountain, Matthew Rickard. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Will Gregory, one of our coaches at Glebe. So they're under 23 lightweights. And in lane 7, Jason Waddell, and in lane 8, Remy Keats from Newcastle. So Jason Waddell, of course, is from Nepean. And coming up to the 1500 metre mark, and I would say we have lane 7 and, ooh, very hard to tell. I think it's lane 7 has a lead, which would be lane 6, sorry. Will Gregory. And over on the far side there in lane 1, Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. But Luke Purdy is actually quite a way back. So it's between Will Gregory, as we'd expect the older under 23-year-olds, and next to him, Jason Waddell. So we'll just take some advice. Do they all get, is it considered one race or 3 races in one? I'm always a bit confused with these. We're not 100% sure. We have our resident expert in the box with us, Sam Boland, but he's not quite sure at this stage. We'll clarify at a later date. Ask questions, you never know. So in lane 6, we have William Gregory with a very nice lead there. Hopefully he transfers a lot of these skills to our kids when he's coaching them. He's extended his lead, I would suggest, over the rest of the field. They're just coming up into the last 250 metres or so. He's battling it out with Jason Waddell right next to him. Then just back from him, closest to the grandstand, Remy Keats from Newcastle. Over on the far side there, bit hard to tell. No, I don't think he's ahead. I think we've got Matthew Rickard from Black Mountain holding that 4th position from Hunter Valley Grammar's Luke Purdy over the far side. And there's a really good push coming through from George Bowditch from Black Mountain as well. But look at this finish from Will Gregory. Nice and comfortable, out in front. He knows he's got this. He's been pursued hotly by Jason Waddell closer to us from Nepean. And then what a great comeback over the far side there from Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. He's managed to push right through. It could almost be a photo finish between him and Remy Keats closest to us. But I think Luke Purdy has just managed to get that, yes, by about half a boat length over Remy Keats. Further back into Matthew Rickard from Black Mountain, and then George Bowditch from Black Mountain. So the winning time in that race, 7 minutes 36.03 to Will Gregory from the Sydney University. So I am told that even though we have the 3 events combined into one, there's only one winner. Yeah. And the same will be for the next race, which is the Women's Elite, under 23 and under 21 lightweight skingle. And halfway down the course already, from Darramallin, I have no idea where that is, but thank you for coming to our race. We have Ronya Staker-Ashby, from lane 2 from Glebe, Poppy Hartley. Lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle McKenzie. In lane 4 from Glebe, Charlotte Rogers. Then those were all under 21 lightweights. Then from the University of New South Wales, Helen Frith. And from UTS, Sarah Bericci. Lane 7 from Sydney University, Phoebe Teal. They're all under 23 lightweights. And then from Black Mountain, Abby Richards, who is an elite lightweight. So as they're coming down, we can see clearly, well, I think it's reasonably clear, but my eyes are a bit old and worn out. But in lane 7, it looks like Phoebe Teal from Sydney University has a fairly comfortable lead. We can see that as they came through the 1,000-metre mark with quite a very good lead. It showed nearly 12 seconds over Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar. Then it was Abby Richards from Black Mountain. But we'll wait till they come up to the 1,500-metre mark. So as they're roaring down the course now, they've probably got about 400 metres to go, but a very clear lead there by Phoebe Teal from Sydney University. And she had nearly a 12-second lead as they came through. Well, she's extended that now. They've come through the 1,500 metres mark. She has a 16-second lead over Abby Richards. Then Annabelle McKenzie about 3 seconds back, and Sarah Barrett-Tree another 15 seconds behind that. So they're just coming up to the last 300 to 400 metres now, but the field is quite well spread out. Probably when you look at it, of course, the under-23s are generally faster than the under-21s, and we can see that on the course. The elite lightweight, which is the Abby Richards from Black Mountain closest to us, so closest to the grandstand, is, I don't know whether elite should be faster than under 23s, but she's in there showing us how it's done as well. Across into the other side, that is Newcastle Grammar's Annabelle McKenzie. So that comes under the auspices of Brad Smith up there at Newcastle Grammar. But what a very nice finish here from Phoebe Teal from Sydney University. Then we're going to have Abby Richards, the singular elite lightweight rower all the way from Black Mountain. Out there, Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar going very well as she comes into the last 100 metres. And we just have Phoebe Teal from Sydney University crossing the line now, well ahead of the rest of the field. She'll be followed across by Abby Richards. Annabelle McKenzie doing a last push there, but not quite going to get ahead, so she will be in 3rd place. Further back to the UTS rower, Sarah Berchi. So this is the second of the under-23 rowers. Then over in lane 5, it will be Helen Frith from the University of New South Wales. Then Glebe's very own Poppy Hartley in the maroon boat out there. You're not quite there yet, Poppy, keep going. She just thought she was at the finish. She heard the hooter and thought it was for her, but there's still about 50 metres to go.
Wishful thinking.
But a great effort there by Poppy. Over on the far side from Dara Mellon, which we haven't quite worked out where that is yet. Canberra, she's from Canberra. And then, that was Charlotte Rogers in the maroon boat from Glebe. And then over the far side, there's Poppy Hartley just rounding out the field. And coming down the course now, we have race 56, which is a men's under-17 double scull final. I'll let you call it, Catherine, because I have nothing.
So in lane 1, we have Marist College from the ACT. That's James Pantano and Hugo Cole. In lane 2, Northern Beaches Secondary, Jack Krause and Harrison Peaty. In lane 3, Marist College, their second boat. They've got 4 boats in this race, everyone. So Marist College have got a big contingent of the rowers in this race, and that's Cooper Clark and Jesse Elwood. So shout out to all the grandmas and grandpas down in ACT watching this race and listening to it. In the middle of the field is the Mossman combination of Ewan Humphreys and Leighton Showman. In Leichhardt's William Spurge and Luca Wilson. St Augustine's Lachlan Schofield and Jessie Bray in lane 6. And then the two Marist College ACT crews of Fraser Smith and Bailey Mayer with Ben Ward and Blake Auger. And in the lane closest to the grandstand will be the Glebe combination of Dylan Watson and Jay Dwight. So it's a full field for this race, and 4 of the boats in it are from the ACT. They're 5 minutes in now, so they'll be coming up to the next time call we'll get will be the 1500 metre.
So it looks to be, which are we looking at? Is it this one? So it looks to be the Leichhardt crew of William Spewey and Luca Wilson out in the lead at the moment. I think, no, I think it's Ewan Humphreys and Leighton Showman from Mossman. And then the Marist College crew of Fraser Smith and Bailey Marr. St Augustine's, we're told, so that is Lachlan Schofield and Jessie Bray. So I've been thrown in the deep end here, apologies. But what a very nice lead there by that Mossman crew, Ewan Humphreys and Leighton Showman. As they come into the last 250 metres, they're looking to extend it. You can see they've just taken their rating up a couple of points. Then closest to us is St Augustine's crew, is starting their final push now. So they're all really doing the best they can to put on a strong finish. So I'll just be giving a little bit of instruction here, which sorry.
You go.
Sorry. My apologies. So out in front here we have Mossman, Ewan Humphreys and Leighton Showman making a very strong finish here. They've just taken it up in this last 100 metres to finally push through to the finish line. Then we have St Augustine's Lachlan Schofield and Jessie Bray. They're being pushed hard by that Leichhardt crew of William Spewey and Luca Wilson. Then it's going to be a real contest for the 4th place between the Marist brothers crews. Over on the far side, Cooper Clark and Jesse Elwood and Fraser Smith and Bailey, Bailey Marr. So the St Augustine's crew in 2nd place has just crossed the line, now followed by William Spewey and Luca Wilson. Over on the far side, Cooper Clark and Jesse Elwood, and then it's Marist. We have Fraser Smith and Bailey Marr. They're followed across by Ben Ward and Blake Auger. Then some distance back to a Mossman crew, or the Woodsexy Northern Beaches Secondary, Jake Krause and Harrison Peaty. And over on the far side, the Marist crew of James Pantano and Hugo Cole.
Can we get a bow number check-in, please? If you've got a bow number in the back paddock, can you please take it to the bow number bin at the finish tower? That's a request for all rowers in all clubs to please check around your trailer, on your boats, in your bags. Can you bring the bow numbers back to the finish tower, please? And while we're doing reminders, if you're not wearing a helmet and you are on a bike, there is a hefty fine that will be measured out, that it has been done before, and we would really hate for anyone who's on their bike and gone to all that trouble to bring it out here to be fined for not wearing a helmet.
So coming down the course is race 57, women's under 17 double scull, over in lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Sophie Whalen and Charlotte Blackmore. In lane 3 from MLC School, Adelaide Abernethy and Jemima Blake. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Heidi McKenzie and Kensington Steele. In lane 5 from Redlands, Liv Goodland and Isabella Solgaard. In lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgie Jones and Georgina O'Brien. And in lane 7 from MLC School, Phoebe Zine and Nicola Keast. And we're just, they're probably coming up to the 1,000 metre mark now, so we'll be able to get an idea of where the leaders are. From what I can see, looking down the course, it does look to be Redlands, Liv Goodland and Isabella Solgaard have a bit of a lead over MLC Schools, Adelaide Abernethy and Jemima Blake. Not discounting the crew closest to us from the MLC School. So our Phoebe Zine and Nicola Keast, and our afternoon commentator Rob Glendenning will be very pleased to see his MLC girls doing so well, no doubt from a lot of hard work. So in lane 5, Livia Goodland and Isabel Solgaard do look to have the lead, and a bit hard to call the second position from what we can see at this stage. We'll see as they came through the 1,500 metre mark. Catherine's got the binoculars out, so we'll get a good update now. So Catherine, is it lane 5 or lane 4? Sorry, the second position I'm looking for. Yeah, so lane 4 is, oh, Newcastle Grammar, Heidi McKenzie. No, that. It's not lane 4 though, so that's. So, yeah, it's Redlands out in front. It is Liv Goodland and Isabella Solgaard. The second and third positions are the hard ones to call at this stage. Just come through the 1,500 metres mark, and it is Liv Goodland and Isabella Solgaard, followed through by Heidi McKenzie and Kensington Steele. Very close racing now, but the MLC Schools, that would be Adelaide Abernethy and Jemima Blake. And then Hunter Valley Grammar's Georgia Jones and Georgina O'Brien. They were followed through by Phoebe Zine and Nicola Keast. So a very comfortable lead there by the Redlands girls, Liv Goodland and Isabella Solgaard. They're about 300, 350 metres out, just starting to come up to the pink boys. I think they're extending their lead as they come through. Then it is Newcastle Grammar's Heidi McKenzie and Kensington Steele. And I would guess that it's Hunter Valley Grammar's Georgie Jones and Georgina O'Brien. But they're battling it out with the crew over on the far side, which is Adelaide Abernethy and Jemima Blake. So they're just, the winning crew is about 150 metres out now. They're looking very comfortable as they come through for this last push through. That's the Redlands crew of Liv Goodland and Isabella Solgaard. Then a great finish there by Heidi McKenzie and Kensington Steele from Newcastle Grammar. It's a big gap back. It's probably a good 10, 12, 15 seconds. Then it's further back to the Hunter Valley Grammar closer to us, Georgie Jones and Georgina O'Brien. So that's the first, second and third position. I think over the far side there, MLC Schools, Adelaide Abernathy and Jemima Blake will hold off their compatriots closer to us, Phoebe Zine and Nicola Keast. And some distance back, I think we've lost the, oh no, there's a crew struggling to down the course. They may well be lapped by the next race as it comes through. The winning time there was it was 8 minutes 40.34 with a margin of 12.44 and another margin of 4.05. So that was Redlands, Liv Godlin and Isabella Solgaard, followed by Heidi McKenzie and Kensington Steele and Georgie Jones and Georgina O'Brien. But coming down the course is the next race. Oh, it's the Para Double Scull. So this is a 2,000 metre race. We have over on the far side Stephanie Walker and Parry Mutaris. So Stephanie Walker's from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Parry is from Glebe, and closer to us is Jago Lambert and Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales. It does look like a third boat coming a bit further back, couple more. Oh, it must be, sorry, it would be the next Para Double Scull, so the first race coming through is a 2,000 metre race and being guided down to the start line, is it? I'm a little bit confused because we have it looks like two races we can see out there, but one showing as a 2,000 metre, the other a 1,000 metre race. So that hooter that just went off was the Newcastle Grammar's Sophie Whalen, Charlotte Blackmore, just crossing the line from race 57. So coming down the course now, we have the Para Double. So we were a bit confused because it's a 2,000 metre race and one of the crews is masked by the Marshall boat immediately behind it. Way out front here is Jago Lambert and Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales. Both crews are PR3s, but these two are looking very good as they come into the last 150, 200 metres here. That's Jago Lambert and Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales. Quite some distance back to Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne Rowing Club and Parry Mutaris from Glebe. And the confusion for me, anyway, was the next Para Double Scull is a 1,000 metre race and they're just pulling up to the start line at the moment. So very tidy finish here. We can see Jago Lambert looking around to see where they're both looking around, see where that finish line is. Looking very nice though as they cross the line. That's the University of New South Wales, Jago Lambert and Georgina Browning, PR3, and much further back now to Parry Mutaris and Stephanie Walker, Parry from Glebe and Stephanie from Drummoyne Rowing Club. And the second Para Double Scull, which is a 1,000 metre race, has just started. And over on the far side, we have Christopher James and Ellie Taylor from Community Rowing Club, and Bronte Marshall and Alexandra Bailey Coleman from Community Rowing Club. And again, they are both PR3. And just coming down now to finish the race is Pararow and Stephanie Walker from Des Moines, looking very comfortable as they come to the finish line. So the finish time in that race was 8 minutes and 9.61 to Jago Lambert and Georgina Browning. That's pretty good for a PR3 double. No wonder they were so far ahead. There's a margin of 1 minute 36 back to Stephanie and Parry. And coming through the, they're about 400 metres out, neck and neck. So this is Community Rowing Club versus Community Rowing Club. Both looking pretty good. So no doubt there'll be this real intra-club rivalry going on here with the two crews side by side. It does look to me like the crew over on the far side of Christopher James and Ellie Taylor has a slight lead over Bronte Marshall and Alexandra Bailey Coleman. So Chris James and Ellie Taylor are in the red boat on the far side. It looks to me like, what do you reckon, Sam? They're just edging in front of the crew of Bronte Marshall and Alexandra Bailey. Bronte Marshall has quite a few wins to her name over the years. So exciting finish here. Let's hope they don't get thrown by the wash from the Marshall boat. So they're just coming into the last 150 metres or so. That's Christopher James and Eleanor Taylor. I reckon they've extended their lead. They're pouring it on to make a big here. So yeah, they've extended their lead over Bronte Marshall and Alexandra Bailey for a big, strong finish as they come up to the finish line. That's Community Rowing Club, Christopher James and Ellie Taylor. And they will be followed across about 3 or 4 lengths behind by Bronte Marshall and Alexandra Bailey. Oh, okay. I'm joined by Sam Boland now, who's just taken over from one of his mums, and he's going to call the really important races that are coming up. But in the meantime, I'll stick with the men's under 16 double scull, which is race 60 over in lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Connor Scott and Theodore Spack. In lane 4 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Josiah Elias and Levi Cranny. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, Daniel Vesey and Charlie Martin. Lane 6 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Lucas Panagakis and Addison Burke. Lane 7 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Zachary Lusher and Cassius Young. And in lane 8 from St Augustine's, Daniel Corrigan and Oliver Kenny. And a bit hard to call, coming up to the 1500 metre mark. And I reckon it's the crew in, it's the Newcastle Grammar crew of Daniel Vesey and Charlie Martin out in the middle. And they seem to be battling it out with the St Augustine's, Daniel Corrigan and Oliver Kennedy closest to us, but don't discount the crew over on the far side, Connor Scott and Theodore Spack from Newcastle Grammar. One of the crews there is just having a bit of a steering issue. That's Zachary Lusher and Cassius Young, just taking the scenic route through their lanes. So as they're coming into clear view now in the last 250 metres or so, they're probably about 300 metres out actually, a bit further out. And we're getting a clearer picture at St Augustine's. I think have just put their pedal to the metal, so to speak, and up their pace to see if they can take it from the boys out there in the middle, Charlie Martin from Newcastle Grammar, And then over on the far side from them, I think it's Josiah Elias and Levi Cranny from, no, I think I've called that incorrectly. I think it's Connor Scott and Theodore Spack from Newcastle Grammar. Yes, I can see their colours now. But a bit of a battle here to see who's going to be in the winning spot between St Augustine's and Newcastle Grammar's Daniel Vesey and Charlie Martin. I reckon Daniel Vesey and Charlie Martin will manage to hold off St Augustine's. And then over on the far side, the other Newcastle Grammar crew of Connor Scott and Theodore Spack. Little bit of a hiccup there from the St Augustine's boys. They just did a bit of a wobble. Would have slowed them down slightly, but what a big finish from Daniel Vesey and Charlie Martin from Newcastle Grammar. Really pulling as hard as they can, pulling and pushing. I think they'll feel this later on, putting everything into it to cross the line, and St Augustine's have managed to hold their lead over the Newcastle Grammar crew of Connor Scott and Theodore Spack. That was St Augustine's Daniel Corrigan and Oliver Kennedy. And some distance back now to the rest of the field. Here in lane 7 we have Zachary Lusher and Cassius Young from Northern Beaches Secondary. They had a bit of a steering issue a little bit further back. Then over the far side from Northern Beaches Secondary, Josiah Elias and Levi Cranny. And making a fantastic effort down there, Lucas Panagakis and Addison Burke from Northern Beaches Secondary. I think these are probably, I don't know, year 8, year 9, 10. There's some of them not very big kids, but they're having a red hot go, which is what we really like to see. And coming down the course now is race 61, the women's under 16 double scull. So yeah, under 16s. Over in lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgia Foster and Ella Cousins. In lane 4 from Glebe, Anna Ward and Lucy Meek. In lane 5 from Glebe, Zoe Leisha and Ingsie Dive. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Charlotte Blackmore and Sophie Whalen. In lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Myla Leal Henville and Kate Lonergan. And Ingsie, I think, won her early single race, so we'll hope we can see her perform in the double as well. So they're just pulling up to the start line. We'll take a little breather. So being under 16, these are 1,000-metre races. And then we're going to have Sam telling us about these 500-metre sprints. That's going to be exciting.
Yeah, stay tuned. It's going to be a quick end to the first session of the day coming up.
So sorry, we're just having a little bit of a chat, but we have racing underway for the women's under-16 double scull over on the far side from Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgia Foster and Ellie Cousins. In lane 4 from Glebe, Anna Ward and Lucy Meek. In lane 5 from Glebe, Zoe Leisha and Ingsy Dive. Lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Charlotte Blackmore and Sophie Whalen. Lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Myla Leal Henville and Kate Lonergan. And it's nice to see, I think I can see Zoe and Ingsy from Glebe have a bit of a lead, but they're battling it out with those Hunter Valley Grammar girls, Myla Leal Henville and Kate Lonergan closest to us. Then it's a bit hard to call second and third. They're just coming through the 500 metre mark. So there's a 1,000 metre race. Zoe and Ingsy looking very nice. So Ingsy's going to take home 2 medals today. One for her single, and they were Myla Leal Henville and Kate Lonergan from Hunter Valley Grammar were cross behind them. Then Anna Ward and Lucy Meek. They were followed across by Hunter Valley Grammar very closely, Georgie Foster and Ella Cousins, and rounded out by Newcastle Grammar's Charlotte Blackmore and Sophie Whalen. And as they approach the last 250 metres, Ingsy Dive and Zoe Leisha have a very comfortable lead. They're looking very nice out there. They've got a commanding view over the rest of the field, so they're staying solid, but they're not going crazy. They don't have to. It was quite some distance back to the Hunter Valley Grammar crew closest to us, Myla Leal Henville and Kate Lonergan. And apologies if it's a Mila or Myla, I'm not sure. And then further back is the second Glebe crew. Are they being overtaken? No. Anna Ward and Lucy Meek. Over on the far side there, Hunter Valley Grammar, Georgia Foster and Ella Cossins are pushing them pretty hard, but I think the Glebe girls are going to hold them off the way it's looking, as they're about 150 metres out. But Zoe Leisha and Ingsy Dive with a very nice finish, coached by the club captain, Nicholas Galea, as they cross the finish line there in a time of 3 minutes 53.05, a very good time for a women's under-16 double scull. And they're going to be followed across by Myla Leal Henville and Kate Lonergan from Hunter Valley Grammar. The second Glebe crew of Lucy Ward and Anna Meek have managed to hold their position by half a boat length over the crew, Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Georgia Foster and Ella Cossins, and it will be rounded out by Charlotte Blackmore and Sophie Whalen from Newcastle Grammar. And we'll now hand over to Sam Boland, who's going to give you the rundown on the next 3 races.
Yeah, good day everyone. Hope everyone's having a good time out at the small boats regatta, staying sun safe as these clouds start to disappear. Now, on the 8th and 9th of March, Rowing New South Wales is debuting the Sprint Eliminator, which is a new format of 250 metre races with 9 athletes where last place is eliminated. Now, we've announced the first couple of athletes just this week. It's an Olympic quality field, but there are 2 spots available in the men's race right now and 2 spots available in the women's race in about 10 minutes time. So this is the first of 2 500 metre qualifying races for the men. I've got to start just now, and it's going to be short and sharp and fast. The top 2 times from these 2 men's qualifiers are going to go through to the actual event on the 9th of March. So we're looking to see who wins this race, but it could be the top 2 from the next race. From left to right, starting in lane 2, it looks like we've only got 5 starters out of the 6 listed, but I think James Harlow from Sydney is scratched. We've got Luca Maluzzi from UTS in lane 2, Will Robertson from Mossman lane 3, Will Rogers from Sydney Uni in lane 5, Jack Power from UTS lane 6, and Charlie Hine from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7. And I think all eyes are going to be on Jack Power and Will Rogers in this one after their super close finish in the under 21 single earlier. It looks to be Will Rogers at this stage with about 200 metres to go, powering up the middle of the course. So about 15 metres to go. It looks like it's going to be Will Rogers from Sydney Uni that's going to take out this first division of the qualifier. Now keep in mind, times matter here, so he's really going to want to keep this power up all the way through the finish line. And with a couple of boat lengths lead, it's clear Will Rogers takes this one out over the Sydney sculler. Charlie Hine in lane 7 just tops Jack Power for second place. That could come into play later depending on the times in the second division. Then it's Will Robertson from Mossman in 4th, and then further back to Luca Malassi from UTS in lane 2. So pretty rapid time there from Will Rogers to take out that first division in 1:39. Now, these qualifiers are 500 metres, but the actual sprint eliminator is going to be a series of 250-metre races, so it's going to be even shorter and even sharper. So really testing the sort of anaerobic capabilities of these athletes. How much power have they got in those legs? How explosive can they be? So while we wait for a start in this second division of the men's qualifiers, we might run you through the qualification for the field. So there are 9 athletes in the men's sprint eliminator and 9 athletes in the women's. 6 of these athletes are Rowing New South Wales selections, and 3 are wildcards, which earn their qualifying spots at this regatta, where there are 2 spots up for grabs, and the PLC Kings Regatta on the 22nd of February, where there's 1 final spot up for grabs. Now, you may have seen on Rowing New South Wales social channels earlier this week, we announced the first 2 athletes for the men's race and the first 2 for the women's. In the women's race, we've got 2-time Olympian Tara Rigney and 1-time Olympian Laura Gawley. So a bit of Olympic quality calibre filling out the women's race. And then in the men's race, we've got Aussie representative and NTC athlete Marcus Delamata, Australian beach sprint representative as well, so he's got the sprint in him. And then one of the top rowers in the whole country, Alex Hill, has also got a spot in the men's eliminator. So it's high quality, and if Will Rogers has earned a spot there, which we'll see depending on the times in this second event, it's going to be a tough ask, but it'll be exciting to see. And it's really going to be good for these school kids at the lunch break of the schoolboy and schoolgirl head of the rivers to see sort of where rowing can take them after school and sort of look up to these legends of the sport. So we're lining up Division 2 of the men's sprint eliminator now. 6 athletes listed to take part in this one, and it looks like we're going to have a full field. Lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club is Nick Miro, coached by Franz Imfeld and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 3, we're going to have Oscar Baregi from UTS, coached by Matt Ungmark. In lane 4, Rowing New South Wales and Sydney Rowing Club's own Nick Whalen, looking to back up from his win in the under-21 single. He's coached by Franz Imfeld and Shane Mulvaney as well. In lane 5, Alex Wood, Newington Old Boy from UTS, coached by Sport Australia Hall of Famer Tim McLaren. In lane 6, Hamish Danks, also a Newington Old Boy from Sydney Uni, coached by Don McLaughlin. He'll be looking to avenge the result in that men's elite single race a couple of hours ago, where he was leading right up until the last sort of 100 metres. He's an explosive athlete, and he'll be hungry to get a qualifying spot in this one. And then rounding out the field is Hugh McLeod from Manning River Rowing Club, coached by Phil Walters. Now, Hugh's a master, but he's also a former Aussie lightweight rep, so don't count him out just on account of his age. This could be an exciting division. looks like we've got all 6 athletes lined up for the second division of this sprint eliminator qualifier. Starter's going to be really strict on false starts in this one, considering that the sprint eliminator final event has a $5,000 cash prize for the winner. So the stakes are pretty high here. And the boat race officials and aligners are going to really take the time to make sure this one gets off evenly. And we have a start, ladies and gentlemen. Full field of 6 in this second division of the Open Men's Sprint Eliminator Qualifier. Nick Miro, Sydney Rowing Club, Oscar Baregi, UTS, Nick Whalen, Sydney, Alex Wood, UTS, Hamish Dank, Sydney Uni, and Hugh McLeod from Manning River. Just a reminder, the time to qualify, Will Rogers won that first division in 1:39.48. So if someone wins this in a faster time, or if the top 2 finishers in this race beat that time, they'll be going through. There are 2 spots available for the fastest 2 times across these divisions. Coming up to 250 to go, there's really nothing in it. All these athletes are just gunning it. It's such an anaerobic race. There's absolutely nothing across the field. It looks like it might be Hamish Danks from Sydney Uni just getting his nose out in front. It also looks like Nick Whalen from Sydney is having a pretty good race. It's absolutely helter-skelter out there. We'll see who takes the win, but keep in mind, 1:39.48 was the winning time from that first division. So it's all about the times for these men's divisions. 15 metres or less to go. It's Hamish Danks in lane 6 from Sydney Uni Boat Club who's going to take out this second division. All eyes are on the clock, and it looks like it's going to be a significantly faster time in Division 2. Hamish Danks takes it out in 1:35. Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club finishes in second, and he's only 2.86 seconds back from Hamish Danks. Nick Miro, Oscar Baregi, Alex Wood, and then back to Hugh McLeod from Manning River in 6th. Fill out the field. We're going to have to do some quick mental maths, but I think both times from that division, Hamish Danks of Sydney University and Nick Whalen of Sydney Rowing Club are going to be your 2 qualifiers for the men's sprint eliminator on the 9th of March. Hamish Danks from Sydney Uni and Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club. We'll wait for the official results, but at this stage, it looks like those are going to be your 2 men's qualifiers. Coming up to the line now is the one and only women's sprint eliminator qualifying race. We've got a full field of 8 crews in this, although it looks like there's been a scratching in lane 6 and a scratching in lane 8. In lane 2, we've got Aisling Hayes from Sydney Uni. Lane 3 is Kiara Beasley from Sydney Uni. Lane 4, Candice Jago from Lower Clarence Rowing Club. Lane 5, Georgia Allen from Sydney. Lane 7, Olivia Tonge from North Shore, and in lane 9, Tanya Hornby from Mossman. Starters getting them aligned here. As this is the only qualifying race today for the women, the top 2 finishers in this race will go through to the women's sprint eliminator during a schoolgirl head of the river on the 8th of March. Starters getting them aligned here. This will be fast and furious. And we have a start in the women's sprint eliminator qualifier. 500 meters, last race before lunch. 2 spots in the women's sprint eliminator on the line, and we are underway. coming up to halfway, and it's really tough to call this one. As with that last race for the men, this is just a super close field. It looks like on the far side of the course, the two Sydney Uni scullers vying for first place in this one, but it also looks like Olivia Tong from North Shore is putting in a pretty fierce effort over in lane 7 to try and get one of those two spots. We'll see what happens as we come here into the last 150, 100 metres. Red boys now, and they are absolutely gunning it. Aisling Hayes from Sydney Uni and Olivia Tong from North Shore doing it for the Masters. It looks like those are going to be your qualifiers, barring a massive change of outcome here. Although Kiara Beasley from Sydney Uni is putting in a massive shift to take that second spot. Over in lane 2 with about a boat length's lead, it is going to be Aisling Hayes from Sydney Uni taking out the first qualifying spot, and it is Olivia Tong from North Shore taking out the second qualifying spot in the women's sprint eliminator. Third place is Kiara Beasley from Sydney, Tanya Hornby from Mossman in 4th, Georgia Allen taking out 5th place, Candice Jago in 6th. What a razor sharp finish that was, super tight stuff. And your qualifiers for the women's sprint eliminator are Aisling Hayes from Sydney Uni Boat Club and Olivia Tong from North Shore Rowing Club. Congratulations. Well, that was super exciting racing in the Sprint Eliminator qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. I can confirm that those men's results from earlier have gone official. So joining Marcus Delamata and Alex Hill in the men's Sprint Eliminator will be Hamish Danks from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Don McLaughlin, and Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club, also a staff member, Rowing New South Wales, coached by Franz Imfeld and Shane Mulvaney. So that brings us to 4 out of the 9 participants in the men's Sprint Eliminator. We'll see one more determined at the PLC Kings Regatta on February 22nd, and the remaining participants to be announced by Rowing New South Wales at a later date. And in the women's sprint eliminator, joining Tara Rigney and Laura Gourlay, will be Aisling Hayes from Sydney Uni Boat Club, coached by Tom Lorich, and Olivia Tong from North Shore Rowing Club, coached by Guy Morgan. Same situation on the women's side, one more qualifier to be determined at PLC Kings Regatta, and the remaining athletes to be announced by Rowing New South Wales, so keep your eyes on our social media channels for that. And that is the final race of this first session of the Small Boats Regatta. Everyone make sure you've got your bike helmets on, staying sun safe, and enjoy the lunch break. We will be back at 2:25 p.m. with race 65, the men's under 19 single scull final.
and Ascombe School. And Lucy's had a fairly busy morning this morning out on the course. And how did you fare this morning, Lucy?
It was good fun. Yeah, a few races. I mean, a lot of us had multiple races in not big amount of time, so it was tough, but good to be over now.
Yeah, look, it's certainly the conditions have improved a little bit over this morning. There was a little bit of a crosswind, a little bit of just enough to make it a little bit tricky.
Yeah, it was a little bit tough, but the wind has settled down now, and it might even be a little bit of a tail, but hopefully the rowers can take advantage of that.
Yeah, thanks for that, Lucy. And once again, just that call out for bow numbers and speedboat drivers or drivers with a boat licence that can help us out at the regatta in the back lake driving a safety boat. So we're just watching the start, and the scullers in the first event, the men's under 19 single scull, are making their way into the starting position. This is the final. In lane 1, we have Nepean's Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell, Hugh Harold and Miles Harold. In lane 2, we have Marist College 1, Harrison Braithwaite, coached by Tom Hayes and Cormac Hayes. In lane 3, we have Redlands 6, Connor Morrison, coached by Alec Price. In lane 4, Kinross Wallaroy, Harry Dimmick. In lane 5, Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy. In lane 6, Marist College 2, Garvin Hayes, coached by Tom Hayes and Cormac Hayes. In lane 7, Marist College 5, coached by Roland Carter, coached by Tom Hayes and Cormac Hayes. Lane 8, Redlands 1, Angus McInnes, coached by Timothy Robertson and Donald McLaughlin. And in lane 9, St Augustine's, Rory Parker, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark. As they make their way into the starting blocks, we'll have a start very shortly. We just have the last of the scullers coming in for the under-19 single scull coming into the starting blocks and getting alignment now. So we should have a race underway very soon. The conditions out on the course this afternoon looking very, very good, and certainly it's a very even course for all scullers, all competitors across the 9 lanes. And just as we're waiting for a start, it's great to see Marist College up from the ACT and all those other clubs that have come in and schools that have come in for this event. It's great to see attracting a wide range of competitors. and they're away in the under-19 men's single scull final. And looks to be a fairly even start as they come across the first 100 or so metres. And it's just a little bit of a couple of scullers making a bit of a jump, but fairly early days at the moment. So we'll just wait as the race settles down and get an idea of how they're progressing. So the race is well underway now, and we're coming down to the first 500 metres, 500 metre mark, and it does look like the scullers in the centre of the field, and probably lane 3 and 4 or 5 have a bit of a jump over the rest of the field, and we're watching them going down there. Just a bit hard to tell at the moment who's going, but certainly the sculler out here on the outside, which would be probably the Redland sculler Angus McInnes, faring fairly well, but it does look like the sculler in the centre of the course. Looks to be could be the Kinross Wallaroy and the Hunter Valley Grammar look to be faring fairly well at this point in time. And through the 500 metres, it was Luke Purdy through the 500 metre mark in first, coming across in the leading position as the rest of the field gets through, coming through. It's a bit of a spread out now in this field, and so it's just a little bit, the glare on the thing, it's just a bit hard to pick out some of the scullers, but certainly Luke Purdy, and Harry Dimmick in the middle of the course, making a good fare of it at the moment. So as we have no timers at the 500 metre mark, we're going on just the visuals off the screen, but we're coming down to the 1,000 metre mark. We certainly do have, we'd had timers in the timing hut at the 1,000 metre mark, so we'll get a very good idea about where they're placed in this field. But it certainly the scullers in the centre of the course now, as you would expect, the faster scullers from the heats are certainly making good time. And that does look like the Hunter Valley Grammar sculler Luke Purdy, who is out to a handy lead, and just not too far behind is Harry Dimmick from Kinross Wallaroy. As we come down towards the 500 metre mark, we'll get a better idea of how they're placed, but it is a commanding lead at the moment as Luke Purdy goes through the 500 metre mark with some 4.5 seconds over Harry Dimmick, followed by Garvin Hayes, Harrison Braithwaite, Angus McInnes, and Rory Parker. So it's quite spread out now across the field as they come. All the rest of the scullers come through the 500 metre mark. So certainly Luke Purdy came through the 1,000 metre mark at 3 minutes 40.94, followed by Harry Dimmick in 4.5 seconds behind, and Garvin Hayes just 1 second behind Harry. So it's still a close race between those second, third, fourth and fifth, but it does look like Luke Purdy has a handy lead as he comes down towards the 1,500 metre mark. So it does look to be a clear lead by Luke Purdy as we come down towards the 1500 metre mark. It could be quite close between Harry Dimmock and Garvin Hayes, though only a second, separated by a second coming through the 1000 metre mark. And over on the Marist College number 1 sculler over in lane 2, Harrison Braithwaite also making a fairly good time of it as they come down nearing the 1000 metre mark. But it is a clear lead by Luke Purdy as he clears out from the field really as they come to the 1000 metre mark. I think there was a bit of a drop in transmission on the live feed, but certainly we've still got it here, and that's not much help for those watching from home. But Luke Purdy does go through that 1500 metre mark with a very handy lead. He's increased that lead since the 1000 metre mark, but it is Garvin Hayes that's now just got over the top of Harry Dimmock going through the 1500 metre mark, and certainly followed by Harrison Braithwaite. So it's very, very close. They seem to have missed Harry Dimmock on the timing save, but he certainly came through in third place, just behind Garvin Hayes. But they're coming down into the last 500 metres, 400 metres to go, and certainly Luke Purdy is turning it on out here, and notwithstanding some major catastrophe, will probably take this race out. Still getting a lot of flow in their boats. The Kinross Wallaroys, Harry Dimmock, and Marist College number 2, Garvin Hayes, getting a lot of run out of their boat, and they're still in a neck and neck battle for that second and third place. And it's a bit of a space back to Marist College number 1, Harrison Braithwaite, and then over on this side, the Redlands, Angus McInnes, and St Augustine's Rory Parker. But certainly untroubled at the moment as we come down towards the line. It's Hunter Valley Grammar's Luke Purdy, and sculling very nicely. He's just kicked the reining up a little bit just to make sure there's leaving nothing to chance. And it does look like Harry Dimmock, now the Kinross Wallaroy, has turned it on over the last 100 metres and has made a good jump over the Marist College number 2, Garvin Hayes, sculler over number 2 sculler Garvin Hayes. But coming down to the line, it will be Luke Purdy, untroubled, and certainly looking the goods as he comes down to take out the men's under-19 single scull final. And it will be Harry Dimmock in second place and Garvin Hayes in third. It's still a very close race as they come down the line. Marist College number 1, Harrison Braithwaite, just coming down to take that 4th position. And over on this side, the St Augustine's Rory Parker, and then Angus McDiarmid take out 4th, 5th and 6th. And crossing over in the Nepean sculler, Ezekiel Pratt, crossing in 7th place. Marist College number 5, Roland Carter, crossing the line to take out 8th. And the Redlands number 6 sculler, Connor Morrison, coming down to the line to complete this field. But he's wound it back now and will cross the line to take out, round off this field.
And race 66, women's under-19 single scull final, is underway now. In lane 1, Sydney, is Xenia Palmer. Lane 2, Glebe, Emily Barrett. 3, Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle McKenzie. 4, UTS, Charlotte Olivier. 5, Mossman, Eloise Stevens. 6, MLC, Sophie Winnell. 7, Taz, Isabella Henderson. 8, Mossman 3, Frida Kirkham, and in lane 9, Mossman 5, Tanya Hornsby. They've just come through the 1,000 metre mark. I don't have official result. That's Eloise Stevens crossed the 1,000 metre mark in first, followed by Annabelle McKenzie, Isabella Henderson, and the rest of the field follow shortly behind. And on your screen now is the field looking very tight, but it does look as though Mossman's Eloise is hanging on to that first place, but is being challenged by Annabelle McKenzie in lane 3. So we'll see as they come through the 1500 who is actually in front. And Eloise holds on to her lead on Annabelle McKenzie, both looking quite comfortable. That is Frida Kirkham in 3rd and Isabella Henderson in 4th, followed by Xenia Palmer and Emily Barrett in the far lane. And coming into the closing stages of the race, it looks as though Eloise has managed to hold on to her lead on Annabelle McKenzie, but she has not made it easy. The field is quite close, and it looks as though Mossman in lane 9 or lane 8 might be up for the challenge from this angle, but it does look as though Mossman 2, Eloise Stevens, could take the win for this race as she approaches the red boys, the last 100 metres of this race. Looking very strong and upping the rate of striking. Eloise has made the margin larger and will take the win for the women's under-19 single scull, followed by lane 3's Annabelle McKenzie and Frida in lane 8, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. And to round up the field is MLC School's Sophie Winnell in lane 6. Great racing.
Yeah, that was a very close race, and certainly a close race between 2nd and 3rd, but it was a very good win by Mossman number 2, Eloise Stevens, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schranko. In 2nd place was Newcastle's Annabelle McKenzie, and in 3rd, Mossman 3, Frida Kirkham. Once again, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schranko. This afternoon, we're moving straight on now into the Masters events, race 67, the men's Masters Single Scull Division 1. The Masters events, of course, are generally handicapped events, depending on the amount of competitors they've got in the field. In the first division, we have Glebe A, Ben Nagapa. He's an A, and he's coached by Robin Mackney. In lane 4, Black Mountain, Christopher Smith, who is a B division. In lane 5, Mossman's Edward Shilland, once again a B age group. In lane 6, Glebe's Andy Wigan, and Andy is a C in the C age group. And in lane 7, Cromwell Olivia, from St George, and he is also a C, and they're underway. So that just meant that the the Glebe, Andy Wigan and Cromwell Olivia had a 3-second start over the B scullers of Edward Schilland and Christopher Smith, followed by Ben Nagappa at 4 seconds. So there's not a lot of difference in these handicaps at these age groups, but just something else to play for this afternoon for a lot of the Masters scullers and the Masters events this afternoon. They are also part of the selection process for the interstate Masters events that will be held at the Australian Masters Championships at this location in May. So a little bit to play for. They had a selection regatta last week at Tamworth, and certainly moving this one. So with the Masters events at Nationals, it certainly does allow for a range of age groups, but they have to ultimately round out to an average age of 50 or above. So that's which is the D age group. But this race is now well underway, and it does look like it's fairly close. But because the closest of the handicaps, you will get that. And it does look like the St George sculler of Cromwell Olivia it looks to have a slight advantage over the Glebe sculler of Andy Wigan, and over on the other side looks like it could be Ben Nagappa, but it is a very tight over here with the St George sculler and the Glebe sculler, who both started off the go, going neck and neck as they come across the 500. So this is going to be a sprint to the finish. Ben Nagappa crossing across in third place, a little bit of a gap back to look like Edward Schilland, but certainly the race is on between these two scullers over on this side of the track. It's Andy Wigan and Cromwell Olivia, the St George and Glebe scullers, now going on neck and neck, but it does look like the St George sculler, Cromwell Olivia, has a slight lead. But over on the other side, the Ben Nagappa, not to be left out of it, remembering he had they had a slight 4 seconds head start over Ben Nagappa, so we would expect as they come down towards the last 200 or 300 metres that he will rein in part of that handicap, and it should be a very close finish. The Black Mountain sculler, Christopher Smith, and Mossman's Edward Schilland, just a little bit off the pace out the back of this field, but there are very experienced scullers, these two over on this side, and certainly Ben Nagappa, and it is a ding-dong race, but it does look like Cromwell Olivia is holding that slight advantage over Andy Wigan, so it will be a close, but certainly the Glebe scullers faring very well in this event, and I'm sure that Andy Wigan and Ben Nagappa would have spent a lot of time out on the training course at Blackwattle Bay, polishing their craft and putting a bit of time in against each other. And certainly Ben Nagappa now is making some real headway in reducing this handicap as he comes down towards the line, but Cromwell Olivia, the St George sculler, just holding on to that slight advantage, probably just on a length over Andy Wigan as we come down into the last 100 metres, and he looks to have this race all covered, but Ben Nagappa over the other side making a big effort to haul in Andy Wigan in lane 6, and it will go right down to the wire, but there'll be nothing stopping St George's Cromwell Olivia as he comes down to the line and will take out this event. Andy Wigan holding off his compatriot from Glebe Rowing Club to take second place, followed by Ben Nagappa from Glebe. And then it will be back to Edward Schilland from Mosman Rowing Club and Black Mountain's Christopher Smith. Okay, and we have out on the course, we have Division 2 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. Once again, over 1,000 metres as we have the last scullers from the previous event crossing the line. In lane 2, we have Des Moines' Nick Brown. These are all D grade, so they started off at the same time. We have Mosman 2's Miguel Arajo. And in lane 5, Newcastle's Brad Smith. Lane 6, Mosman 1's Alexander Doige. In lane 7, Manning Rivers, Rhett Patterson. And lane 8 is Leichhardt's Terry Bridges. And I know that I'm fairly sure that all these scullers have put their names up for the interstate crew selection. And it is very tight. They've gone through the coming down towards the last 300 odd metres, and the race looks to be on in the middle of the field there. It does look to be the Mosman's Alexander Doige who has a slight advantage, but right over on this side, Terry Bridges from Leichhardt is a very skilled sculler, and I believe Terry was a New Zealander and has moved here for some time. But Terry Bridges certainly does look to also be out there vying for the lead. But it does look like Terry Bridges has just got a slight lead now. But Rhett Patterson turning it on now as we come into the last 300 odd metres. Alexander George still holding on to second, but under a lot of threat from Brad Smith and Rhett Patterson from Manning River. Over on the other side we have Nick Brown just out of it a little bit. Nick's been on holidays, he tells me, and certainly indulging in the English beer, so that could slow him down just a touch. And a little bit of a space back to lane 2, Mossman's Miguel Arrejo. But it does look like Terry Bridges from Leichhardt Rowing Club looking very comfortable as he comes down towards the line. Very compact style Terry has, very compact, very, very efficient. If you want to see a good display of sculling for a 50 plus person, Terry's a great one to watch. He certainly has this one all covered and will cross the line to take out first position. Very tight as they come down towards the line, but Alexander George will just hold out Rhett Patterson, followed by Brad Smith from Newcastle, Nick Brown from Drummoyne, and followed back to a short way back to Miguel Arrejo from Mosman Rowing Club.
And underway now is race 69, Division 3 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. In lane 2 from St George we have Christopher Jones. Lane 3 from St George we have Ayrton Granger Ramos. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie is Jeremy Smith. Lane 5 St George, Alan Robertson. Lane 6 Drummoyne, Gabriel Hathornthwaite. Lane 7 Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd. Lane 8 Leichhardt, Richard Medway. And lane 9 Mossman, Harry Fine. And it's a really tight race, but coming through the 500 metre mark in first is Richard Medway, and followed closely by St George's Ayrton Granger Ramos.
Yes, so certainly all these scullers, or a number of these scullers I know, have also put their name up for that selection for that regatta. So it's a very important racing for them. But it was Richard Medway who had a 6-second advantage at the start over Ayrton Granger Ramos, who from St George Rowing Club. So it should be very tight as they come down to the line. But faring very well in the middle of the field there is Gabriel Haythornthwaite and Alan Robertson, also from St George Rowing Club. So it is a great spread across this field. They're all E and F. That's the 55 plus and 60 plus age group. Only the Mossman's Harry Fine slipping a little bit out of contention here at the moment. But it is a very tight race. But it does look like Ayrton Granger Ramos has turned it on a bit now, and the race was over there with Christopher Jones and certainly Richard Medway over on this side. But it's very tight. But it does look like Ayrton's got a bit of a jump on it now, and he was telling me that he's just got back on the water after doing a lot of erging. So obviously doing some quality time on the erging. But certainly over in lane 2 though, Christopher Jones, who was back a little way coming through the 500, is making a big push on Ayrton. Still in it over on this side is Mossman's Richard Medway from Leichhardt number 2, followed then back to Alan Robertson and Gabriel Haythornthwaite in those 4th and 5th position. But it is neck and neck coming down to the line, and Ayrton Granger Ramos over in lane 3 holding the slightest advantages. Christopher Jones makes one big push towards the line. It will be very close as they come down towards the line. It is a photo finish. I don't know who's got that. Richard Medway will cross the line for 3rd position, followed by Gabriel Haythornthwaite, Alan Robertson, then followed by Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie. And just coming down to the line now, we have the other Lake Macquarie sculler of Stuart Boyd and Mossman's Harry Fine. But we'll wait for the official result is it was a photo for first place between Christopher Jones and Ayrton Grania Ramos. We have Division 4 out on the course at the moment, and it is the men's single scull. These are all G, H and I age groupers. We have Mark McEwen from Glebe in lane 3, North Shore's Chris Walsh in lane 4, Mark Tejan from Glebe in lane 5, lane 6 is Drummoyne's Branko Kovacic. In lane 7, North Shore's Michael Tyler, and in lane 8, North Shore's Kim Rudder, coached by Ken Ambler.
And on your screen now, it looks like Mark Tejan from Glebe Rowing Club has come through the first 500 in first place, followed by Chris Walsh and Drummoyne's Kovacic in lane 6. There's a bit of a spread in this field, but it looks as though Mark Tejan has a very comfortable lead on the rest of them.
And we have the official result for race 69, the Division 3. And remember that photo finish? Well, it was Christopher Jones crossing the line in 3:59.85 with 0.01 second advantage margin over Ayrton Grania Ramos. So what a great race. And as we come down to the last 200 metres, you'll see Chris Walsh from North Shore Rowing Club, who had a 25-second handicap. Mark Tejan, of course, from Glebe, had a 15-second handicap from the go setters. So it is touch and go as we come down towards the line. This is what we'd expect if the handicapping is right. We've got two good scullers in their age group fighting it out as they come down towards the line, and as it will be very close as they come down, as Chris Walsh looks to pull back that 10 seconds. But Mark's gone for a bit of a spurt as they come down towards the line, and he looks like, Chris looks like he's run a little bit out of puff. He's done his push for the line. It hasn't quite been enough to overtake Mark Tejan of Glebe. And Mark will come down to take a comfortable lead, comfortable win over Chris Walsh from North Shore, followed by, does look like Branko Kovacic, who is over here in lane 6 from Drummoyne, holding a slight advantage over the Glebe Scullers, Mark McEwen, right over in lane 3. And as they come down towards the line, it does look like Branko Kovacic from Drummoyne Rowing Club will cross the line, and certainly Branko has been rowing out of Drouin for many, many years and has been very successful and has overcome a fair bit of health issues over the last couple of years, and it's great to see him back there and being so competitive. Now crossing the line is North Shore's Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder. We currently have race 71, the Women's Masters Double Scull Division 1 out on the course. These are A, C and D age groupers in this event. We have from Newcastle Uni Composite, it's a double scull of course, and it's Kirsten Berry and Chloe White from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club and Newcastle Uni Boat Club. In lane 2 we have Glebes Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter, coached by Ken Major. In lane 3, Glebes Raquel Bozza and Mika Suzak, coached by Ken Major. In lane 4, Heidi Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris, coached by Robert Dallymore. In lane 5, Mossman's Edith De Boer and Stephanie Maspero. And in lane 6, North Shore's Zita Brianis and Olivia Tong. In lane 7, Glebes Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchison, coached by Robin Mackney. And in lane 8, Leichhardt Threes, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison. And lane 9, Lake Macquarie Composite of Daniel Bourget from Leichhardt and Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. And it looks like the crew over in the combination of Daniel Bourget and Trudy McDonald right over in here in lane 9 look to have a slight advantage. It looks to be over the Heidi Lindahl, Jacqueline Harris, a very, very experienced combination over there in lane 4. Certainly heading out and pushing out against these crews, but it does look like this combination, which a D combination of Daniel Bourget and Trudy McDonald, holding a handy advantage. Right over in lane 1 we have Kirsten Berry and Chloe White. Of course, they started off with an 8-second handicap, so they are hauling that in as we come down towards the line. But it will be quite close, because the C combination of Heidi Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris from Glebe, they also had a 4-second handicap over this crew over in lane 9. But as they come down towards the line, it does look like this very polished crew of Daniela Bourget and Trudy McDonald holding off the other two, but it is a strong finish now by Heidi Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris. They've certainly got the rating up and the bit between the teeth and really pushing towards the line, but I don't think it's going to be a little bit too little too late. And it will be the combination, the Lake Macquarie combination of Daniel Bourget and Trudy McDonald, who go across the line in first place, followed by Heidi Lindahl. Right over in there in lane 1, it will be the Kirsten Berry, Chloe White combination. Oh, very close on the line, and that was a bit close, but it did look like the North Shore crew got across in 4th place, followed by the Glebe crew of Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchison, followed by the next Glebe crew of Gemma Bassett and Mika Suzak. Okay. Race 72, Division 2 of the Women's Masters Double Scull on the course at the moment and well underway. In lane 1 we have the Drummoyne Composite of Jenny McEwen and Carolyn Vernon from Drummoyne, and Jenny McEwen from Glebe of course. In lane 3, Leichhardt 2s, Lisa Molyneux and Carmel Taylor, coached by David Ross. In lane 4, Drummoyne's Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipmar, coached by Rob Glendenning. Yehee. In lane 5, North Shores, Mary Walsh and Sally Edwards. In lane 6, Newcastle Uni Composite, Louise Termine and Jules Bosco. In lane 7, the St George Composite, Palmina Grady from Nepean and Christine McCready from St George. And in lane 8, North Shores, Sue Wannon and Sue Walter. Another very experienced combination. And they certainly had a big handicap advantage over the next crew, which was the combination beside them, the St George combination. They had 30 seconds head start, and over the Leichhardt number 2 and Drummoyne crews over in lane 3 and 4, they had 45 seconds head start. So certainly a lot of work to do by those crews, but they do look like they've pulled back a fair bit of that 45 seconds. I don't think there would be 20 seconds in it. So we'd expect as we come through the 500 and head down towards the final stages of this race that these crews will be very close. But certainly that Palmina Grady and Christine McCready, they've pulled back. They would only be about 8 or 10 seconds behind. So the handicapping looks to be fairly even here at the moment as they come down into the last 250 metres, but it is this very experienced crew of Sue Wannon and Sue Walter, coached by Kim Rudder. They are very experienced. They are the I crew, which is in this field, but certainly the crew of Drummoyne crew of Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipmar are making a big push. I don't think they're going to have the legs to get over the top of this combination over here, the North Shore combination, who had that 45 seconds head start, but it looks like they will catch the Nepean and St George combination, but it may be just a run out of a little bit of room, but they are very good scullers, these two North Shore scullers, and they have won many a race, and while it will be close between these crews, these chasing pack, I just don't think they've got the going to have the room to actually catch them back, but it will be the combination of Suzanne Wannon and Sue Walter, coached by Kim Rudder, who will come down to the line to take a well-deserved win. But the race is really on at the moment between Kathleen Hextall, Renata Ipmar from Drummoyne, and the combination of Palmina Grady and Christine McCready from St George. But it will be the combination of Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipmar coming across to take a slight margin over Christine McCready and Palmina Grady, followed by the Newcastle Composites, Louise Termine and Jules Bosco, followed by the North Shore combination, Mary Walsh and Sally Edwards. Coming down, and we have the Leichhardt crew of Lisa Molyneux and Carmel Taylor, and the St George, the Drummoyne composite combination of Jenny McEwen from Glebe Rowing Club and Carolyn Vernon from Drummoyne Rowing Club, taking out 7th place to finish off this field.
Lining up now is race 73, the men's elite lightweight double. In lane 4 from Newcastle, we have Remy Keats and Jack Hanley. In lane 5, we have a scratching from Sydney University, but lane 6 from Black Mountain is George Bowditch and Matthew Rickard. and they're away, both off to a nice clean start. It's a bit early to call who's ahead, but as they come through the 500, we'll see who has a lead. And through the first 500, it looks like Newcastle has about 2 boat lengths on Black Mountain. Coming towards the 1,000 metre mark now is Newcastle's Remy Keats and Jack Hanley, who have a very handy lead over Black Mountain's George Bowditch and Matthew Rickard. And that advantage that the Newcastle double have over Black Mountain is nearly 10 seconds. So they look to improve that margin by the time they get to the finish. And through the 1500 metre mark now, Newcastle's Remy Keats and Jack Hanley have maintained that 10-second lead over Black Mountain's George Bowditch and Matthew Rickard. And coming into the closing stages of this race, Newcastle are increasing their rate, but so are Black Mountain. So they are challenging each other.
And this Newcastle, this very polished Newcastle crew of Remy Keats and Jack Handley coming, putting on a great display of sculling, lightweight sculling as they come down towards the line. But the Black Mountain crew of George Bowditch and Matthew Rickard certainly haven't thrown the towel in, and they've increased their rate of striking as well as they come down to that last 100 metres. And the Newcastle crew now hitting the 100 metres to go, with it coming through into the red boys, and certainly have powered up now. But it will be, wouldn't have gained much over that first 10 seconds or so they gained over the first 1,000 metres. So it's been a great row by both crews. And as they come down towards the line, the crew of Remy Keats and Jack Handley from Newcastle Rowing Club will take out first place in the men's elite lightweight double scull. Coming down to the line now, George Bowditch and Matthew Rickard, coached by Renee Domacek, taking out second place in the men's elite lightweight double scull. And we have race 74 on the course at the moment, and certainly a fair way through. Those have covered about 750 metres. It's the women's elite lightweight double scull over 2,000 metres. In lane 4, we have Glebe Rowing Club's Charlotte Rogers and Poppy Hartley, coached by Nicholas Galea. In lane 5, Sydney University's Georgina Stevenson and Phoebe Teal, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. In lane 6, we have Black Mountain's Ronya Starker-Ashby and Abby Richards, coached by Renee Domacek. And it does look to be the Sydney Uni crew of Georgina Stevenson and Phoebe Teal, certainly holding quite an advantage as they have gone through the 1,000 metre mark. And yes, certainly it was an 11.5 second advantage they held over the Black Mountain crew, followed by another 16 seconds behind to the Glebe crew of Charlotte Rogers and Poppy Hartley. So looking fairly untroubled, but only half the distance covered for Georgina Stevenson and Phoebe Teal, but certainly looking good. And conditions out on the course also looking very good as they come down towards the 1,500 metre mark. And it is quite a spread out field here now, and the Sydney Uni crew still got the rate of striking up fairly high, look to be up around 32, 33 strokes a minute as they come down towards the 1,500 metre mark. A little way back to the Black Mountain crew of Ronya Starker-Ashby and Abby Richards over in lane 6, followed further back to the Glebe crew of Charlotte Rogers and Poppy Hartley. But looking very untroubled as they come down to the 1,500 metre mark. And we haven't quite gone through now, but we're just coming there as we think the umpire's boat just off to the side, one returning from the previous race. So making sure that they don't create any wash out on the course to disadvantage any of the crews. And it is certainly the Sydney University crew going through the 1,500 metre mark in a time of 5:52, followed by 19 seconds adrift to Black Mountain's Ronya Starker-Ashby and Abby Richards. And we're just waiting for the crew of Charlotte Rogers and Poppy Hartley to get through the 1,500 metre mark. But this Sydney Uni crew has certainly turned it on over the last 500 metres, and they've had a very good third 500, and that's the championship quarter, as we say, and they certainly have made good time in that 1,000 to 1,500 metres, and looking very, very polished as they come down to the last 200 odd metres of this race. But certainly not letting the pedal off, so always looking to see what time they've got to try to post a time that they can use as benchmarking as we go down the races, with the state championships coming up in only a couple of weeks, of course. But it will be this crew of Georgina Stevenson and Phoebe Teal, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett, AB, who will take a very, very comfortable win in this event, just in the last 100 metres now. And they certainly are looking very comfortable as they come down towards the line. But as we've said before, certainly not backing off at all, and which is great to see. Coming down to the line now, and we'll take one more stroke, and crossing the line for first place, it will be the Black Mountain crew of Ronya Starker Ashby and Abby Richards, coached by Renee Domacek, who will come across in second place, and a fair way back now to the Glebe crew of Charlotte Rogers and Poppy Hartley. And now we have the third place crew of Glebe, Charlotte Rogers and Poppy Hartley, rounding out this race 74, the women's elite lightweight double scull.
Race 75 underway now is the women's under 21 double, elite double and under 23 double combined. In lane 1 is Glebe's Emily Barrett and Chloe Hitchens. In lane 2, Sydney University, Alex O'Brien and Addie Rolls. Lane 3 from Community is Constance Hewlin and Alexandra Bailey Coleman. In lane 4, Sydney University's Molly Claudsland and Ailing Hayes. In lane 6, Sydney University is Kiara Beasley and Indiana Hobbs. Lane 7, Sydney University Composite is Zara Kufuri and Zoe Bond. And through the 1,000 is the Sydney University crew of Indiana Hobbs and Ailing Hayes, followed by the Sydney University and Mercantile Composite, followed by Sydney University as well. And coming up to the 1,500 metre mark now, it does look as though the 3 Sydney University crews and the Sydney University Composite are quite tight and do lead the race. And it is the Sydney University, Indiana Hobbs and Ailing Hayes who are in the lead, still over Sydney University Mercantile Composite and Sydney University's Kiara Beasley and Molly Clausland. And in the closing stages of this race It is the Sydney University crew of Sydney University crew of Indiana Hobbs and Ailing Hayes, who are upping their rate of striking as they're being challenged by the other 3 Sydney University crews.
And we've had a change in the lead, and it's certainly the women's elite double of Sydney University's Molly McCausland and Ailing Hayes, who have jumped out to a handy lead now, and they just hold that lead over Zara Kfouri and Zoe Bond, the composite Mercantile Sydney University crew over here in lane 7, and then a little way back to Cara Beasley and India Hobbs. But certainly this crew of Molly McCausland and Ailing Hayes will take out a very comfortable lead of about a length and a half over the crew over this side, the Sydney University composite crew, followed closely by the second Sydney University crew and the crew over in of Alexander O'Brien and Addie Rolls coming across in 4th place. And a little bit of a distance back to Emily Barrett and Chloe Hitchens, and even further back to the communities, Constance Hewlin and Alex Bailey Coleman.
And coming over the line now is the crew, Gleb's crew of Emily Barrett and Chloe Hitchens. Keeping in mind they are actually under 19s, so incredible racing from them. And to round up the race is Community's Constance Hewlin and Alexandra Bailey Coleman from Community Rowing Club.
So there's just a little bit of confusion with the place getters in that race. We have a different draw than what was clearly came across the line. So we're just getting clarification on that, and we'll confirm that once we get a clarification of the result. And we have race 76, the men's under 21 double scull, coming down the course at the moment. In lane 2, Sydney University's Remy Cameron and Sebastian Atherton, coached by Peter Warren and Don McLaughlin. In lane 3, UTS, Matt Collins and Luca Malozzi, coached by Tim McLaren. In lane 4, Canberra 1, Campbell Milne and Ben Haywood, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 5, Sydney University's William Fuller and Alexander Tetley, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 6, Leichhardt Composite, James Baker from Nepean and Massimo Fitzsimmons from Leichhardt, coached by Daniel Waddell and Isaac Shepherd. In lane 7, Canberra 2, Angus Scott and Dylan Outram, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski. And in lane 8, Sydney University's Finlay Mitchell and Gus Sisola, coached by Don McLaughlin. And they're coming down to the line now, and that crew of Finlay Mitchell and Gus Sisolka, has a handy lead, and they look like to having a very comfortable time out on the course here, followed closely by the Canberra 2 crew of Angus Scott and Dylan Outram. But it will be this crew of Finlay Mitchell and Gus Sisolka who will take out the first place in this men's under 21 double, followed by the Canberra number 2 crew of Angus Scott and Dylan Outram. It will be the crew in lane 4, Canberra number 1 of Campbell Milne and Ben Hayward coming across for third place, followed by Sydney University's William Fuller and Alexander Tetley. Then Remy Cameron and Sebastian Adderton. And we still have the combination of the Leichhardt composite. Now coming down to the line, it does appear that we had might have had a scratching in that race from the UTS crew.
And in the last 500 metres now is race 77, the men's under 23 double scull. In lane 4 is Sydney University's Will Rogers and Hamish Danks. In lane 6 is UTS Jack Power and Oscar Beregi. And in the last 100 metres of this race, it is the Sydney University crew in lane 4 who have a lead over UTS. As they come down towards the line, they have a very handy lead. They look comfortable but strong as the Sydney University crew of Will Rogers and Hamish Danks take the lead over UTS, Jack Power and Oscar Beregi. Underway now is race 78, is the men's pair and men's under 19 pair, which have been combined. In lane 5 is Sydney's Harry O'Donnell and Jack Clements. In lane 6 is UTS's Robert Olivier and Will Pender. In the lead now is UTS's Robert Olivier and Will Pender, although it did look like they had a few steering issues in the early stages of this race. Through the 1,000 now is the UTS crew, who have a very handy lead over Sydney's Harry O'Donnell and Jack Clements, who have not approached 1,000 metres just yet, so I can't tell you that margin. But UTS's Robert Olivier and Will Pender came through the 1,000 in a time of 3:34, and Sydney is 19 seconds behind that. This is just a reminder to please return your bow numbers as soon as possible. And through the 1,500 metre mark now is UTS crew, Robert Olivier and Will Pender, who have looked like they have increased their margin over Sydney's Harry O'Donnell and Jack Clements. And with about 250 metres to go is the UTS crew looking very polished ahead of the Sydney crew. The UTS crew is under 19s and they are up against the open men's pair, so incredible from them. And coming across the line is that crew of Robert Olivier and Will Pender from UTS, who are followed by Sydney's Harry O'Donnell and Jack Clements. That UTS crew came across the line at a time of 7:17 and look as though they have increased their margin over Sydney quite significantly.
as we have the Sydney crew crossing the line to round out that race 78, the men's championship men's pair and men's under 19 pair. We now have a half-hour break to our next event, the Women's Master Single Scull Division 1, race 79. So we'll come back on just before those races. Just a reminder again about those bow numbers. We're struggling to get the bow numbers back, so if you can please just check your surrounds and return your bow numbers. And also, once again, a reminder about wearing helmets if you're out on the bike.
Lined up now is race 79, the Women's Masters Single Scull. In lane 2 from Newcastle Uni is Chloe White. In lane 3 from the Lower Cadence Rowing Club is Candice Jago. In lane 4, Leichhardt, is Nikki Lepresti. Lane 5 from Glebe is Jackie Harris. Lane 6, North Shore, is Olivia Tong. Lane 7, Glebe, Anne Skilton. Lane 8, also Glebe, Mika Zuzak. And lane 9, Glebe, Heidi Lindell.
I just have a call out for a hat that was left in the change rooms. So I'm looking for, oh, sorry about that, I should have been a bit more prepared. Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar, your visor is in the bottom of the control tower. If you go to the nice ladies handing out the numbers, they also have your visor. So if you'd like to pick it up anytime this afternoon, it'd be great.
And off to a very strong start is the Women's Masters Single Scull. It looks as though Heidi Lindell from Glebe in the close lane 9 has taken a very early lead, looking very strong. So this race is a combination of A, B and C grade. And so Newcastle Uni, Chloe White and Lower Cadence Rowing Club, Candice Jago, were off 5 seconds and 3 seconds from the rest of the field. But from here, it does look like they have caught up already. So we'll see if they can get a lead over the field. But Heidi Lindell in lane 9 from Glebe still looking to be out ahead and looking strong. And Heidi holds her lead coming through the first 500, followed shortly by Olivia Tong and Cadence Jago. It's looking to be a great race between North Shore's Olivia Tong and Glebe's Heidi Lindell as they come through the last 250 of this race. But Candice Jago, from Lower Cadence, who did have a 3-second handicap, is up in the mix for a place.
So as we come down to the last 200 odd metres of this race, and it does look like Olivia Tong from North Shore has just pulled up alongside Heidi Lindell from Glebe, and there it's a great race, but it does look like she's got the slightest advantage. Remember that Olivia Tong was out there recently in the sprints just before lunch and managed to I think win one of the sprint races, or second in one of the sprint races, and go through to the sprints at the state championships. But it will be Olivia Tong coming down to the line. She's now pulled about a length lead over Heidi Lindell. But over on the other side there, it's quite close between Leichhardt's Nikki Lepresti, Lower Clarence's Candice Jago, and Newcastle Uni's Chloe White. But it is Olivia Tong going across the line to take out first, followed closely by Heidi Lindell. And it will be Leichhardt's Nikki Lepresti just getting over in third, followed by Newcastle Uni and Glebe, Lower Clarence, followed by the Glebe Jackie Harris, and then Anne Skilton. And coming across the line in 8th position is Mika Zuzak to round out the field. So that was North Shore's Olivia Tong in first place. In second place, Glebe's Heidi Lindell. And in thirds, Leichhardt's Nikki Lepresti. And on the line we have race 80, the Women's Master Single Scull Division 2. In lane 1, Lake Macquarie's Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh. In lane 2, Leichhardt 1, Daniela Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 3, North Shore Rowing Club's Zita Briones, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 4, Leichhardt 3, Lisa Molyneux, coached by Frank McHugh. In lane 5, North Shore Annalise Appleton. In lane 6, St George, Joanna Ward. In lane 7, North Shore's Karen Knowles, coached by Ken Ambler. In lane 8, North Shore's Mary Walsh. And in lane 9, North Shore's Louise McCoach. So these are a range of both D and F competitors. So the first 4 lanes, which are Lake Macquarie, Leichhardt, North Shore and Leichhardt. Number 3 are all off 12 seconds. The remaining 5 through to 9 are off go. So a little bit of a lead. And you can see if you look up the start there, the crews over on the right-hand side, just a little bit back from the crews over this side, having affected that 12-second handicap. But all crews are underway now and certainly into this race. And it does look like the St George sculler of Joanne Ward may well have just pulled a bit of a jump on the rest of the field. Now, they've all started together, these crews. They're all F age group and all went off together. Annalise Appleton from North Shore, Joanne Ward from St George, North Shore, St George, Karen Knowles from North Shore, Mary Walsh from North Shore, and Louise McCoach from North Shore. So this is certainly a North Shore heavy heat, this one. But it does appear that out of all that, it is the St George sculler, Joanne Ward, who's got off to a bit of a lead. But over in lane 1 and 2, some very good scullers in Trudy McDonald, Daniel Bourget, and Zita Briones and Lisa Molyneux are certainly making headway. Certainly the two, Trudy McDonald and Daniela Bourget, have wheeled in a lot of this 12-second handicap, and certainly it would be down to, I would imagine, less than 6 seconds as we come through there. But through the 1,000 metre mark, it was Joanna Ward in 2 minutes and 3 with only a 1.5 second advantage over Trudy McDonald, who's pulled back all of that 12 seconds, or nearly all that 12 seconds, followed by third by Lisa Molyneux from Leichhardt, number 3, 5 seconds behind, Louise McCoach, Annalise Appleton, Zeta Briones, Mary Walsh, Karen Knowles, and Lisa Molyneux has got obviously 2 boats in this race, but I think that was it was most probably Daniela Bourget that was was third through the 500 metre mark, but still holding on that lead, but only just as Lake Macquarie's Trudy McDonald over in lane 1 has really had a big impact in that over that lead and has reduced that 12 seconds down to 1.5 seconds at the 500 metre mark, and it certainly looks to be overhauling Joanna Ward from St George, and it is a very close race. Just going back a little bit, the North Shore Sculler, Zeta Briones and Annalise Appleton are also in a ding-dong battle with the North Shore's Louise McCoach right over on this side. So it's a very spread out field, but it is Trudy McDonald now stamping her authority as she looks to really make some headway here and passes Joanne Ward with Daniela Bourget. Bourget making a valiant effort to go with her, but it is some great sculling by Trudy McDonald over there in lane 1, and certainly with the coach Odin McIntosh has seen great improvement over the last season or two, and certainly one of the standout scullers in this age group as we come down to the Masters rowing year. But and it will be Trudy McDonald, and she's now out to about a 2 lengths lead over Daniela Bourget, and she will take out this second division of the women's single scull, going across the line to take out first place. Will be followed by Leichardt Daniela Bourget, followed by Joanne Ward, in third place. Finishing strongly right over in lane 9 will be North Shore's Louise McCoach. And over to North Shore's Zeta Briones, crossing the line for 5th place. It will be North Shore's Annalise Appleton in 6th. Looks to stop just before the line. Mary Walsh, I'm hoping she's okay, but she's got across the line now. Take out 7th. Karen Knowles in 8th. And it will be the Leichhardt sculler, Lisa Molyneux, coming across the line to round out this field. And on the course we have race 81, Women's Masters Single Scull Division 3. In lane 2 we have Drummoyne's Carolyn Vernon. These are all E age group. In lane 3, Mossman's Edith DeBoer. In lane 4, Newcastle Uni's Jules Bosco. In lane 5, North Shore Catherine Boland, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 6, Drummoyne's Randy Roncolado, coached by Rob Glendenning. In lane 7, Leichhardt Four's Carmel Taylor. In lane 8, Drummoyne's Renata Ipmar, coached by Rob Glendenning. And in lane 9, Drummoyne's Kathleen Hextall, coached by Rob Glendenning. And it certainly looks like these two scullers over on this side, the Drummoyne scullers of Renata Ipmar and Kathleen Hextall, who are training partners along with Wendy Roncolado and a couple of others, are certainly making a race of this. And over the last few seasons, Renata has certainly been able to stamp a little bit of authority over these two, one being Kathleen being lightweight, of course, and Renata sculling very well at the moment, is got out to a handy lead. We're looking across then to lane 5 with his Catherine Boland from North Shore Rowing Club, but certainly Renata Ipmar sculling very nice. This is a fair lead for this length of race as she winds up for that last 250 metres. So a little bit further back we have Newcastle Uni's Jules Bosco, Carolyn Vernon over in lane 2, certainly making good time as she comes to the 250 metre mark. But as we come down towards the last 200 metres, it certainly is Renata Ipmar. The race for second place between Kathleen Hextall and Catherine Boland seems to be where all the action is at the moment. But Renata certainly showing smooth sculling, technically a very good sculler, and she is holding on to this lead and certainly coming down to the line, and will hold on to an lead. But there is a very close race between Kathleen Hextall and Catherine Boland, who is over on the other side. But Kathleen Hextall has certainly brought the rating up now, and she's going for the line, and a bit close to the line, but Renata Ipmar might have to squeeze out a few more points in rating. But it will be Renata Ipmar crossing the line in first place, followed by Kathleen Hextall. It will be Catherine Boland coming across in third. A little bit further back, it's a close race between Jules Bosco and Wendy Roncolata. Wendy looks like she's towing a bucket at the moment as she comes down towards the line, but it will be Jules Bosco just holding out Wendy Roncolata, followed by Des Moines' Carolyn Vernon and Carmel Taylor from Leichhardt, with Mossman's Edith de Boer crossing the line to round out the field.
Underway now is race 82, the Women's Masters Single Scull, Division 4. From Glebe in lane 2 is Catherine Maxwell. Lane 3, Nepean, Palmina Grady. Lane 4, St George, Christine McCready. Lane 5, Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine. Lane 6, North Shore, Janet Pendleton. Lane 7, North Shore, Gillian Hawkey. And Lane 8, also North Shore, Susan Walter. Lane 2, 3, 4 and 5 are off 33 seconds, being G grade. Lane 6 and 7 are off 20 seconds, being H, and North Shore in lane 8, Susan Walter, is off go, being I grade. And through the first 500, in first place with a very handy lead is Susan Walter, who looks like she could be backing up her double win earlier today, only about an hour ago. In second is Janet Pendleton, followed closely by Louise Termine. And coming through to the last 250, it is still Susan Walter ahead, but those crews off 33 seconds have been gaining some ground and look like they are battling it out as they come closer towards the line.
So as we come down towards the last 200 metres, and Susan Walter, just a fantastic sculler at 75 years of age, and if you ever want to still be sculling at this age, this is how you want to be sculling, putting on a great display out here. But it is Christine McCready from St George who's making big inroads on Susan Walter's handy 33-second lead. I don't know if she's going to get there. Susan Walter is too canny for that, and certainly is holding out off Chris McCready. The Nepean sculler Palmina Grady also right up there, but St George sculler Kristen McCready's just got the little bit of a jump on Palmina. But it looks like it will be Susan Walter coming down to the line, and what a great win, and backing up her double scull win of only an hour and a half ago, and goes across the line with about a 2-length lead. A fantastic win over Christine McCready, followed closely by Palmina Grady. And the race is on between Jeanette Pendleton and Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie, but it will be Jeanette Pendleton who hangs on for 4th place, followed by Louise Termine, and a little way back to Gillian Hawkey from North Shore and Catherine Maxwell from Glebe Rowing Club. So once again, just a race 83 out on the course at the moment, men's masters double scull Division 1, and of course, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of these scullers are vying for state selection in the masters. A lot of them quad scull. I imagine some will also trying out for the sweep boats, but most of these guys will be trying out for the quad scull. In lane 3, we have Mossman's Edward Schilland and Miguel Arajo. In lane 4, Glebe's Andy Wigan and Tim Spiteri. In lane 5, Newcastle's Brad Smith and Chris Keats. In lane 6, St George Cromwell Olivia and Christopher Jones. And in lane 7, Manning River Composites, Terry Bridges and from Leichhardt and Rhett Patterson. Now you remember that Terry Bridges, Christopher Jones were certainly won their races earlier, so it's going to be a ding-dong race, this one, and they are underway. Now the crews in 5, 6 and 7, the Newcastle, St George and Manning Composite crews are all D-grade crews, average 50 years or older, and the Mossman and Glebe crews are C-grade, C division crews or C age group crews, and they're off 4 seconds. And so they're certainly away, and it does look to be the crew of St George crew of Olivia, Cromwell Olivia and Christopher Jones. It looked like jumped out to a little bit of a lead, but certainly Terry Bridges and Rhett Patterson, that's a very handy combination there as well, who are out there chasing them. But I guess that with Rhett living up at the coast and Terry Bridges certainly in Sydney, that this may be their first time as a combination. I'm not sure if they raced at the Manning River Regatta or Taree Regatta recently as a crew, but this crew of St George crew of Cromwell Olivia and Christopher Jones have jumped out to a good lead, but Brad Smith and Chris Keats, Brad certainly is a racer, so he will not be letting them get any sort of lead over the Newcastle crew, the St George crew, and they are, both those crews are out there and certainly are turning it on out the front of this field, and it is very close now with the crew of Brad Smith and Chris Keats drawing almost level as they came through the 500 metre mark, and and what was only a very close thing. I don't quite think it was 6 seconds, but it looked a little bit closer than that. But as they come down into the last 400 metres, it is that crew of Cromwell Olivia and Christopher Jones who are just holding that lead, but the Raiders come up in the Glebe crew of the Newcastle crew of Brad Smith and Chris Keats, and they are going out after this win, and certainly are winding it up and look to have the boat speed at the moment, and it's very close behind them for the Glebe crew of Andy Wigan and Tim Spiteri, and back to the Manning River Composite, Terry Bridges and Rhett Patterson. But it does look like this Newcastle crew of Brad Smith and Chris Keats has drawn level with them. Whether they can keep going, it looks like the St George crew may have a little bit left in them. The Cromwell Olivia and Christopher Jones crew may have just a little bit, so it is neck and neck as they come down to the last 200 metres, but that St George crew does look to have about a canvas lead over him as they come into the last 150 metres, and they've now upped the rate, and certainly it is stroke for stroke as they come down towards the last 120 odd metres, and it is the St George crew who have just jumped again, but here they come again, the Newcastle crew with Brad Smith out there stroking this crew, really pushing as they come up to the line, and it will be absolutely close. Can this St George crew hold out this fast finishing Newcastle crew? And it is stroke for stroke as they come to the line. There is absolutely nothing, and but there's been a clash, and it does appear that the Newcastle crew has had to hold the boat back, and they've certainly got a bit rattled by that interchange, and will still come across for second place. But certainly it was stroke for stroke as they came down there. Whether that was a clash or whether that was an error made as they came down towards the line, we're not quite sure. But what a race as they, for that last 400 or 500 metres, that stroke for stroke race. But it was Cromwell Olivia and Christopher Jones from St George Rowing Club holding on for a great win.
Race 84, the Men's Masters Double Scull, Division 2. In lane 2 from St George, we have Alan Robinson and Ayrton Ramos. In lane 3 from Glebe is Ben Nagappa and Rob Dallimore. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie is Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. In lane 5 from Mossman is Alexander George and Mark Luan. In lane 6 from Des Moines is Gabriel Haythornthwaite and Gary Foster. In lane 7 from Mossman is Harry Fine and Lawrence Nethery. In lane 8, Glebe is Mark McCowan and Mark Tejan. In lane 9, North Shore is Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder. So lane 9, North Shore, is off go, and the lane 8 Glebe crew is off 30 seconds. Lanes 7 and 6 are off 30 seconds, and the rest of the field are off 35 seconds. They are all underway now, and it looks as though it's hard to call, but I think it might be the North Shore crew of Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder who are out in front of the Glebe crew. Glebe look like they've made a jump on that North Shore crew, considering they were off 13 seconds. And coming through the 500 metres now, there is only 1 second separating them from the rest of the field, but both of them have a very handy lead. And in third, through the 500 metre mark, is that Mossman crew of Alexander Deutsch and Mark Luance. And in fourth, Drummoyne's Gabriel Hathornthwaite and Gary Foster, who are battling it out for third place, both off 30 and 35 seconds. So it'll be good to see what they can do in the closing stages of this race as the field comes a bit closer. And that Mossman crew in the middle don't quite have a lead yet, but they were off 30 seconds. And they look like they could be ploughing through the field now. Might be able to get a lead on Glebe. However, Glebe are looking very strong, upping their rate of striking in as they approach the red boys. But Mossman are really bringing it to Glebe, and it looks as though Balbor to Balbor, they might just overtake Glebe in the last few strokes of this race. So yes, that is Mossman, Alexander Deutsch and Mark Luance who take the lead and win this race ahead of Glebe and Drummoyne in the middle there. A correction, actually, it is a photo finish for third place, St George and Drummoyne. So that will be exciting to see who won that third position.
So we're just still waiting for a result for that last race, but certainly the Mossman crew of Alexander Deutsch and Mark Luan finished first in a time of 4:02.3, followed closely by the Glebe crew of Mark McEwen and Mark Tejan of 2:13. It does look like it's a photo finish between the St George and Drummoyne crew. We're having a bit of an argument up here in the box because I thought St George got it, and indeed I was right by 0.05 of a second. So St George finished in third place, the crew of Alan Robertson and Ayrton Grania Ramos, and Drummoyne's Gabriel Haythornthwaite and Gary Foster just missing out on a place by 0.05 of a second, followed by North Shore, Glebe, Lake Macquarie and Mossman. Spice in it, isn't it? We have race 85, Club Men's Double Scull on the in the starting blocks, and we certainly look to have a full field. We've had a scratching from Glebe, which is Ben Nagappa and Josh Dallymore, but in lane 3 we have Canberra 1, Angus Scott and Dylan Altram, coached by Mark Kwikowski. In lane 4, Canberra 2, Campbell Milne and Ben Hayward, once again coached by Mark Kwikowski. In lane 5, University of New South Wales, Jago Lambert and Daniel Morris, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. In lane 6, we have UTS Patrick Burke and Mitchell Caponis, coached by Tim McLaren. In lane 7, UTS, Harry Birchmore and Zinc Bosco, coached by Tim McLaren. In lane 8, University of New South Wales, Robbie Ireland and Anthony Ball, coached by Justin Quigley and Chris Burns. And in lane 9, Newcastle Uni, Odin McIntosh and Strepon Stamboli. We know Odin certainly does a fair bit of coaching also at Uni and at the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. So we're just about ready for a start. In the starter's hands, and certainly we're about to get going. And it has said it looks like a fairly full field here. So we'll get underway very shortly. The conditions out on the course, just a little bit of a tail breeze, which I'm sure nobody will be complaining about. Get them over the course just in a little bit quicker. And they're away to a very, very fast start. This club men's double scull. So some very, very classy scullers in this race. And they are away, and a couple of them just a little bit lagging behind with a little bit of a slower start. But certainly, as a group, they're away from the line cleanly. And we're on the screen there now. We certainly have some interesting headwear on some of the scullers, but anything to keep that sun off and save your skin from melanoma is a good thing. But not quite sure wider view of the field, but it does appear that the crews in the middle of the field now do appear to have got a bit of a jump over the rest of the field, and it does appear to be the UTS crew of Patrick Burke and Mitchell Caponis jumping out to a handy lead. You can certainly see behind them the University of New South Wales and the Canberra crew. So they do have got off to a bit of a flyer, this crew of Patrick Burke and Mitchell Caponis, coached by Tim McLaren, as they come down towards the 500 metre mark. It will be this crew in a clear lead, which is fairly impressive considering it's the first 500 metres of a 2,000 metre race, but certainly their strategy was to get out fast. It looks like the Harry Birchmore and Zinc Bosco crew, UTS crew, in lane 7 will go through maybe in third place. It will be the crew Newcastle University's Odin McIntosh and Strefon Stromboli that will go through in second place. We don't have any timing on the 500 metre mark, so we'll wait till we get down here. And we're watching, it does look like we're watching the University of New South Wales crew as we, in the screen at the moment. They're in lane 8. That's Robbie Ireland and Anthony Ball. But we see across to the crew of Patrick Burke and Mitchell Caponis, and looking very comfortable out there, certainly making the most of it. But But as we it's come down towards the 1,000 metre mark, Patrick Burke and Mitchell Caponis of UTS do look to have a very comfortable lead in this race. And we can see in the background there the Angus Scott and Dylan Outram crew from Canberra 1 would be about 4 or 5 lengths behind. But as they come down towards the 1,000 metre mark, looking very comfortable, and a nice display of sculling, and certainly very compact in their movements, very efficient in their movement and the flow in the boat. So they will go through that 1,000 metre mark with a fairly handy lead, and as they come down there, they've just gone through that 1,000 metre mark now in a time of 3 minutes 21.7 seconds, followed by the Newcastle Uni crew right over here in lane 9, which we didn't pick up much of early. They've gone through with a 6.5 seconds behind the UTS crew. The second UTS crew of Harry Birchmore and Zinc Bosco going through in third place. Canberra 1's Angus Scott and Dylan Outram following them through. Universities Robbie Ireland and Anthony Ball, followed by Universities of New South Wales Jago Lambert, Daniel Morris, and Canberra 2's Campbell Milne and Ben Haywood. But it is a race, and certainly stamping their authority on this race is the UTS crew of Patrick Burke and Mitchell Kaponis, and leaving nothing to chance. They're certainly powering through this third 500, the all-important third 500, and making the most of the conditions out there, and extending their lead, I suspect. We do have the crew over here, the Odin McIntosh, Stefan Stamboli, which are quite, just that they're a little bit back, but right over here in lane 9 are making a good effort here. But it looks to be also that Canberra crew of Angus Scott and Dylan Outram right over there in lane 3 that are also faring quite well. So the race looks to be for second, third place at the moment, but it is this UTS crew looking very, very comfortable as they come down towards the 1500 metre mark. Really extending their lead with each stroke. Trying to stay with them now, though, is Newcastle Uni's Odin McIntosh and Stefan Stamboli, but I'm not sure that they're bridging that gap too much. But it is a fairly close race at the moment between Harry Birchmore and Zinc Bosco for the UTS and this Newcastle Uni crew over here in lane 9. But the Newcastle Uni crew has just had a good, last 100 or 200 metres and appear to have just got a little bit of a jump over the other crews. Right over in lane 3, Canberra 1's Angus Scott and Dylan Outram are still well and truly in it for that second or third place. But I would say that the UTS crew now has just not so much closed it down as they've got into a rhythm that nobody's going to catch them, and they'll continue that through the line. The Newcastle Uni crew has had a very good last 300 or 400 metres, and they do appear to have moved into a comfortable second position. The race is now on for that third and fourth position. Harry Birchmore and Zinc Bosco looking to have a little bit of a lead over the Canberra 1 crew of Angus Scott and Dylan Outram over on the other bank. But certainly coming down to the line in the sensible headwear by Mitchell Kaponis, it does appear that they will easily take out this win in the club's men's double scull. This crew coached by Tim McLaren, of course. Tim, a very important person in the rowing community in Australia and indeed worldwide, and certainly is, you see his influence on this crew as they come down towards the line. Great, as I said, great last 400 or 500 metres by the Newcastle Uni crew of Odin McIntosh and Stefan Stamboli, and they will hold on for second position. It will be a very tight race as they come down towards the line, and the Canberra 1 crew has really stepped it up. And it is stroke for stroke as they come down towards the line. There's absolutely nothing in it, and it will be the Canberra crew just getting in front of the second UTS crew. I did notice that UTS crew having a good look 2 or 3 strokes out, which perhaps didn't help their forward process. But it will be progress, and it will be the university crew, the second Canberra crew of Campbell Milne and Ben Haywood coming across for 5th place. Close race, but it will be the University of New South Wales, Robbie Island and Anthony Ball coming in 6th, and Jago Lambert and Daniel Morris coming in 7th place.
And underway now is race 86, the Club Women's Double Scull. In lane 3 from UNSW is Annabelle Singh and Helen Frith. In lane 4 from Sydney is Madison Joins and Isabella Naveen. In lane 5 from Glebe is Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter. In lane 6 from Sydney is Vic Binns and Neve Tierney. In lane 7 from Sydney is Alison Mooney and Charlotte Steele. Through the 1,000 is the Sydney crew of Madison Joins and Isabella Naveen, who have a 5-second lead over that crew of Annabelle Singh and Helen Frith from UNSW. This is also just a reminder that we are missing a lot of bow numbers, so please return them as soon as possible. Thank you. Through the 1500 metres now, looking very strong, is that Sydney crew of Madison Joins and Isabella Naveen, who look as though they have increased their margin significantly over UNSW's Annabelle Singh and Helen Frith. Further back is Sydney's Vic Binns and Neve Tierney, who have a lead over Sydney's Alison Mooney and Charlotte Steele. And rounding up the field is Glebe's Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter. And into the last 250 metres of this race is the Sydney crew of Madison Joins and Isabella Naveen, who have dominated this race from the beginning and have increased their margin significantly. It does look as though Uni of New South Wales is being challenged by Vic Binns and Neve Tierney, but first, second and third look pretty decided as they have a very healthy lead over the rest of the field. And into the red boys, the last 100 of this race, is that very strong crew of Madison Joins and Isabella Naveen, who will take the win comfortably. Uni of New South Wales have managed to keep their second position over Sydney's Vic Binns and Neve Tierney. Uni of New South Wales come across the line now and are followed a few strokes behind or ahead of Sydney's Vic Binns and Neve Tierney. And fourth place will be the Sydney crew of Alison Mooney and Charlotte Steele. And rounding up the field is Glebe's Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter. And that concludes racing for today.
Just a reminder as we do conclude race, so thank you very much, Lucy, for co-commentating this afternoon, and Lucy's done very well. She's fairly new to it, so and we're always looking for new commentators. I think Lucy will get many a gig after this. Just a reminder, we are still missing bow numbers, so if you can try have a look around your trailers before you take off this afternoon and bring in those bow numbers. The next regatta here, the Open Regatta, I think is the State Championships, but we look forward to seeing everyone at those regattas, and thank you for a great day of racing, and thank you Rowing New South Wales for the event.